This kid is about to get his face rearranged by his high school bully, but instead of crying for his mommy, his eyes start glowing like a customized RGB keyboard. "Oh, will you look at this?" he says, dodging a punch with zero effort. Turns out, human cuss words don't hurt his feelings, they literally charge his magic meter, and with one casual swing, he launches the guy straight into a new zip code. Seriously, if you swear at him, you are basically giving him a free battery charge. So when the local gang leader tries to corner him later, our guy just prays to his demon mom, the literal goddess of cussing, and slams the dude's head so hard into a brick wall it counts as a structural hazard. Just like that, an entire squad of high school delinquents is piled up on the pavement. But before this exiled demon prince started using high school hallways as his personal gym, we need to spin the clock back to see how he got stuck in this laggy human build. Our story starts under a beautiful, peaceful moon, right above a massive gothic castle that is currently having the worst night of its entire existence. We're talking a literal sea of demon corpses piling up on the marble floor. And standing right in the middle of the mess is Prince Lavis Vindicat, looking absolutely magnificent and declaring that this isn't a massacre, it's just a very organized, very bloody execution. And from the sound of things, the execution was highly effective. Welcome to Chapter 1, where things go from 0 to 100 real quick. Cut to the demon throne room, where our prince is suddenly wrapped in massive building-sized chains like he's in a heavy metal music video. His dad, the Demon King, looks down with extreme disappointment, asking why he went full Doomslayer mode on the House of Hiltka. Lavis is basically pleading skill issue on behalf of the dead guys, explaining that those Hilka bastards were plotting treason anyway, so he just took out the trash before it started stinking up the palace. But the other demon nobles in the back are sweating bullets, especially this guy with the cool orange shades who clearly has a plan. The Demon King says there's a proper procedure for executions, but Lavis just gives him the most smug, unbothered grin, stating that in the demon realm, only the deeper darkness survives. The king stays silent, realizing his son is entirely too base to argue with, while Lavis keeps shouting that the nobles are the ones actually ruining the country. But Dad isn't trying to hear any of this revolutionary talk. He says Lavis is way too short-sighted and foolish to see the big picture. The cowardly nobles in the back are just nodding along, glad they aren't on the chopping block, while the king glares down with eyes that could melt steel. He closes his eyes and decides there's no talking sense into his boy, announcing that his punishment has already been decided by the High Council. His sentence? Getting cast down to the human world. Lavis's face immediately drops. The human world? Are you serious right now? He's looking at his dad like he just suggested they go to a vegan buffet, but the king explains that his powers will be completely sealed away and he'll have to learn some actual dignity among the mortals. The pink-shaded mage in the back, Banby, steps forward, ready to cast the spell, and magic circles start lighting up around Lavis like a neon sign. Banby starts channeling the high-tier sealing magic, and the sheer pressure starts making our prince scream in agony. The green-haired bastard actually leans in and whispers, "Have a lovely stay, your highness." Talk about a toxic coworker. Lavis can only curse him as his vision goes white. The purple magic completely consumes him, tearing his soul straight out of his body. The rules of the human world pop up like a terms of service agreement. No suicide, no killing humans, and if you break the rules, your soul gets deleted permanently. Suddenly, he wakes up screaming, his lungs burning. He sits up in bed, panting and sweating profusely, and looks down at his hands, completely bewildered. No claws. No cool purple skin, just regular, fragile human fingers. He clenches his fists, absolutely disgusted by how weak he feels. "Damn it," he mutters, holding his head. "I really fell into the human world." He immediately starts plotting his revenge on Bambe, promising to rip his horns off, but then he groans as a massive wave of pain shoots through his entire body. He slowly drags himself out of the bed, feeling like he's made of cardboard, and realizes he is trapped in the most pathetic, mortal vessel imaginable. He looks around the small room, cursing the Hilka faction for his misfortune, and complains that he can barely even breathe in this non-sulfur-scented air. Suddenly, the door squeaks open, and a cute girl peeks in. Lavis turns around, giving her a flat, "Who are you?" stare. The girl's eyes instantly fill with tears as she screams, "You're finally awake?" She tackles him in a massive hug, crying that she thought he was gone forever. Our prince is standing there completely stiff, wondering if this is a blood relative. Then a woman in black steps into the room, gasping out his human name, Minho. She covers her face, sobbing about how much pain he must have been in. Lavis is internally sweating, having absolutely no idea how to handle a crying human mom. He realizes the legends were true. The human world is indeed one of the three great hells. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo from the hallway, and a stern-looking older man with sharp glasses steps into the room. The mom tries to explain that Minho just woke up from his coma, but the dad and Lavis just lock eyes in an absolute silent stare down. The father casually tells him to get his head straight and go back to school tomorrow. The mom tries to protest, but the dad just walks away, colder than a winter in Siberia. The sister looks at Minho with pure worry, asking if he's really okay. Lavis just stands there as the parents leave, processing the interaction, and then, I am not kidding, he gets this creepy blush on his face and says he actually likes the dad. He's like, wow, that human has amazing, cold-hearted demon vibes. Respect. His sister is absolutely terrified, and honestly, can you blame her? The next morning, we get a view of his new high school under a bright blue sky. His mom drops him off in a nice silver Mercedes, telling him to call if he feels sick. She looks at him with a face full of sadness, clearly worried about her fragile boy. Lavis starts walking toward the gate, remembering his school days in the demon realm 600 years ago, but looking at the massive crowd of teenagers, he realizes this is his actual personal hell. Yep, the human world is definitely a punishment. He walks into classroom 2 to 3, surrounded by rowdy teens, and mutters to himself that humans only live to 100 at best, so he should just lie low, avoid getting his soul erased, and look for a way back. His plan is simple: survive this mortal realm, go back home, and dethrone his dad. Standard family drama stuff, really. But his peaceful morning is instantly ruined when two bullies walk up with smug grins. Lavis slowly turns his head, his eyes narrowing. What is this trash? The lead bully grabs his shoulder, asking if he brought the money he owes them. Lavis's body instantly flinches on its own. The muscle memory of fear is still there. We get a quick flashback of the original Minho getting brutally beaten on the asphalt. These guys were running a literal extortion racket on a sick kid. The bully laughs, raising his hand to slap Minho's face like he always does, remembering how easy it was to make this kid cry for mercy. But this time, the eye behind those dark bangs is wide and cold. Lavis finally connects the dots. Ah, the reason this body aches so much was because of you. The bully keeps patting his head, laughing about how pathetic he's gotten. He tells him to hurry up and hand over the cash as a sign of friendship. Lavis is just staring at the hand on his head, his demon pride absolutely screaming. He remembers his demon class, where his blue-haired teacher, Cynthia, showed them holograms of humans, and the students complained about how vulgar they look. Cynthia taught them that humans are weak, disgusting creatures who hide their flaws, foolishly praying to both angels and demons because they are terrified of the dark. Lavis back then suggested they should just burn them all to ashes, and Cynthia warmly agreed with his excellent, violent mindset. She told him, if you ever meet them, crush their vulgarity into the dirt. And now, a mere human is touching his royal head. Lavis clenches his fists. The bully is looking at his phone, completely oblivious to the boss music starting to play. Suddenly, Lavis's hand flashes up, grabbing the bully's wrist, and then, bam! He slams the bully's face straight into the desk. The desk wins. The bully is leaking blood, and his friend is completely dumbfounded. The second bully lunges forward, screaming if Minho has lost his mind. But as the guy starts cussing, Lavis's eyes suddenly glows bright red. He looks at the bully with absolute fascination, ignoring the threats. The bully winds up a massive punch, screaming that Minho is dead, and throws a wild right hook straight at his head. Lavis dodges it like smoke, realizing that the human's swearing is actively fueling his magic. So my power is linked to cussing! He laughs, clenching a fist and driving it straight into the bully's jaw, sending him crashing into the lockers. The entire classroom is dead silent, their brains completely short-circuiting. Lavis looks down at his hand, surprised he could tap into his sealed power, realizing that even in this weak mortal shell, his core reacts to human evil. His nerd classmate, Glasses, just stares, asking if this is really the Minho he knows. But the first bully gets up, enraged, and lifts a wooden chair over his head. Glasses screams a warning, but Lavis doesn't even turn around. He easily sidesteps the falling chair and drives a brutal kick straight into the bully's ribs. The impact is so clean you can practically hear the bones clicking, and the guy immediately drops to his knees, coughing up blood. He looks up at Minho, trembling and wondering what kind of monster he's dealing with. Lavis just looks down on him, asking if all that cussing was supposed to make him look strong. The thing is, Lavis says, raising his leg high in the air, the literal source of human swearing is my mother. And he drops a massive axe kick, knocking the guy out cold on the classroom floor. The other students are whispering in pure terror, unable to believe their eyes. Lavis adjusts his collar, looking up at the ceiling with a dangerous grin. So, Dad, you told me to live quietly, right? The entire class is backing away, trying not to make eye contact with the new apex predator. Lavis just smiles. Is there anyone else who wants to swear at me? Please. I need the mana. We open chapter 2 with Lavis still waiting for a volunteer to curse him, but everyone in the room is looking at him like he's a walking jump scare. Glasses is staring with wide eyes, completely amazed, while the two bullies are lying on the floor, looking like a yard sale. Glasses slowly walks up, nervously asking if Minho is really okay. Lavis looks at him, remembering that this kid actually tried to help him earlier. He seems like he'd be a perfect fit as my servant, Lavis thinks, giving him a cool nod. Later that evening, the sun is setting over the school, and Glasses is running beside him, asking if he got reincarnated from another world. He's like, "Were you a martial arts master? Or is this a virtual reality game?" Lavis sweat drops, wondering if this human is actually a genius who figured him out. He remembers a flashback in the demon realm, walking on a path of blood with Bambi. Bambi was explaining that human deaths shouldn't be treated lightly, since they are the gods who govern death, showing a massive wall of purple flames. Young Lavis was confused, pointing out that humans seem pretty busy killing each other anyway. Bambi agreed they are foolish, which is why the gods are there to manage them. Lavis didn't really care back then, stating he had no reason to ever visit the human world. Oh, the irony. Back in the present, Lavis is wondering how to keep Glasses quiet without breaking the rules. But Glasses just sighs, saying it would be nice if reincarnation actually existed, expressing how much he wishes he could just wake up in a fantasy world. Lavis looks at him, sensing the deep, miserable pain radiating from the kid's soul. They keep walking down the street, the orange sunset painting the city. Glasses smiles, saying he knows how long Minho must have held back before finally snapping. He looks at him with a warm, genuine smile. "You were amazing, Minho." Lavis's face instantly twists into pure, hilarious disgust. To receive praise from a human, ugh! Later that night, we see the high-rise apartment building where Minho lives. Lavis is sitting on his bed, analyzing his power and trying to figure out the logic. He looks at his hand, wondering how he bypassed the seal, looking out the window with a thoughtful expression. Then a smug grin spreads across his face. "Are there truly no limits for me, Lavis Vindicat?" he boasts, feeling himself. But deadpan anticlimax time, he instantly clutches his chest in pure agony. "RGH! The pain!" he screams, folding over. His human body is simply too weak to hold his massive demon soul. He's shivering under the blanket, complaining that his entire body aches, realizing that living as a mortal for even one day is a total nightmare. "With this much pain, I won't be able to sleep a single wink," he rages. 5 seconds later, he is fast asleep, drooling on his pillow. Outstanding. The sky transitions from night to day over the city, and morning light hits the school entrance once again. Glasses is walking with him, thanking him for finally giving them a peaceful school life. But Lavis is actually annoyed. "Forget peace! I want to fight! I need more mana!" Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice calls out, "Young Minho." Lavis stops, turning around with a flat stare. A massive delinquent with a scar on his cheek and actual fangs stands there. It's the older brother of the bully he beat up yesterday, and he's talking about protection fees. Lavis's face immediately lights up with a creepy, joyful grin. "Yes! More cursing! Please, insult my mother again!" he internally cheers. The bully tells him to follow him to the back alley, and Lavis is literally skipping behind him. They arrive at a dusty, abandoned construction site as the sun sets. The older brother lectures his younger sibling for getting beat up by a weakling, then turns to Minho, looking down on him like an annoying bug. He gets right in Lavis's face, trying to look intimidating and talking trash, and pokes him hard in the forehead. "Is that what your mother taught you? To beat up your friends? Huh?" the bully sneers. Lavis just looks up with the most terrifying, blissful smile. "Yeah, she did." The bully's face instantly twists in anger. "This brat?" He raises his hand to deliver a massive slap. "You're laughing at me?" Lavis tilts his head back, dodging the strike with millimeter precision. His left eye flashes bright red as he catches the bully's wrist in midair. The bully tries to pull back, but Lavis's grip is like a steel vise. "What the hell?" the bully panics, unable to move his hand. Lavis winds up his right fist, thanking his mother for the lovely power boost. And boom. He lands a devastating punch straight to the jaw, drawing blood instantly. He looks incredibly cool, his red eye glowing in the sunset. "Violence only shackles the physical body," he says calmly, "but a rotten voice devours the soul, and you guys have been very loud." The younger bully screams in terror as his brother gets absolutely demolished. The older brother coughs on the floor, yelling at his gang to destroy him. The rest of the delinquents step up, and Lavis just smiles. A group fight? Even better. He goes full John Wick, dodging strikes and launching bullies into the air with heavy kicks. We get a crisp close-up of his red eye as he delivers another strike, knocking teeth loose and sending blood flying across the alleyway. Glasses is screaming in the back, his mind completely blown by the spectacle. One bully gets kicked so hard, he crashes straight through the wooden scaffolding. Lavis slowly lowers his hand, completely unbothered, and lets out a satisfied sigh as the dust settles. All the bullies are lying on the ground, groaning in pain. How refreshing, he says. He remembers his uncle, the god of violence, who always said violence is the best. Lavis literally stands under a beam of divine light, praying, "Thank you, uncle." But as he's celebrating, his red eye catches something in the dark crack of the wall. A small black rat with glowing red eyes is quietly watching him. The rat's eye shines with a magical resonance. We see the rat's perspective, recording Lavis's every move, and back in the demon realm, someone is watching the feed on a crystal ball. A traditional shoe steps on a defeated blue demon's head, revealing the wild pink-haired uncle sitting on his throne, smiling at his nephew's success. Banby stands in the shadows, thinking about the blood soul stone he secretly gave Lavis. He smiles a dangerous, scheming smile. Just how long can you hold out, Lavis? It turns out not everyone is thrilled that Lavis single-handedly liquidated the entire Hilt family, and the noble factions are currently coping and seething about the power vacuum. Banby, our favorite shady official in the red cloak, is just standing there looking smug, because he knows exactly how stubborn the prince is. Then we have Barkin, the uncle and literal god of violence, lounging around and calling the Demon King heartless for exiling his own son to the human trash can so quickly. Banbei defends the boss, claiming that ruling requires absolute power, which is a classic case of demon middle management desperately sucking up to the CEO. But Barkin is not buying it, preferring to reminisce about how Lavis was always a complete menace, even back when he was a toddler. Cue the flashback of baby Lavis casually using other noble demon kids as chairs, proving that this man did not develop his lack of respect for authority, he was born with it. Barkin then calls Banby out directly, asking if his fond memories are the reason he secretly smuggled the blood soul stone to Lavis as a parting gift. Banby immediately switches the topic like a guilty kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, announcing he is ready to manifest the connection to the human world. Barkin gets that creepy, fanged grin on his face, telling him to put the show on because the gods are literally treating our guy's survival struggle like a premium streaming service. Banby stirs up his dark magic pool, calling forth the souls of the Hilt family remnants who managed to escape down to the human world to rebuild their forces. He notes that Lavis is inevitably going to cross paths with these survivors, which is basically the author dropping a massive red flag for the next major arc. Barkin watches the screen intensely as the dark magic takes shape. The dark demonic mana swirls around Bambi's hand like a physical storm, channeling the portal's connection. Banbei looks pleased with himself, loving the drama, while back in the human realm, things are getting significantly more complicated. Barkin is just hyped, looking forward to seeing how his nephew handles the incoming disaster. Meanwhile, the prince himself is preparing to face what he calls true darkness. And by true darkness, he means a boiling pot of super spicy street food, while Sungmin is sitting across from him, absolutely vibrating with excitement over yesterday's fight. The nerd is acting like he just watched an IMAX movie in 4D, fully invested in the hype train. But Minho is currently in the trenches, literally crying from the spice level while sweat drips down his face. Sungmin points out that he is weeping, but Minho claims it is just sweat coming from his eyes, because a demon prince refusing to admit defeat to a basic rice cake is peak comedy. But the wholesome lunch meeting is cut short when Sungmin's phone starts vibrating on the table. Sungmin looks at the caller ID, Jin Jae-hee, and his soul instantly leaves his body, looking like he just saw his bank account balance drop to zero. Minho, still chewing on a sausage, asks why he is not picking up, showcasing an impressive lack of social awareness. Sungmin stammers out a pathetic excuse about an urgent call and scrambles to leave. He tells Minho to enjoy the food and literally sprints out of the restaurant like his life depends on it. Minho watches him go with that classic deadpan gaze, because he might have a weak human body, but his brain is still functioning perfectly. He knows his only friend is hiding something massive, and in this neighborhood, secrets usually end with someone getting buried. We cut to a shady alleyway on the bad side of town, the kind of place where streetlights go to die. Inside a metal door, we find Jin Jae-hee's local establishment, which is definitely not a high-end salon. Jae-hee is holding a professional-grade tattoo gun, but she is not working on a cool tribal sleeve design. She is currently pinning a screaming guy to a table, calmly telling him to hold still so she does not accidentally slip. She lectures him about the importance of financial responsibility, pointing out a wall of Polaroids showing other debtors she has rehabilitated, and by rehabilitate, she means she literally tattooed the word thief across his forehead, which is a permanent loss on his resume. Right on cue, her giant lackey drags Sungmin into the room, and Jae-hee looks up with a dead-eyed stare. Sungmin is literally shaking, his knees about to buckle as he stands in front of the local mafia princess. Jae-hee smiles like a creepy sleep paralysis demon and invites Sungmin to come take a closer look at her latest art project. The overhead medical light shines down on the victim like a spotlight in a horror movie. She grabs Sungmin by the jaw, squeezing his face and forcing him to stare directly at the bleeding brand on the debtor's forehead. She asks him if he understands what this means, showing she is not exactly subtle about her management style. She spells it out for him, explaining that this is what happens to people who do not keep their promises. Then she leans in close, her eyes glowing purple as she asks how his coding project is coming along. Sungmin stammers, trying to find the words to explain that his code has bugs. He is literally trying to explain software architecture to a woman who brands people for a living, which is a massive mismatch of energy. Jae-hee is not a software tester, so she does not care about bugs, telling him this is not a joke. She calls him slow and raises the tattoo gun, the buzzing sound filling the quiet room. Her goons pin Sungmin down as she threatens to engrave the brand directly on his hand. Sungmin screams in terror, begging her to stop. Jae-hee stops the gun right above his skin and tells him this is his absolute last warning. She tells him to listen carefully because she is not known for her patience. She points to the foaming debtor on the table, asking if he wants to join him. She pulls him close by the hair, whispering that he needs to finish the app immediately, leaving Sungmin completely broken. Later that night, the stars are out, but nobody in this story is sleeping peacefully. Sungmin is in his room, the glow of his dual monitors illuminating the dark space as he types furiously. He clenches his fists, staring at the screen and wondering if he is actually going to go through with this. He is coding a shady app that will probably destroy lives, but he doesn't have a choice, because if he does not deliver the finished product, Jae-hee is going to deliver him to a shallow grave. It is a classic cybercriminal origin story, except the mastermind is a traumatized teenager wearing high school pants. Meanwhile, at Minho's apartment building, our main character is dealing with a very different kind of crisis. He is rolling around on his mattress in absolute agony, clutching his stomach and cursing his human hardware. It turns out running high-tier demonic mana through a body that has never seen a gym in its life is a terrible idea. He is literally suffering from severe muscle backlash, flinging his shirt off in frustration. Ravis refuses to let a weak human frame hold him back, dropping to the floor to start doing push-ups. He is shouting to the heavens, declaring that he will whip this trash body into shape no matter what. He is literally trying to grind stats in real life, because most people go to the gym for aesthetics, but our guy is working out to prevent his soul from disintegrating. The next morning, blue skies, fluffy clouds, and the illusion of a normal school day. We see the high school building looking clean and peaceful, but it is not going to stay that way for long. Sungmin is standing in the corridor, staring down at his phone with a completely hollow expression. He is holding a metallic custom device loaded with the completed black market app. His eyes are wide with panic because he knows what he just created is too dangerous to exist. He realizes that if this gets out, people are going to get hurt. But then he remembers Jae-hee's cold, menacing face telling him to make sure it's ready. He is trapped between a rock and a very tattooed hard place. He clenches his fist in absolute despair, wondering what on earth he should do. Suddenly, a hand drops on his shoulder with a casual greeting, and Sungmin literally jumps out of his skin, screaming. It's just Minho, looking at him with his classic deadpan expression, asking why he is so twitchy. Sungmin looks at his friend and has a momentary urge to ask for help, remembering how easily Minho handled the delinquents, but he immediately shuts that thought down. He knows that no matter how strong Minho has gotten, getting involved with a syndicate like Jin Jae-hee's is a death sentence. He decides to carry the burden alone, preferring to get crushed rather than let his only friend get hurt, which is peak side character loyalty. Just as they are talking, a girl with long orange hair walks past them, and Minho suddenly stops, his head snapping back. He sniffs the air because he recognizes that scent, a very specific foul odor he hasn't smelled since he left the demon realm. Before he can analyze it, the girl, Sungye, suddenly collapses face first onto the hallway floor. The hallway erupts into chaos as students start crowding around, screaming for someone to get the nurse. Sungmin immediately rushes to her side, asking if she is okay. But when they roll her over, the scene is pure horror. Her nose is bleeding, black liquid is foaming from her mouth, and her eyes are rolled back. Sungmin recoils in absolute terror, falling backward onto the floor. Minho's left eye flashes red because he senses a massive wave of pure demonic energy radiating from her body. A teacher runs over, yelling for everyone to make way as the crowd panics. He lifts the foaming girl onto his back to carry her to the infirmary as fast as possible, but as he hoists her up, her skirt lifts slightly, revealing a black magic circle tattooed on her thigh. Minho's eyes narrow because he recognizes that pattern. It is the official family crest of the noble House of Hilt. the family he literally eradicated back in the demon realm, making him realize this is not a coincidence and he needs answers immediately. Cut to the hospital later that night, where the quiet, sterile hallways are a perfect place for a secret investigation. Minho walks down the corridor, hood pulled low, looking like a suspicious character from an anime. A female police officer stationed outside Sun-Ye's room spots him and tells him to halt, explaining that visitors aren't allowed. Minho turns to face her, his expression completely blank. He steps in close, catching her off guard. His red eye glows with a hypnotic pink light as he whispers a command of oblivion. The officer's eyes instantly go blank as the mind control takes hold. Her eyes swirl with pink magical energy as her brain goes on a temporary vacation. She slowly sits back down, her mind completely wiped of the last 10 seconds. Minho slips past her and quietly opens the door to the patient's room. He notes that even with his garbage human mana reserve, basic demon brainwashing is still possible, though it won't last long. He closes the door behind him, stepping into the dark room. Sun-Ye is sitting up in bed reading a book, but she looks up, startled, and asks who the hell he is. Minho stands there in the shadows, demanding to know her true identity. She gets defensive, telling him to get out, but Minho immediately grabs her wrist with a crushing grip. She screams in pain, dropping her book as she tries to pull away from his grip. Minho looks down at her with cold, dead-eyed authority because he is not in a talking mood. He stares directly at the fresh hilt family crest tattooed on her arm, demanding to know why a mere human is carrying that brand. She stammers, terrified, claiming she has no idea what he is talking about. Minho decides to drop the friendly high school classmate act. His left eye flares with a brilliant, blazing red light. He tells her that if she wants to avoid a fate worse than death, she had better start talking. The girl's eyes widen as she is hit by a wave of pure, unadulterated terror. Behind Minho, a massive, towering black skull of demonic smoke erupts, its pink eyes glowing as she realizes she is standing in front of a literal demon. The girl is completely paralyzed with fear as Minho demands she speak up immediately. She breaks down, sobbing and screaming that she doesn't know anything and that Jae-hee made her do it. She explains that she had to get the Hilt family crest tattoo to join Jae-hee's crew, and that Jae-hee promised to give her special diet pills in return. Minho releases her arm, leaning in to sniff the faint sweet scent coming off her skin. His eyes widen slightly because he recognizes that scent, the unmistakable fragrance of a forbidden demonic plant. To understand why this scent matters, we have to look back at a memory from the demon realm, specifically a forbidden location known as Ravis. We see a massive, dark, spiral stone staircase descending into the absolute depths of the underworld. A young Bambay, still wearing his orange glasses but looking much younger, is nervously telling a young Lavis that this is a restricted area. Young Lavis, looking like an adorable little menace with his tiny red horns, smirk, and sharp fangs, tells Bambay not to be such a coward. Bambay's face twitches with anger as he sweats, clearly terrified of getting caught by the guards. He screams that he is not scared, he just doesn't want to get executed, but Lavis coldly tells him he can leave if he wants. Bambi grumbles and follows him anyway, muttering that he has no idea what crazy stunt the prince is going to pull next. Bambay looks around the dark stone corridors with absolute dread. They walk deeper into the damp, ancient stone hall where the air is heavy with decay. Bambay asks if he knows anything about the legends surrounding this place. Lavis tells him he doesn't know and doesn't care, and that Bambay needs to stop talking and just show him the way. Bambay explains that being in a dark, silent place like this reminds him of a famous, creepy legend. He tells him about demons who possess magical eyes that transcend their race. He explains that there are two ways they lose their sight. Either they go blind from seeing something too bright, or their eyes literally rot away from seeing nothing at all in the dark. Lavis suddenly tells him to shut up, gesturing toward a door. He points to a dark room, announcing that there is something inside. Bambi peeks over his shoulder, his orange sunglasses slipping down his nose as his eyes go wide. Lavis immediately steps into the room, telling him they should get closer. Bambi panics, warning him it's dangerous, as they spot a bright purple flower growing on the floor. But then they look closer, and Bambi gasps, asking if this corpse is Jeremy Hilt. The blue-skinned demon is lying flat on his back, completely lifeless, and growing directly out of his eye sockets and chest are beautiful, glowing purple flowers. Lavis, being the absolute madman he is, immediately reaches down and grabs the stem, while Bambi screams at him not to touch it. Lavis yanks it up, and the thorny, crimson roots of the flower come out, dripping with thick, dark blood, as Lavis covers his nose, complaining about the horrific smell. Bambi is completely frozen in shock, staring at the plant with absolute dread. He stammers out the name of the legendary forbidden weed, a festering flower. Back in the hospital room, Minho looks down at Seungye, realizing that the diet pills she took are actually made from refined festering flowers. Seungye is weeping, begging him to spare her life. Minho turns away, staring out the window into the dark night. Outside, hanging from a tree branch under the moonlight, is a black bat with glowing red eyes. The bat is watching him intensely, its eyes gleaming as it notes that Lavis has already encountered the flower. It whispers that it is looking forward to seeing how this plays out, proving Barkin and Bambi aren't the only ones watching our guy. Later that night, we cut to a grimy urban street, where the city looks quiet, but the underground is currently boiling. Minho walks down a narrow, dirty alleyway surrounded by old air conditioning units. He stops outside a familiar green door, having successfully tracked down Jin Jae-hee's tattoo parlor. He stands there, realizing that the combination of the Hilt family crest and the festering flower cannot be a coincidence. He hears loud, laughing voices coming from the corridor nearby. 4 thugs are walking down the hall, talking about how some boss named Young Moo is desperate to find Sung Min. One of the thugs, a blonde guy wearing a blue shirt, is laughing hysterically, tossing a small blue candy in his hand. He proudly brags about the candy, calling it a blue ribbon, the gang's latest highly lucrative product. The black-haired thug tells him to quit stuffing his face, warning him that the side effects of the new product are absolutely insane. The blonde thug doesn't care, laughing that as long as it feels good, he'll keep popping them. As they walk past, Minho spots a massive black tattoo of the Hilt family crest on the blonde guy's neck. He catches that same sweet, rotten scent of the festering flower radiating off him. Minho steps into their path, casually asking if they got those matching tattoos from Jin Jae-hee too. The thugs stop, looking at him like he has lost his mind, as the blonde guy steps forward, asking if he is a friend of Jae-hee's. He gets directly in Minho's face, patronizingly grabbing his chin and telling him to show some respect to his elders. Minho's left eye instantly flashes with a bright crimson light because his demon pride has been violated once again. Before the blonde thug can even blink, Minho grabs his hand, snaps it, and delivers a brutal punch to his face. The impact is absolute, sending the blonde guy flying and slamming into the concrete floor with a broken nose. The other thugs freeze in shock as the black-haired thug screams, asking who the hell sent him. He lunges with a massive punch, but Minho casually ducks under the strike. He counterattacks with a devastating punch that breaks the thug's jaw, sending blood spraying everywhere. Another thug slides across the floor, completely terrified by the sudden violence. The last thug pulls out a knife, screaming that Minho is dead meat. He slashes wildly, but Minho's reflexes are on another level. Minho lands a perfect, bone-crushing punch directly into his face, shattering his teeth. The thug collapses in a heap, groaning in agony. The knife thug tries to sneak up from behind, but Minho spins around, landing a massive flying kick. He lands smoothly on his feet, his posture perfect. He looks down at the bleeding, broken gang members, coldly asking where Jin Jae-hee is. But suddenly, the blonde thug on the floor starts twitching, purple veins popping on his face as he mutters a curse. He stands up, his eyes completely blank and bloodshot, foaming at the mouth as a dark aura surrounds him. Minho's eye widens as he senses the thug's demonic energy suddenly spike to a ridiculous level. The crazed thug lunges at him with inhuman speed, his hands clawing at the air. Minho barely dodges, realizing the festering flower drug has temporarily enhanced the human's physical abilities to match a demon's. The thug lands a heavy sweeping kick on Minho's leg. Minho is sent flying, crashing onto the concrete floor. The thug leaps into the air, screaming like a rabid animal as he prepares to stomp Minho into the ground. He throws a massive punch downward, his arm swollen with demonic veins. Minho blocks the strike, his left eye glowing red as he grunts in frustration, knowing he needs to end this quickly. While Minho is fighting for his life, we cut back to the gang's main headquarters. Inside a dimly lit warehouse, the gang leader, Ju Young Moo, is lounging on a leather couch while a battered, half-naked thug kneels on the floor, crying and begging for mercy. Jae-hee is standing nearby, looking extremely uncomfortable, while Young Moo plays with a blue rose, calmly ignoring the pleas. He mentions that the hilt crest tattoo and the blue ribbon drug are selling well, but they caught this specific guy skimming from the supply. The kneeling debtor sobs, screaming that he was wrong and begging for just one more chance. Young Moo doesn't even look at him, embodying the definition of a cold, psychopathic boss. Jae-hee looks down, sweating under her wild black hair, sensing the dark aura radiating from her boss. Young Moo reaches into the vase on the table, pulling out one of his blue flowers. As he lifts it, the petals fade, revealing the blood-dripping, thorny roots of the festering flower. The debtor watches him approach, his eyes wide with absolute horror. He screams for forgiveness, his body trembling as the shadowy figure of Young Moo looms over him. He begs him to stop, screaming in pure terror, but young Mu has zero mercy, raising the bloody, thorny flower high into the air. He forcefully jams the plant directly into the screaming man's face. A massive burst of dark purple demonic energy erupts from the contact point, the thorns tearing into the man's flesh. The man screams in agonizing pain as the raw demonic energy floods his system, rapidly destroying his human soul. Jae-hee looks away, her face pale, because even though she has seen some awful things, this level of cruelty is on another level. The man collapses onto the floor, his body turning gray and foaming black liquid as the festering flower completely consumes his life force. Young Mu stands over the fresh corpse, holding the flower like a dark trophy. He calmly wipes the blood off his hand, declaring that in his organization, there are no second chances. He looks at his remaining crew, asking if everyone understands that simple rule. His goons sweat, nodding frantically because nobody wants to be the next fertilizer for his garden. Young Mu then turns his gaze to Jae-hee, asking her if she understands too. He stares at her with glowing red eyes, his voice dripping with venom. Jae-hee looks down at her own tattooed arm, her body trembling. Young Mu tells her to stop wasting his time and bring him the finished app immediately. Jae-hee bows her head, sweating profusely as she stammers out that she understands. She knows that if Sungmin doesn't deliver the completed code by tonight, her face is going to be the next one eating a festering flower. She walks out into the dark night, her mind racing as she tries to find a way to save her own skin. She panics, muttering that she is going to end up dead at this rate. She pulls out her phone and frantically dials Sungmin's number, screaming for the brat to pick up. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, a phone lies on a desk, vibrating loudly. Sungmin is sitting at his computer, looking at the glowing screen with dread. He slowly reaches for the phone, his hand trembling as he answers the call. He stammers a quiet hello into the receiver, but the voice on the other end is not Jin Jae-hee's, as we see the bloody, beaten face of one of the gang members holding a phone. We look down at the grimy alleyway where 5 heavily armed gangsters are currently lying unconscious on the ground, completely destroyed. Sungmin freezes, completely confused by the quiet, battered breathing on the other end. And then, a familiar, cold voice speaks through the phone as Minho, standing in the dark alleyway under his hood, asks if he knows Jin Jae-hee, opening up a whole new set of problems. Our guy is currently standing in the wreckage of Jin Jae-hee's tattoo shop, calmly holding a phone he confiscated from a freshly bruised thug. On the other end, Sungmin is practically screaming, completely losing his mind over how Minho even knows that name. Minho looks down at the pile of unconscious gang members he just used as floor mats, casually explaining that her caller ID was plastered on the screen. He asks Sungmin if he knows where this lovely lady lives. Sungmin is sweating bullets, panicking that the gang has somehow gotten to Minho, but Minho just shrugs it off. He explains that he went searching on his own to confirm a few things and is currently chilling in the empty tattoo shop. But as he is talking, he hears a soft rustling sound from the stairs behind him. He turns around and finds a small, sleek white cat with massive gold eyes and a tiny horn on its head, staring right back at him. Sungmin is still screaming through the receiver, begging Minho not to get involved with Jae-hee and promising that he is heading over to find him right now. Before Minho can reply, the line goes dead. He looks at the blank screen of the phone, slightly annoyed by the interruption. He drops the phone and walks over to the white cat, which is currently playing with a brass bell on the floor like a completely innocent domestic pet. The cat slowly backs away, keeping a single paw on the bell while sweating profusely. Minho stares at it with absolute suspicion, calling it a furry animal and demanding that it stop pretending. He reaches down and lifts the cat by the scruff of its neck, holding it up like a wet gym sock. He asks if it understands what he is saying, while the cat tries to play dumb with some classic meowing. Our guy is not in the mood for pet play. His left eye flashes with a brilliant crimson light as he tells the creature to make itself understandable. The sheer pressure of his demonic aura is so intense that the cat completely breaks character, screaming out a very human response. Minho notes that this creature has been keeping a very close eye on him lately. He lists its previous disguises, pointing out that it was a rat on day 1, a bat yesterday, and now a cat. He asks what exactly this creature is. The cat, terrified of getting turned into a fur coat, confesses its true identity as a professional monitor dispatched from the demon realm. She explains that her job is to discreetly observe the exiled inmates, though she internally notes that Lavis's current mana pool is so pathetic she can barely believe he is a prince. She nervously asks how he managed to spot her in the first place, and Minho tells her that her stealth skills are absolutely garbage. He points out that she is literally standing on 2 legs like a cartoon character. The cat gasps, immediately falling back onto all fours. Minho decides there is no point in continuing the interrogation. His red eye flares as he demands the creature's true master to reveal himself. A pink, magical seal flashes inside the cat's gold eye, establishing a direct psychic link. And we cut back to the demon realm, where Bambi is sitting in his grand office, smiling behind his orange sunglasses because the prince caught on much faster than he expected. A magical projection of Minho appears upside down in Bambi's office. Minho instantly calls him a bastard, asking if this entire setup is his doing. He demands to know what kind of elaborate scheme Bambi is plotting this time. Bambi acts completely innocent, claiming he has absolutely no idea what the prince is talking about. Minho drops the accusation, realizing Bambi is too slippery to confess, and decides to ask a much more pressing question. He points out that something is seriously wrong with the human world, asking if exiled inmates are actually allowed to use demonic power here. Through the cat, Bambi explains that there are always exceptions to the rules, no matter where you go. He tells Minho that he will figure out the truth soon enough, and asks if there is anything else he wants to know. Minho mentions the sweet, rotten scent of the festering flower, noting that its presence is incredibly strong in this city. He reminds Bambi of the time they found the flower growing on a corpse back in the demon realm, asking if he remembers that smell. Bambi gets serious, admitting that the flower is strictly forbidden in the demon realm and that the administrators already know Hilt's beasts have smuggled it to Earth. Minho realizes that the remnants of the Hilt family, the noble house he supposedly wiped out, are still active and hiding in the human world. Bambi chuckles, warning him that the human world has become a chaotic stage filled with deep conspiracies. But then he smirks, suggesting that since Minho is already down there, he might as well do them a favor and wipe out the rest of the Hilt survivors. The cat is completely lost, looking between them and asking what they are talking about. She tries to interrupt, but Minho is too busy processing the scale of the conspiracy. She lets out a confused meow as the psychic link begins to fade. Minho stands in the quiet alleyway, his face cast in shadow, realizing the game is much larger than some high school delinquents. He mutters a curse under the dark night sky. Meanwhile, the city lights flicker below, completely unaware of the demonic drug trade running through the streets. On a different street, Jae-hee is pacing back and forth, staring at her phone in frustration because she can't get a signal. She is screaming into the receiver, calling Sung-min a crazy bastard for not answering her calls. She hangs up, muttering about how incredibly irritating this entire situation has become. She stares at the screen, realizes that Sung-min is officially ignoring her. We cut to a local internet cafe where a guy named Seong-jun is casually playing a game on a high-end PC. His phone rings, and Jae-hee's voice screams through the speaker, ordering him to the office immediately. Jae-hee is walking down the street, her eyes wild as she announces that they are going to catch Sung-min tonight, no matter what. The dark clouds gather over the city, signaling that the storm is about to hit. Back in the alleyway, Minho looks down at the white cat, asking if she knows the layout of the human world since she is a professional monitor. The cat proudly sits on the stairs, boasting that she regularly updates her database on all the human inmates and has excellent detection skills. Minho coldly tells her to return to her true form. The cat flinches, completely caught off guard by the sudden command. Minho's face turns dark and terrifying, asking if he needs to force the transformation for her. The cat screams in terror, promising to do it herself. She lets out a loud shriek as a bright pink magical light engulfs her body. The light fades, revealing a super cute demon girl with long blue hair, tiny red bows, and elf ears, posing gracefully. She lands softly on the concrete floor, smiling with closed eyes, clearly proud of her looks. Minho stares at her for a long, deadpan second before bluntly pointing out that she looks incredibly weak. He sits back down on the stairs, noting that Bambi must have had some reason for sending her, and asks for her name. The blue-haired girl looks down sheepishly, admitting that she doesn't actually have a personal name. Minho decides to name her Street since he literally found her on the street, telling her never to forget her humble origins. That is peak main character behavior. The girl's eyes sparkle with absolute wonder as she repeats the name. She instantly brightens up, smiling with pure joy and thanking Lord Lavis for his generosity. She is practically floating with happiness as Minho commands her to tell him everything she knows about the local drug operation. Cut to the city skyline at sunset. The clock is ticking for Sung-min. Speaking of Sung-min, we see him running through the streets, completely out of breath. He is sweating, terrified that Minho is in danger because of him, and regretting that he didn't refuse the gang's offer from the very beginning. We get a quick flashback to how this mess started. Sung-min was running happily with a bouquet of yellow flowers and a trophy under his arm. He had just won the prestigious App Challenge Award and was on top of the world. But his celebration was cut short when a cold, unfamiliar voice called out his name from the shadows. He turned around and found a white van parked in the alley, with Ju Young-moo, Jae-hee, and several massive goons standing there waiting for him. Sungmin froze, his instincts telling him to run, but his legs wouldn't move. Young Moo mocked his achievement, laughing that the prize money for his hard work was basically pocket change. Jae-hee smiled like a shark, calling him an honored guest and ordering her men to pack him into the van. Sungmin screamed as they grabbed him, dropping his beautiful bouquet of flowers onto the dirty pavement. Inside the van, Sungmin sat huddled in the corner while the gang members stood outside, casually smoking. Young Moo sat across from him, calmly telling him to stop shaking because this was just a business transaction. He opened a briefcase filled with 50 million won in cash, telling Sungmin to hand over the location app he developed. Sungmin tried to protest, crying that he didn't create the software to be used for criminal distribution. Young Moo just stared at him with cold, empty eyes, completely unimpressed by his moral objections. He leaned in close, whispering that Sungmin's opinion on the matter was completely irrelevant. Sungmin was left in absolute silence, realized he was completely trapped. Back in the present, Sungmin is running as fast as his legs can carry him, desperate to reach the tattoo shop before Minho gets hurt. He sprints down the dark streets, his chest burning. But as he turns a corner, he slams directly into a massive, solid chest. He recoils, rubbing his head and stammering out an apology. He looks up, and his heart stops. It's Jae-hee's enforcers, standing there with smug grins. The gray-haired goon laughs, noting that they don't even have to search for him anymore. Sungmin backs away, his eyes wide with terror. He is completely surrounded in the dark alleyway by Jae-hee and her crew. Jae-hee steps forward, her face twisted in a menacing grin as she tells him his free trial of life has officially expired. Sungmin is thrown onto the concrete floor of a hidden basement. Jae-hee's giant enforcer looms over him, coldly explaining that his only job now is to manage the server backend for their drug app if he wants to stay alive. Sungmin sits on the floor, trembling and begging them to give him just a second to explain. Jae-hee leans in, her eyes dead, warning him that they are watching his every move, so he shouldn't get any bright ideas about calling the cops. The goons leave him in the sterile computer room, locked inside with high-end server racks. Sungmin clutches his head in absolute despair, weeping that his life is officially over. Outside the room, the henchmen chat, laughing about how much of a pathetic pushover the genius developer turned out to be. Jae-hee checks her phone, confirming that the app Sungmin built is called I'm Here. The goons are slightly confused, asking how a simple real-time location-sharing app is supposed to help them distribute drugs. Inside the room, Sungmin stares at his monitor, muttering that even the name of his proud creation is going to be dragged through the mud. The screen displays the clean, professional logo of the I'm Here application. Suddenly, the heavy doors creak open, and Ju Young-moo steps into the corridor. The enforcers immediately straighten up and bow. Young-moo explains that the app Sungmin built is actually the absolute core of their entire Blue Ribbon expansion project. He explains that once they have the real-time location data of all their buyers, they can manipulate the market and run the syndicate with perfect efficiency. The real-time location tracking will allow them to run instant, localized drug deals without getting caught by patrol cops. It is basically Uber Eats, but for illegal demonic substances. The gray-haired goon grins, asking if they are finally ready to launch the Blue Ribbon business for real. Young-moo's eyes narrow as he contemplates the scale of their upcoming empire. He holds up a single blue-wrapped piece of candy, the refined version of the festering flower. He smirks, declaring that it is finally time to show their product to the world. The scene shifts to the high school the next morning under a bright, sunny sky. A student is showing her phone to her friend, telling her to download this cool new app and add her. The phone displays the I'm Here logo with a promotional offer promising a massive cash bonus for every friend request accepted. The classroom instantly erupts into excitement. The girls are screaming, hyping up the free money they can make just by adding 3 classmates. One of the popular girls grabs a quiet student, ordering her to download the app immediately so she can claim her referral bonus. Another group of girls gasps, pointing out that there is even a special promotional event for new users. The screen shows a bright advertisement, Sin Up event, get a free Blue Ribbon diet supplement just for joining. The girls squeal over how pretty the packaging is. They are literally giving away highly addictive demon drugs disguised as weight loss pills to high school girls. That is exceptionally dark. At sunset, Minho stands on a rooftop looking down at the city. He notes that the app's user base has spiked exponentially in just 24 hours. Meanwhile, in their hideout, Jae-hee and her associate are laughing, staring at the live user metrics on their phones and praising Young-moo's brilliant marketing strategy. Jae-hee is sitting in a red chair in her trashed parlor, demanding to know if they have found the bastard who beat up her men and destroyed her shop yet. The goon mentions he checked the security footage, but things got weird. Jae-hee looks completely baffled, asking why on earth there would be a bat in her shop. The goon shows her the monitor, which displays a massive, blurry close-up of a bat staring directly into the camera lens with glowing red eyes. Jae-hee screams, demanding to see the other camera feeds. The next monitor shows a giant, chubby rat face pressed completely flat against the camera glass. The goon curses, realize the pests have somehow blocked every single angle. Our guy's monitors literally photobomb the security system. Jae-hee slams her hand down, screaming about how none of this makes any logical sense. Suddenly, the goon's phone vibrates, showing the time is exactly 5 past 5. The goon calls out her name, interrupting her tantrum. Jae-hee snaps back, asking what he wants. He tells her that the new shipment of blue ribbon stock has just arrived at the harbor. Jae-hee's expression instantly goes cold. The sun sets over the urban landscape, casting a deep orange glow over the concrete jungle. Minho stands in a dark alleyway, his expression completely bored as he waits. Suddenly, Street pokes her cat head out of a nearby concrete pipe, looking around nervously. Minho calls out her name. She scampers out, turning into her human form and sheepishly complaining that she has put on some weight recently. Minho ignores her rambling, demanding a report on the investigation he ordered. Street's eyes sparkle with excitement as she boasts that it was incredibly difficult, but she finally tracked down the main supply. We see a flashback of the blonde thug Minho beat up earlier, lying unconscious on the floor with blue candy wrappers scattered around him. Minho had picked up one of the discarded candies, sniffing it and instantly recognizing the distinct sweet scent of the festering flower. He had realized the thugs were using the refined flower to temporarily boost their physical limits, but notes that cultivating this forbidden plant requires a living host. He wondered how a low-level human gang managed to get their hands on a demonic plant that was supposedly eradicated centuries ago. Back in the present, Street explains that the candy is being distributed under the name Blue Ribbon and is spreading rapidly through schools disguised as diet supplements. Minho asks if she located the main manufacturing facility. Street looks down nervously, admitting that because the gang is operating in absolute secrecy, tracking the exact source of the raw materials is nearly impossible. Minho's face turns into a classic comedic scowl, asking her if she actually found out anything useful at all. Street flinches, waving her hands in panic. She points to a passing cargo truck, explaining that because the shipment volume is so massive, they can easily locate the main warehouse by tracking the heavy trail of demonic miasma it leaves behind. Minho pokes her forehead, asking why she didn't just go there in the first place instead of waiting for him. Street whines, claiming Bambi strictly ordered her to accompany the prince at all times. Minho's eyes go cold as he asks if she is reporting his every single move back to the administrator. Street covers her head, weeping and begging for forgiveness, claiming she is just a lowly creature caught between two terrifying bosses. Minho looks down at her with absolute authority, telling her to make a choice right now. Either she serves him, or she serves Bombay. Street looks up, her eyes wide with conflict. Minho's massive shadow demon silhouette towers over her in the dark alleyway. He promises that if she chooses him, he will elevate her status so she never has to be a lowly creature again. Street instantly imagines herself as a super rich, elegant, noble demon lady draped in luxury. Her gold eyes sparkle. She drops to her knees, performing a perfect theatrical bow and swearing her eternal blood and flesh to his service. Minho smirks, holding out his hand and officially declaring her his personal subordinate. But as she accepts, a tiny, glowing golden ghost of Bambay's face suddenly pops out from her hair. Minho coldly smirks at the spectral spy, telling Bambay he can screw off now. With the spy network handled, Minho turns toward the street, telling Street it is time to pay a visit to the main manufacturing plant. The last light of dusk disappears, plunging the city into darkness. We cut to a massive, quiet shipping container yard on the edge of the city. Minho and Street walk silently between the towering metal crates. Street points toward a red container, announcing that the concentration of demonic energy inside is absolutely off the charts. Minho tells her to open it, but Street hesitates, pointing out that the heavy steel doors are wrapped in massive iron chains and padlocks. Our guy does not do lockpicking. He simply tells her to move, raises his fist, and punches the chains, completely shattering the heavy iron in a spectacular burst of sparks. Street watches in absolute awe. The heavy metal doors slowly creak open, but the moment the seal breaks, a horrific wave of rot hits them. Both of them immediately cover their noses, gagging from the overwhelming stench. Inside the shipping container, stacks of wooden crates are oozing a thick, swirling purple mist of pure demonic energy. Street holds her nose, crying that the sheer volume of the material is insane. Minho looks at the boxes with a dark, satisfied grin. We look down from above at the massive maze of shipping containers. Minho realizing that this is the jackpot. Street trembles behind him as they stand before the gang's entire stash, realizing they have just walked directly into the heart of the conspiracy. If they destroy this, the gang is going to be the least of their problems. Before we jump into the absolute carnage of the present, we need to talk about why our guy's uncle is currently laughing his pink-haired head off in the demon realm. We get a quick flashback to young Lavis's training days. His uncle, the god of violence, is casually tossing him around like a sack of potatoes, calling him weak. Young Lavis, looking like an angry little kitten with horns, calls him a vulgar excuse for an uncle, which only makes the man punch him harder. His uncle lands a heavy blow, showing that demon family bonding is just built different. The punch literally sends the prince sailing off the edge of a massive canyon wall. Lavis screams as he plummets toward the rocky ground, probably realizing his uncle has zero chill. The god of violence stands on the cliffside laughing, asking if the future prince is really going to die from a minor fall. He then leaps down after him to continue the beating. Lavis lands flat on his back at the bottom of the canyon, groaning in absolute pain. His uncle lands next to him, asking if he is dead yet. This is apparently how you teach a demon prince basic defense. But as Lavis sits up, his uncle suddenly stops, his expression turning serious. He looks down at a massive pile of rotting demon corpses scattered across the canyon floor. Lavis looks on, his eyes wide with genuine shock. And then, he sees the glowing red eyes of the corpses staring back at him. His uncle explains the ancient lore of the world, back when light and darkness were first sundered and incompatible entities were created to destroy one another. He talks about a forbidden ancient entity that refused to merge with any color and thrived in the shadows. Cuts to prehistoric humans looking absolutely baffled as they stare into a clearing. They find a human corpse covered in blooming purple flowers. The legend says the plant first bloomed at the very beginning of human history. It is the festering flower, a demonic weed that literally feeds on the discarded bodies of celestials and demons alike, driven by a deep desire for destruction. The flower's roots are covered in bloody, sharp thorns, designed to completely drain the life force of its host. The final destination of this flower's spread is the literal annihilation of the world. His uncle notes that the Demon King supposedly incinerated every single festering flower in existence during the Great Purge. Back in the present, Minho is thinking about that history lesson. He remembers his father, the king, claiming the flower was completely wiped out. He looks at the shipping containers in front of him, wondering how such a massive, illegal stockpile ended up in the human world. He tells Street that the forbidden flower actually first appeared in the human realm before spreading to the underworld. Street gasps, completely shocked. Minho explains that the human world is a chaotic middle ground where light and darkness are mixed, belonging to neither side but capable of leading to both. He notes that human history also claims the flower was eradicated thousands of years ago, but the reality in front of them suggests otherwise. He concludes that if the festering flower has appeared in both worlds simultaneously, someone with massive political power must have orchestrated the entire thing. Street agrees, holding her nose against the foul stench, but then her ears twitch as she hears a noise. Suddenly, a bright flashlight click echoes through the quiet container yard. The beam of light hits them directly, catching them right inside the open shipping container. A group of thugs is standing in the dark, holding flashlights and mocking them for crawling into a place they don't belong. One of the goons shines the light directly on Minho, screaming that this is the same bastard who trashed their tattoo shop. Street points dramatically, warning Minho that the woman standing in the center is Jin Jae-hee. Jae-hee looks absolutely furious, demanding to know who the hell he is to wreck her shop and how he managed to find their main warehouse. Minho totally ignores her anger, calmly asking if she is the one who manages these shipping containers. One thug laughs at his formal tone, while Jae-hee snarls, asking so what if she does? Minho asks her if she knows what kind of horrific raw materials are used to manufacture her precious drug. Jae-hee smirks, asking if he is trying to steal their trade secrets. She has no idea she is talking to a demon prince who literally executed the family who invented her product. Minho sighs, muttering that the drug trade is not technically his concern. But leaving a forbidden demon plant to rot in the human world just leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Jae-hee has heard enough. She reaches into her pockets, warning her men that Young Moo is going to skin them alive if they fail again. She tosses handfuls of blue ribbon candy to her thugs, offering them a special distribution. The giant enforcer and the other thugs catch the pills, looking ecstatic and asking if it is really okay to take this much for free. Jae-hee coldly tells them to shut up and eat it. The thugs frantically stuff the blue pills into their mouths, their bodies instantly starting to tremble as the high hits. Minho tells Street to stay back and hide, noting that her pathetic magic level will only get in his way. Street doesn't hesitate, immediately running for cover. The thugs' eyes glow purple and white as they undergo a massive drug-induced demonic power surge, growling like rabid animals. Jae-hee points at Minho, ordering her enhanced crew to stomp him into the dirt. The ground literally explodes under their feet as they launch forward with superhuman speed. The drug-crazed thugs sprint at Minho, but our guy just stands there, calling them arrogant fools who are completely unaware of what truly intoxicates them. His red eye glows wide as he welcomes the attack, noting that the yard is already overflowing with demonic energy. The fight is on. Minho duck rolls under a knife slash, his movements incredibly fluid despite his weak body. He lands a heavy kick right on a thug's chin, sending him flying backward with a sickening crunch. He ducks under a massive swing from the giant enforcer, his reflexes keeping him a step ahead. He pivots and lands a high-impact kick directly into the giant's face, but the giant manages to grab his leg mid-air. Minho grunts as another thug tackles him from behind, pinning his arms. Minho looks furious, calling them bastards as the thug screams insanely in his face. The thugs slam him onto the dirt, but Minho rolls with the momentum, breaking their grip. The giant enforcer raises his massive foot, preparing to stomp our guy's head into a pancake. Minho rolls out of the way just in time as the foot shatters the dirt, sliding back into a defensive crouch. Street peeks from behind a container, sweating and screaming for her lord. Jae-hee watches from the sidelines, looking completely confident that her enhanced boys have got this in the bag. The three drug-boosted thugs charge at Minho simultaneously, their eyes glowing with wild, purple energy. They surround him, throwing a flurry of punches and slashes. Minho blocks their blows, noting that their physical strength is much higher because of the increased dosage. Realizing he can't win a raw physical contest in this trash body, Minho gets a crazy smirk on his face. He leaps high into the air, landing on top of the shipping container. He slams his fist directly into the metal roof, punching a massive hole in the container with his raw mana. He reaches inside and grabs a wooden crate filled with raw, unrefined festering flower materials. He rips the box apart, releasing the contents. A massive, thick cloud of purple demonic gas erupts from the container, completely engulfing the thugs on the ground. They instantly drop to their knees, choking and coughing blood. Minho stands in the center of the toxic purple fog, breathing it in. He complains about the vulgar stench, but he has a sinister grin on his face. Because his left eye starts glowing insanely bright, he is literally absorbing the raw demonic gas, using the toxic smoke to completely recharge his magic battery. The thugs are on the ground, spitting blood and gasping for air as the raw miasma overwhelms their human lungs. Now that our guy is fully charged, it is time to accelerate. He moves like a purple blur, punching a thug before he can even blink. He slams another goon directly into the concrete, completely shattering his collarbone, and pivots to land a heavy strike on the next guy. He dodge rolls under a knife slash and sweeps the legs of the third thug, sending him spinning through the air. He steps on a fallen goon's face to launch himself forward. The giant thug lunges, screaming, but Minho's red eye is glowing with absolute malice. He punches the giant directly in the face, shattering his nose. Jae-hee screams for them to drag him down, while Street is running around in the background like a confused mascot. Minho grabs the massive giant thug by the waist, lifting him off his feet with a thunderous roar. He performs a massive German suplex, slamming the giant's head directly into the dirt road. The impact literally shakes the entire yard. Jae-hee is completely trembling, her face pale as she stammers, asking what kind of monster she is dealing with. Minho stands in the fading purple smoke, his face cast in shadow as his red eye glows. Jae-hee flinches in pure terror. The massive, dark silhouette of his true demon form looms behind him in the smoke. He looks down at the bleeding, broken thugs scattered on the ground like trash. Jae-hee is frozen, clutching her mouth and wondering if this high school kid is a literal ghost. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a prestigious ballet concours is underway in a grand, dimly lit theater. A young girl, Yuri, is performing a solo under a single spotlight. She spins gracefully on the stage, looking like a perfect, elegant dancer. In a private suite, a woman's voice, Kang Hyunju, is whispering that Yuri is her proud daughter. She is watching the performance on a giant flat-screen TV, bragging that with Yuri's talent, she will easily join the elite ballet company. Suddenly, the door opens, and Ju Young-moo walks in with a smug grin, calling her their favorite VIP customer. Hyunju stands up in a rage, demanding to know who these thugs are and how they dared to barge into her private suite. Young-moo's enforcer places a large glass jar filled with blue pills on the coffee table, politely explaining that they are just delivering her large order of blue ribbon. Hyunju instantly freezes, her anger vanishing as she stares at the jar. The reflection of her terrified, guilty face is shown on the glass of the pill jar. Young-moo sits down casually, telling her not to look so flustered since they handle everything from production to sales with absolute discretion. Hyunju looks at the demonic pills, nervously asking if her daughter is really going to be okay taking this much. Young-moo looks down at her with pure disgust, asking if she is really questioning the safety of the drug now. He points to the TV, reminding her that she has already fed plenty of those pills to her daughter to put her on that stage. On the screen, Yuri is spinning with unnatural superhuman speed, her movements completely defying human limits. Hyunju stares at the monitor, a sudden wave of dread hitting her. The camera zooms in on the ballerina's face. Her eyes are rolled back, black blood is dripping from her nose, and thick, dark veins are popping on her neck, just like Seungyi. Yuri raises her arm in a grotesque trembling stretch. Youngmoo casually comments that the girl must have been in a major hurry to win. The ballerina continues to dance like a possessed puppet, saliva dripping from her mouth. Hyunju screams her daughter's name, begging her to stop. Yuri's leg snaps, and she collapses violently onto the stage floor in front of the horrified judges. The theater audience erupts into panic, screaming and wondering what is wrong with the dancer. Hyunju falls to her knees, sobbing in despair as Youngmoo watches her with complete indifference. She turns to him, screaming and calling him a bastard, claiming he promised there wouldn't be any side effects. Youngmoo smirks, coldly pointing out that the promise only applied if she stuck to the proper dosage. He looks at the girl foaming on the TV screen, casually noting that her daughter is completely brain dead now. He tells her that Yuri is beyond hope and will have to live the rest of her vegetative life hooked on blue ribbon just to stay alive. Hyunju gasps in horror. Youngmoo smiles, noting that the girl won't survive a single day without their supply, making Hyunju their permanent VIP customer. But instead of mourning her daughter's life, the mother holds her head and weeps about how much money she invested in her ballet career. That is exceptionally vile, and honestly, she deserves whatever comes next. Youngmoo smirks at her pathetic reaction, completely satisfied with his leverage. But his moment of triumph is interrupted when his phone starts vibrating on the table. He picks it up, seeing Jin Jae-hee's name on the screen. He answers, asking what the hell she wants. The screen shows Jae-hee crying, begging for forgiveness, but then the camera pans to show Minho standing next to her. Minho coldly asks if he is the mastermind behind the blue ribbon. Youngmoo's eyes go wide with shock, his composure completely shattering as he stares at the high school kid holding his lieutenant hostage. Minho looks directly into the camera, telling Youngmoo that he has found him and they need to have a little chat. He immediately hangs up the call. Youngmoo stands up, his face twisted in anger, telling his client that something urgent has come up and he must leave. Back at the shipping container yard, the quiet night wind blows over the empty space. Minho stands in the center of the defeated thugs. Street asks why humans even do drugs, and Minho bluntly replies that it is because they are stupid and arrogant. He thinks about the high schoolers who are overconfident, thinking they are the one special person who won't get addicted, clinging to a tiny blue pill because they have nothing else to believe in. Street suddenly spots something, pointing toward the edge of the clearing. Jae-hee is trembling in the corner, holding her phone and crying out for Youngmoo. Minho walks over to her, asking if the tattoo shop was her doing as well. Suddenly, Youngmoo's voice echoes from behind them as he steps out of the forest, asking if they were looking for him. Minho doesn't even turn around, casually saying he has zero interest in a low-level thug like him. He points to the shipping container, asking where he got that plant. He notes that the festering flower is not something a mere human should ever be able to find. Youngmoo freezes, his eyes wide as he hears the phrase "Mirei human" come out of a high school kid's mouth. He stares at Minho, realizes that this kid is definitely not normal. We get a quick flashback to Youngmoo's childhood. The floor of a dirty apartment is covered in drug paraphernalia and trash. A young, red-haired Youngmoo is standing over his father, who is lying on the floor. Youngmoo is kicking him, demanding more drugs. He steps on his father's face, screaming at him to wake up. But his father lies completely still, his eyes wide and lifeless. Youngmoo realizes that his father has actually kicked the bucket. He looks at the corpse with pure frustration, cursing his father for spending his entire life on drugs only to die when Youngmoo needs a fix. He realizes that with his father dead, his supply is completely cut off. He goes into a drug-fueled rage, stomping the floor and screaming about how he is supposed to get more drugs now. He screams at his father's dead face, demanding answers. But then, his father's dead eyes suddenly snap open, glowing with a brilliant, sinister purple light. Youngmoo recoils in shock. The corpse slowly stands up, engulfed in thick, black demonic smoke. Youngmoo stammers, asking if he was dead. The giant, terrifying shadow of a demon rises from his father's body, asking if this man's death makes him sad. Youngmoo is completely frozen, staring at the monster. The demon tells him that if his sadness demands it, he can easily return his father to life. But Youngmoo suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter. He asks why the hell he would be sad about a trash father finally dying. He screams that he doesn't want his father back, he just wants the drugs. The demon's glowing eyes narrow, muttering that he sees. The demon reaches out, holding the purple festering flower and telling Young Mu to feed his father's corpse to the plant. He explains that with this sacrifice, their covenant will be established, and Young Mu will obtain the ultimate power he desires. The demon warns him that if anyone appears who betrays their loyalty or denies the festering flower, he must kill them. Young Mu accepts the flower, his eyes glowing with the same purple light as he repeats the command to kill. The young boy smiles with fangs, establishing a blood pact with bark and hilt. He raises the flower high, completely possessed by the demon's influence. Back in the present, Young Mu stands in the container yard, telling Minho that he is indeed a mere human, but his master has given him a new life. Minho looks at him, realizes that Young Mu made a contract with a hilt demon. Young Mu's eyes narrow, his dark energy flaring. Minho notes that he was right about the demon contract, but tells Young Mu that both he and his master are completely out of luck. He rolls up his sleeves, telling him that whatever trash demon he believes in, it won't save him tonight. Young Mu is furious, asking how a brat dares to insult his god. Young Mu commands his remaining thugs to drag Minho to his feet. In the background, Street is running away screaming. Minho grunts, raising his fists as the thugs charge. He wants to end this quickly. He moves like a flash of lightning, launching a counterattack. We cut to an ambulance speeding down the highway at night, its siren wailing. Inside, Jae-hee is holding the jar of blue ribbon pills over Sung-ye's oxygen mask, happily noting that their orders are skyrocketing. She smiles, bragging that blue ribbon is an absolute hit. Her associate agrees, laughing that expanding their VIP network nationwide will be incredibly easy at this rate. We see a young addict convulsing on the floor of his room, completely OD'd on the blue pills as the gang talks about global expansion. The goons laugh, noting that Young Mu has already opened up smuggle routes in China and Japan. Inside the gang's server room, Sung-min is sitting behind the glass window, watching them celebrate. He weeps, realizing that because of the app he coded, the demonic drugs are spreading across the country like wildfire. He clutches his chest, desperately praying for someone to stop this nightmare. Back at the yard, a thug is slammed headfirst into the concrete with a bone-shattering impact. Jae-hee is on her knees, screaming to Young Mu that this high school kid is a literal monster. Minho stands over the defeated crew, looking at Young Mu and asking when he is finally going to step up. Young Mu stands in silence, his face cold. The giant purple shadow of bark and hilt looms behind him, repeating the command to kill anyone who denies the flower. Young Mu reaches into his pocket, pulling out 3 blue ribbon pills. He jams them into his mouth, his face twisting into a demonic grin as the raw power of bark and hilt floods his body. Jae-hee is kneeling in the dirt, pointing at Minho and screaming that this high school kid is clearly connected to a rival syndicate because his powers make absolutely no sense. Minho just looks back at her, completely unfazed by the accusations. Suddenly, Young Mu launches himself from behind with terrifying speed, his purple eyes glowing in the dark as Minho's red eye spots the incoming strike. The attack comes incredibly fast, but Minho manages to raise his arms to block the blow, instantly realizing that Young Mu is on a completely different level than the regular thugs. Young Mu is shocked that a scrawny kid blocked his strike, asking if Minho has also received Barkin Hilt's personal blessing. He boasts that Barkin is his god, and his god alone, displaying some classic main character syndrome for a secondary villain. Minho closes his eyes, sniffing the foul air, and calmly states that he finally understands the source of this disgusting rotten stench. He looks directly at Young Mu, smirking as he asks if his so-called god is Barkin Hilt. Young Mu's eyes go completely wide with shock, his brain failing to process how a random human kid knows that name. Minho easily deflects his next blow, casually telling him that of all the demons to serve, choosing Barkin Hilt proves he has absolutely garbage taste. Young Mu screams, telling him not to insult the deity who saved his life, but Minho just sneers, mockingly agreeing with him. He calls Barkin a pathetic loser who only sought out a human host because he was too busy running away from his own palace during the purge. Young Mu loses his mind, launching a massive, ground-shaking smash that Minho barely manages to block. His red eye glints in the dark, remembering the cowardly hilt noble who fled like a rat. We get a quick flashback to the Demon Realm Palace, where a younger Lavis was casually slaughtering the Hilt family soldiers during the coup. Lavis stood covered in blood, roaring with laughter as he purged the palace of traitors. Among the chaos, a specific cowardly demon was shown running away through the side doors, abandoned his family to save himself. That coward was Barkin Hilt, the exact same demon who is currently being worshipped like a god on earth. Minho can't help but laugh, asking where that pathetic rat is hiding now. Young Mu is screaming in absolute fury. calling him a son of a bitch for insulting his master. His demonic aura flares, purple veins popping across his face. Minho covers his nose, complaining that the smell of Barkin's presence is genuinely making him gag. Youngmoo lunges forward, grabbing Minho by the throat and slamming him onto the dirt road, screaming that he will execute him with his own hands. Minho's eyes widen as he is pinned down by the sheer physical weight of the drug-enhanced host. Youngmoo lifts him up and slams him down again, determined to break his bones. Minho coughs, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He grits his fangs, realizing his unconditioned human body is reaching its absolute limit. Youngmoo stands over him, raising his fist to deliver the final blow. Minho lies on the dirt, unable to move his strained muscles. Youngmoo starts pummeling him, screaming that nobody insults the blue ribbon or his god. He roars, completely lost to the drug's influence. Minho blocks the blows, realizing that the human has completely lost his mind to the demonic energy and is genuinely trying to kill him. Youngmoo launches another massive strike, his fangs bared as Minho grunts under the pressure. Street is watching from behind a container, screaming in terror as she watches her master get beaten. She realizes that Minho's physical host is simply too weak to handle a direct, raw contest of physical strength. She weeps, wishing they were back in the demon realm so Lavis could use his true godlike capabilities. And we cut to the demon realm pool, where Barkin and Bambi are watching the fight. Barkin notes that the human host has fully fused with the flower's power, and is surprised Lavis is struggling so much despite having the blood soul stone. Bambi points out that at this rate, the prince might actually die, which means his soul will suffer permanent extinction. Barkin just chuckles, asking Bambi if he knows what Lavis hates most in the entire world. Bambi sighs, noting the prince hates pretty much everything, so it is hard to choose. Barkin laughs, commenting on his nephew's nasty temper, while the Demon King's voice off-screen coldly orders them to stop insulting his face. Bambi sweats, instantly going quiet. The Demon King mutters a single word: filth. Bambi is confused. Barkin explains that Lavis is a pathological germaphobe and absolutely cannot stand anything dirty or unhygienic. Back in the yard, Youngmoo swings another heavy punch, but Minho suddenly catches his fist mid-air. He looks up, disgusted, and mutters that it is dirty. Youngmoo freezes, completely caught off guard. Minho stands up, blood dripping from his forehead, and screams that he can't take this disgusting, unwashed smell coming off Youngmoo anymore. He squeezes Youngmoo's fist, completely crushing the bones in his hand. Youngmoo screams in absolute agony, wondering what is happening. A massive wave of pink and purple demonic mana flares around Minho's left hand. It turns out his intense, limit-pushing germophobia has literally triggered a partial power awakening, bypassing his human limitations. Our guy literally unlocked god-tier magic because the villain smelled bad and didn't wash his hands. That is peak comedy. Minho stares at him with cold, dead eyes as Youngmoo sweats, his drug-fueled confidence completely vanishing. Minho raises his glowing left hand, coldly stating that he doesn't want to touch his stinking body with his bare hands anymore. He launches forward, delivering a high-speed, mana-enhanced kick right to Youngmoo's ribs. The impact sends Youngmoo flying across the yard, crashing into the dirt with a loud shriek. Youngmoo spits blood, completely terrified that a scrawny human kid is outputting this level of demonic force. Street is cheering from the sidelines, completely forgetting her panic. Minho steps forward, his true, terrifying demon form manifesting as an overlay behind his human body as he prepares a fist. He lands a devastating punch right on Youngmoo's face, the impact fracturing his skull and sending him spinning through the air. Youngmoo slides across the dirt, completely unconscious and broken, while Jae-hee cowers in the corner, whimpering in terror. Back in the demon realm, Barkin smiles on his throne, proudly claiming that no matter what anyone says, Lavis definitely takes after him when it comes to raw violence. Minho stands over the defeated boss, telling him to stop blabbering with his smelly mouth. He flings Youngmoo's unconscious body aside like a wet paper towel. Bambi watches through the projection, completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. Barkin laughs, explaining that Lavis must have had a massive headache from the rotten odor after the host awakened. He points out that Lavis hates filth more than anything, and his germophobia is a literal trigger for his combat awakening. When pushed to the absolute limit, his hygiene OCD allows him to bypass the seal and use a portion of his original prince-tier power. Bambi looks worried, wondering if it's really safe for an exile to access his old powers in a sinner's body. He notes that even with the Blood Soul Stone, using the full power of the demon realm on Earth should be physically impossible. Barkin just smiles, stating that Lavis has always been an extraordinary monster. He sits back, completely enjoying the show. Minho stands in the smoking container yard, his left eye glowing with a brilliant, terrifying light. Youngmoo lies on the ground, spitting blood and gasping for breath, completely destroyed. Minho turns his back on him, calling him a foolish creature and telling him to consider himself lucky. He notes that Youngmoo is incredibly lucky that the exile rules forbid him from committing murder in this human body. Youngmoo sobs, clutching his broken face and crying that it's impossible for a human kid to overpower someone who received Bark and Hilt's personal blessing. He tries to stand up, his eyes flaring with one last desperate surge of purple light. But Minho instantly grabs his wrist, crushing his remaining grip and telling him not to get any foolish ideas. He coldly promises that he will finish this fight without violating the no-killing rule. He lands a heavy, final kick that completely knocks Youngmoo out. Smash/impact. The boss is officially handled. Youngmoo's eyes go completely blank as he loses consciousness. Minho walks over to the shipping containers, leaving the defeated gang behind him. He punches the side of the container, breaking it open to expose the remaining drug supply. He grabs a stray phone from a fallen thug's hand. He checks the screen, confirming the location-sharing app is still active. Youngmoo lies motionless on the dirt road, his entire gang completely dismantled in a single night. He is foaming at the mouth, completely incapacitated by the backlash of his drug overdose. Minho stands in the center of the yard, the wind blowing his hair. He pulls out a handkerchief, carefully wiping his bloody hands and sighing with relief as the disgusting smell of the gang finally begins to fade. Meanwhile, inside the gang's high-tech server room, the computer screen displays a bright blue deleting bar. Sungmin screams in panic, praying for it to hurry. He is crying, staring at the screen and whispering that this entire situation is wrong. We get a quick flashback to Sungmin's perspective of high school. He sat quietly at his desk, hating the locked classroom and the predetermined relationships. He watched other quiet kids get physically bullied and tormented in the hallways, unable to help them. He hated the fake closeness, the pretending to like or hate people just to survive without becoming the next target. He just wanted to find a genuine friendship where people actually needed each other, and he found that in Minho. Back in the present, Sungmin screams that he didn't develop his location app just to help some thugs distribute illegal drugs to high schoolers. He types furiously on his keyboard, initiating a complete, irreversible deletion of the server database. Outside, the gang members look at their phones, panicking as the app screen glitches out, asking what the hell is happening to the server. Sungmin knows he has very little time. He grabs a heavy metal chair and runs toward the door. He wedges the back of the chair under the door handle, barricading himself inside the server room. The thugs outside pound on the glass door, screaming at the snotty kid to open up before they break his neck. Sungmin ignores their threats, focusing entirely on deleting the app permanently. He watches the progress bar slowly climb, sweating and praying for it to finish. But the glass window suddenly shatters into a million pieces as the gray-haired goon, Seong-jun, throws a heavy object through it. The thugs climb through the broken window, screaming curses as Sungmin recoils in fear. Seong-jun lands a heavy punch right on Sungmin's jaw, sending him crashing to the floor. Another thug checks the screen, screaming that the brat is actually deleting the entire database. The goons panic, realize that Youngmoo is going to execute them all if the app is destroyed. Sungmin lies on the floor, bleeding from his mouth but clenching his teeth, determined to hold out until the progress bar reaches 100%. His hand reaches for a piece of shattered glass. He swings the glass shard, slashing a goon's leg, and scrambles to his feet. He grabs a red fire extinguisher from the wall, his eyes wild with desperation. He aims the nozzle at them, screaming that this app belongs to him, and he won't let them use it. He sprays the extinguisher, completely filling the room with a thick cloud of white chemical smoke. The thugs cough and scream in confusion. Through the thick white smoke, the monitor screen flashes, showing the deletion process has reached 99%. Sungmin smiles through his tears as the deletion bar finally hits 100%. He did it. His app is gone. But a heavy hand suddenly grabs his collar through the smoke. Seong-jun screams a curse, punching him hard. Sungmin is slammed to the ground, the goon pinning him down and yelling for someone to find a rope to tie him up. The thugs cough in the smoke, choking on the chemicals as they grab Sungmin's neck. Sungmin gasps for air, unable to fight back. He closes his eyes, weeping and thinking that in the end, deleting the app was all he could do. Seong-jun raises his fist, his face twisted in anger as he prepares to beat him. But suddenly, a giant, terrifying purple-eyed silhouette rises behind the goon through the white smoke. A cold, familiar voice asks how he dares to touch his servant. Seong-jun freezes, a cold sweat running down his neck as he slowly turns around. A hand reaches through the smoke with lightning speed. Minho grabs Seongjun's face, slamming him headfirst into the wall. The impact completely shatters the drywall. The other goons scream in panic, completely terrified by the shadowy intruder. Minho stands in the smoke, casually holding the unconscious bleeding leader by his hair. The remaining thugs back away, screaming in terror. Minho drops the body, his red eye flaring in the dark. He moves like a ghost, landing a brutal punch on the next thug. He grabs the third goon and slams his face directly into his knee, blood flying. The thugs are sent flying across the room, crashing into the server racks. Minho stands in the clearing smoke, his eye glowing as he coldly states that he will die before he lets some trash thugs touch his one and only servant. Our guy is officially protecting his nerd friend, which is peak character growth. Sungmin looks up from the floor, tears in his eyes as he whispers his friend's name. We get a quick flashback to the playground. Sungmin was showing his phone to Minho, explaining the social location features of his new app. He explained that people with similar interests can share their location and make study groups. Minho looked at the screen, genuinely impressed by his friend's coding genius, but then he pointed to a red siren icon on the corner, asking what that button was for. Sungmin blushed, explaining that when Minho was dragged off by bullies last time, he felt completely useless because he couldn't find him, so he spent all night coding a custom feature specifically to protect him. He explained that if Minho presses the red alarm button, it sends an untraceable, high-priority distress signal directly to his phone. He promised that if anything bad happened again, Minho just had to press the button, and Sungmin would come running to help him, even if he had to fight the bullies himself. Minho smiled, thanking him and promising to download the app. Back in the present, Sungmin is weeping on the floor, staring at his savior. Minho holds up his phone, showing the active red distress signal flashing on the screen. He asks if Sungmin was the one who sent this. Sungmin realizes that Minho actually received his signal and came to save him. The screen of the phone displays the flashing red alarm. Sungmin cries, his chest swelling with emotion. He sobs, thanking Minho through his tears. He bows his head, completely overwhelmed by gratitude, while Minho just stands there, looking down at his designated servant. Meanwhile, outside in the alleyway, Jae-hee is screaming as Street holds her pinned to the brick wall. Jae-hee is completely baffled by Street's raw, demonic strength. Street grunts, telling her to stay still and stop struggling. She looks up, waving happily as Minho and Sungmin walk out of the building. Jae-hee gasps, realizing her entire crew has been completely decimated. Street asks what they should do with her, but Minho just tells her to release her, noting that she is completely useless now. Jae-hee scrambles away in terror. Minho looks back at the warehouse, noting that all the festering flowers in this city have been successfully gathered in one spot, and then he snaps his fingers, and the entire warehouse explodes into a massive, towering column of fire, lighting up the night sky. Paramedics and firefighters rush to the scene, frantically yelling for everyone to get the fire under control. The crew is completely shocked by the massive scale of the chemical fire. They spot the beaten gang members, including young Moo, lying unconscious against a tree near the edge of the woods. A female paramedic with a bandaged nose looks at the bleeding bodies in shock, asking who these people are. Young Moo lies there, half dead and bleeding from his face, his drug empire completely turned to ash in a single night. Meanwhile, our trio is walking down a quiet city street under the moonlight. Sungmin walks next to Minho, looking at him with a quiet, peaceful expression. Street is humming happily, skipping along the pavement as she celebrates her promotion. Minho looks up at the sky, his eyes narrowing. He grunts, realizing that Bombay and his uncle Barkin are treating his survival as a massive game, and promises that once he returns to his throne, he won't let them off easily. Back in the safety of the room, Sion is patching up his battle wounds with a medical kit while Minho sits there looking like he just did a casual grocery run instead of a warehouse raid. Sion is genuinely touched, thanking Minho for showing up. He admits he pressed the emergency button just in case, but never actually expected Minho to pull up like a one-man army. Minho tries to play it cool, saying it was just a coincidence, but Street instantly slaps her hand over his mouth. She gets right in his face, calling out his pathetic attempt at playing the aloof main character. We jump back to how this actually went down earlier that night. They were literally dragging Jin Jae-hee down the street like a sack of potatoes while she yelled at him, wondering why he was going this far for a friend. Meanwhile, our guy's inner monologue is completely unhinged. He had no idea Sion was even kidnapped, he just saw the red alert on his phone and moved. Jae-hee is screaming for answers, completely unaware she's dealing with a demon prince who has zero human empathy. The red siren on the phone app is what actually summoned him, proving his location app was the ultimate distress beacon. Street is still whispering in the present, pointing out that human relationships don't just happen by random luck. Minho just stares back with the ultimate please shut up look on his face. Street looks at Sion, who is currently looking at Minho with sparkling anime eyes. She jokes that Sion thinks Minho is some kind of legendary hero, then Sion finally notices the blue-haired demon girl standing in his bedroom and asks who she is. Minho casually calls her his subordinate, which completely breaks Sion's brain. He kneels down, looking deeply concerned, and asks how Minho suddenly went from a scrawny kid who got bullied into a coma to having a weirdly dressed cosplayer calling him master. Sion starts crying, concluding that Minho must have joined a gang. Honestly, that is a very reasonable assumption given the circumstances. Minho realizes that if he doesn't tell him the truth now, other supernatural threats will target his slave later, so he decides to stop lying. He strikes a massive main character pose and tells him exactly who he is. He reveals his true name as Ravis Vindica, son of the Demon King. Sion is completely blank, and Minho just casually tells him he's going to be his helper from now on. Sion is not buying it for a second, starting to call it absolute nonsense. He gets cut off mid-sentence, because Street in cat form suddenly launches herself onto his face like a furry facehugger. Minho rubs his sore shoulder, completely done with this conversation, and tells Street to do the explaining. Cat Street pops up and tells him to listen very carefully to what she's about to say. The realization that a literal cat is talking to him causes Sion to let out a soul-shattering scream. He stands there completely frozen, his soul basically leaving his body. Now, let's cut back to the aftermath of the warehouse fire. Ju Young-moo is sitting in the back of a police van, bruised and battered, while a cop tells him they are wrapping things up. Young-moo is seething in the dark, realizing how close he came to getting ended. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure approaches the police van. Before the officer can even ask who he is, the figure touches his face and tells him to be quiet. The officer's eyes glaze over instantly as he is put into a deep, magical trance. He drops to the dirt like a bag of rocks, and the hooded man steps inside the vehicle. He looks at the broken gang leader and calls him a poor child. Young-moo recognizes him, calling him Master Bauer, and begs for another chance to take down Minho. Bauer reaches out with a pale, clawed hand, telling him they need to have a little chat. This guy definitely isn't here to help him. Back at the fire scene, emergency crews are still putting out the massive blaze. A female detective is looking at a small blue candy in a plastic bag, trying to figure out who neutralized the entire syndicate. She is disgusted that this demonic drug actually got approved by the government. She knows it's already spreading like wildfire among local high schoolers. Suddenly, she hears a groan from behind her. She runs over to find Detective Cha kneeling on the ground, completely disoriented, pointing toward the van. She opens the back of the vehicle expecting to see the suspect, but the van is completely empty. Young-moo has vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, we cut to a creepy, unfinished building hidden deep in the forest. Young-moo is kneeling on the cold floor, begging Bauer for one more opportunity to redeem himself. He screams that if he just gets more of the drug, he can definitely kill the kid who did this to him. Bauer holds up a single purple festering flower, asking him if he has any idea how much money he just burned. He looks down, and we see something absolutely horrifying. The entire room is lined with tables holding unconscious humans, with demonic flowers literally growing out of their bodies. This is his secret garden, and he is using living human bodies as fertilizer to cultivate the forbidden plant. Young-moo keeps begging, but Bauer is completely done with him. With a quick slash of dark magic, Bauer attacks Young-moo. He jams one of the parasitic flowers directly into Young-moo's eye socket as the gang leader screams in agony. Young-moo clutches his face in absolute terror, while Bauer reminds him of the blood oath he made. The flower roots dig deep into his body, absorbing his remaining life force to bloom. This is the price of failing a demon. Back in the city, the chaos is far from over. Jin Jae-hee is frantically tearing through the syndicate's office, trying to grab her money and run before the cops arrive. She is throwing files everywhere, desperately looking for her wallet, when she suddenly senses someone behind her. It's Seong-jun, her former associate, but his eyes are completely white and he has a branding mark burned into his forehead. He's holding a knife and drooling like a zombie. Jae-hee panics, backing away as she realizes he has completely lost his mind to the drug. Seong-jun points to his forehead, demanding more blue ribbon candy. Jae-hee realizes he took way too much and is in the middle of a massive overdose. She desperately looks around and spots some wooden poles in the corner. She grabs one and swings it at him, screaming in terror. But Seongjun is too fast, dodging her strike and slashing her deep in the side with his blade. Jae-hee collapses to the floor, coughing up blood. Seongjun stands over her, completely consumed by the addiction, muttering for more drugs. Suddenly, dark purple miasma erupts from his mouth as his body starts to tear itself apart from the massive overdose. Jae-hee lies on the floor, bleeding out and realizing her life is slipping away. She starts crying, begging the empty room because she doesn't want to die in a dirty office like this. The dark purple fog starts to swirl around the room. A portal opens, and a very familiar figure steps out of the shadows. It's Banbei, looking completely unfazed as he comments on how disgusting the situation is. Jae-hee looks up at him with her remaining strength, begging this strange man to save her. Banbei just smiles, telling her he doesn't have the power to save lives, and that she should just accept her fate if she's destined for hell. Jae-hee curses at him, refusing to give up. Banbei gets a wicked grin and decides to leave her body there, but he injects a burst of dark energy into her, leaving us with a massive cliffhanger. Chapter 12 starts in a massive dark castle in the demon realm under a stormy sky. Inside the throne room, Uncle Barkin is walking in when a terrifying white-haired demoness greets him. This is the goddess of swearing, Lavis's actual mother, and she knows exactly what her brother is plotting. She turns around with glowing red eyes and horns, demanding to know how he dared to meddle with her son. Barkin immediately sweat drops, realizing he is completely busted, while Banbei hides behind him. Barkin tries to defend himself, revealing he gave Lavis the demon bloodstone to help him survive. The goddess instantly loses her mind, screaming that this is going to expose his location to the entire world. Barkin picks his ear, telling her she needs to start trusting her son more. The goddess says she trusts Ravis, but she doesn't trust the rest of the universe. She points out that the balance between the demon factions and the Holy Divine Order is incredibly fragile right now, and even a tiny spark could start a full-blown war. Barkin boasts that Ravis is strong because he takes after his favorite uncle, meaning his combat power is off the charts. She instantly smacks him on the head, reminding him that if a single hair on her son's soul is damaged, they are both going to get obliterated by the Demon King. Barkin complains about getting hit, while the goddess turns to Banbei and commands him to find a spell to erase all older sisters from existence. Banbei sweat drops, trying to calm down the sibling rivalry, while Barkin yells that he doesn't need a crazy sister anyway. The goddess immediately starts choking her brother out, and Banbei can only wonder how Ravis managed to grow up sane in this family. We jump back to the human world, where the night is quiet. Sion is still on his knees in his bedroom, staring at Minho in disbelief. Minho casually agrees that humans call them devils, while Catstreet is swooning because he used the word us. Sion is having a mini existential crisis, wondering if he's destined for eternal damnation now, but Minho tells him he'll protect him in the demon realm. Minho smiles like a true villain, declaring himself Sion's master, which only makes the poor kid freak out even more. Minho gets incredibly close, threatening to pluck out Banbei's eyeballs if Sion tries to back out of their deal. The room goes quiet for a second as the tension hangs in the air. Sion slowly looks up and asks what happened to the real young Minho. Catstreet explains that the original owner of the body was already destined to die, and they only used those bodies as vessels. This hits Sion hard. He bites his lip, tears swelling in his eyes as he mourns his actual friend. Minho tells him to stop being so gloomy, saying they'll all meet again in the demon realm in a few decades anyway. Sion realizes his ticket to the underworld is basically booked, while Minho tells him the demon world is actually a blast. Catstreet starts describing the screaming souls and rivers of blood, which is definitely not helping Sion's panic attack. Minho tells him to just act normal at school and keep this whole demon prince thing a secret. Sion can only nod, completely traumatized by his new reality. Minho decides to head home because his human body is still aching from using his powers. He arrives back at his family's high-rise apartment building. He rubs his temple, wondering if the headache is a side effect of channeling too much magic through his mortal frame. As soon as he opens the door, his stepsister Minha jumps out holding a massive strawberry cake, shouting happy birthday. Minho is completely blank. He had no idea it was even this body's birthday. Minha runs up and jams a rainbow party hat on his head, telling him their parents are coming home soon. She forces him to stand still for a quick selfie, and Minho's deadpan expression is absolute gold. He notices a small scrape on her cheek and asks what happened to her face. She laughs it off, saying she tried to stop some delinquents who were harassing an elderly woman on the street. Minho instantly calls it a waste of time. He thinks about how strange humans are, risking their lives to help strangers when they aren't even strong. Minha ignores his cold attitude and offers him a bite of the cake. He takes a bite, completely unprepared for what is about to happen. Sparkles literally fill his vision as his mind is blown by the soft, sweet flavor of whipped cream. He covers his mouth in pure, unadulterated ecstasy. This is his first time tasting human cake, and he is officially obsessed. Suddenly, the front door is slammed open as his stepfather, a political candidate, storms in screaming about getting egged by protesters. The father is in a blind rage, immediately backhanding his bodyguard for failing to protect his expensive suit. Minho's human mother tries to step in and calm him down, but the abusive politician just grabs her and shoves her straight to the floor. Minha bravely steps in front of her mother, screaming at her dad to stop, while Minho is still standing in the background chewing his cake. The father looks over, his face twisting with rage when he spots the festive setup. He is disgusted that they are celebrating a birthday with a giant cake while his political career is under attack. He walks over and violently slaps Minha to the ground. He then sweeps his hand across the table, smashing the birthday cake directly onto the floor. The mother is crying, begging him to stop and reminding him that it's Minho's birthday. The stepfather sneers, saying birthdays don't matter in this situation, and looks at Minho. Minho just stands there, completely silent, with 2 small drops of cream still on his face, staring back with ice-cold eyes. The father stomps out of the kitchen, screaming about how sick he is of this family. He slams his office door shut. Minho looks down at the ruined cake splattered all over the kitchen floor. A massive, terrifying purple aura erupts from his body. This man really just signed his own death warrant by ruining a demon prince's favorite new dessert. The mother holds Minha, sobbing and apologizing to her kids. Minha tells her she did nothing wrong, while Minho watches them from the doorway. He decides that this human stepfather is far too arrogant and needs to be taught a very permanent lesson. The next morning, we cut to a massive office building in the city. Inside, the stepfather is slamming his desk because his secret funding from Ju Young-moo has completely stopped. He rants about how much bribe money he needs to secure a photo op with Assemblyman Park, cursing Young-moo for failing him. His assistant promises to find the gang leader, unaware that Young-moo is currently getting parasitized by a demon. The politician keeps complaining about having to bow down to people just to get a slight bump in his approval ratings. Suddenly, another assistant bursts into the office, shouting that a video of Minha has gone viral on the internet. The politician is confused, grabbing the tablet to see what's going on. The video shows Minha standing up to a group of high school bullies who were harassing an elderly woman. She is shown grabbing a bully's wrist, completely fearless, calling them out for their garbage behavior. The stepfather watches the video intently, his anger suddenly fading. Minha checks on the grandma, and the comments are absolutely flooded with praise for her heroic actions. The assistant points out that if he reveals Minha is his daughter, it will skyrocket his approval ratings ahead of the election. The politician gets a massive, sinister grin on his face. He realizes he can exploit his stepdaughter's bravery for his own political campaign, setting up a massive clash for our demon prince. Inside, we meet 2 incredibly shady individuals who look like they belong in a high-tier villain syndicate rather than a corporate office. They are watching a TV broadcast of Minha's viral video, and they are definitely not interested in her heroic spirit. The gray-haired lady sitting on the couch is Kang Hyunju, CEO of Nox Entertainment, and she is already eyeing Minha like a piece of prime real estate. She refers to our girl's face as the exact masterpiece she has been hunting for. She declares with a deeply sinister smile that this high schooler is going to be her brand new body. She reaches her hand toward the television screen, complaining about how quickly standard human vessels age and wither away. Her eyes flash with a demonic purple light as she stares at Minha's image, calling this find a stroke of absolute destiny. Her 2 creepy enforcers stand beside her, looking at the screen with the kind of smug, dark expressions that scream, "We are definitely the bad guys." One of them even mutters about how much fun it will be to hear what kind of sounds Minha makes when she finally breaks. Meanwhile, we cut to a tablet showing the viral video, which has already racked up over 300,000 views on the internet. The comments are absolutely flooded with praise, and the public is already assuming she must have been raised by incredibly noble parents. The stepfather, Jung Tae-shik, is absolutely thrilled, looking at his campaign manager as they discuss her video airing on the primetime news tonight. He smiles greedily, calling the stepsister he literally slapped last night his new lucky charm. He hands the tablet back, immediately telling his assistant to fill Minha's schedule with charity work and volunteering to milk this for every single vote. But then the manager drops some actual news, mentioning that the CEO of Nox Entertainment has personally reached out to them. The manager explains that the massive entertainment agency wants to sign her immediately after seeing her face go viral. Taeshik gets a massive, slimy grin, realizing this could elevate his status to a whole new level. He leans back in his chair, completely overjoyed that his useless stepdaughter turned out to be a goldmine. We cut back to the city streets at sunset, where Sungmin is looking at his phone in absolute shock. He can't believe Minho's stepfather is actually running for mayor, noting that Minho never really talked about his family life. Sungmin recalls a memory of the original young Minho, mentioning that he always cherished his little stepsister. Minho looks up at the sky, repeating the word cherish, while remembering some very questionable advice from his past. He remembers his loud-mouthed Uncle Barkin yelling at him to cherish the followers he needs to build his ultimate power. Our guy is just standing there with a completely deadpan look, clearly regretting his life choices. Then he notices something weird in the alleyway next to them. He looks down and asks Street why on earth she is squeezed behind a dirty trash can again. Cat Street pops out, looking exhausted, and reveals that Master Bambi wasn't at the portal, but he left a very specific note. The note is a colorful, cute letter from Bombay, praising Ravis for his work and telling him to catch Master Bauer while he's at it, promising a gift soon. Minho instantly snaps, shredding the paper into a million pieces and screaming about how he's going to rip Bambi apart before he even touches Bauer. Once he calms down, Sungmin points back to his phone, showing him the stepfather's massive lead in the mayoral poll. Sungmin says it looks like the stepfather is practically guaranteed to win the election because public opinion is just too good. Sungmin is worried that a corrupt man like that is going to devour the entire city, but Minho casually corrects him. Minho touches his chin, noting that the stepfather's sheer, endless greed reminds him of a specific creature. He looks down at Street, asking if it's possible this politician is actually a Seniru hiding out in the human world. Street's eyes go wide as she explains that Seniris are gluttonous demons from the deep realm who eat constantly and are hated by everyone, but she looks up at him and points out a very obvious detail. She reminds him that she's the one managing this human district, and the stepfather is definitely just a standard rotten human being. Minho deadpans, telling Street she should watch her own diet or she's going to turn into a bloated Seniru herself. Sungmin looks depressed, noting that it's extremely obvious the stepfather is just using Minha for his campaign. Minho stands in the fading light, his face turning serious as he thinks about the stepsister who made him that cake. Later that night, we see the high-rise apartment building glowing under the stars. Minho opens the front door and walks inside, wondering what exactly is going to happen to Minha. As soon as he enters the living room, he sees the Nox Entertainment crew sitting on the couch, talking about debuting her as the center of their new group. The mother is sitting next to Minha, looking incredibly stressed, pleading with her husband not to force their daughter into the entertainment industry. The mother points out that she's still just a student, but the stepfather completely ignores her, claiming it's a crime to hide natural talent. The stepfather turns to the CEO, apologizing for his wife's conservative mindset while Minho watches from the doorway. The gray-haired CEO smiles warmly, reassuring the mother that they will ensure she balances her studies perfectly. But as she speaks, her purple-haired enforcer, Han Su, is sitting behind her, creepily licking his lips while staring at Minha. Minho's eyes narrow as he locks onto the guy, immediately picking up on his highly suspicious, predatory behavior. The stepfather is completely oblivious, happily opening the contract and preparing to sign his stepdaughter's life away. The CEO tells him this deal is going to make both Minha and his political future incredibly bright. Minha sits there with her head bowed, looking completely miserable as she is used as a political bargaining chip. The CEO suddenly notices Minha standing there and greets him warmly, calling him Minha's older brother. Minho just stares back with a face colder than ice, completely ignoring her attempt at small talk. The stepfather immediately loses his temper, shouting at Minho for showing zero respect to their guests. The CEO waves it off with a fake chuckle, claiming kids these days are always a bit rebellious. Minho stands silent, his mind flashing back to Sungmin's words about how much the original owner of his body cherished his sister. He remembers a deeper memory of Barkin standing in the demon wasteland, telling him that he is always on his side. The memory shows a young chibi Ravis gagging at his uncle's emotional speech, demanding to know where this sudden affection is coming from. Barkin's memory continues, warning him that the human world is full of hostile forces waiting to steal their power. He tells the young prince that because he carries the heavy burden of succeeding the Demon King, he must learn to embrace his followers. The young Ravis just scoffs, claiming he can survive perfectly fine relying on his own raw strength. But Barkin just laughs, predicting that one day he will meet someone his heart is drawn to without even realizing it. The uncle smiles warmly, telling him that when that day comes, he will change before he even knows it. The young prince just glares back, completely dismissing the idea. He screams that he hates sentimental talk and demands they get back to physical training. Back in the present, Minho steps forward and firmly places his hand on Minha's shoulder. He looks down at her and asks her directly if this is truly what she wants. Minha looks up, her eyes wide with shock at her brother's sudden, protective intervention. Minho glares at the politicians and the entertainment scouts, telling her that if she is being forced into this, she just needs to say the word and he will take care of it, with Minho offering to handle this entire situation if she's being forced. Minha looks down, her hand trembling as the weight of her family's past starts to press down on her. She flashes back to a memory of her childhood, where the stepfather was screaming and physically abusing her mother in their old home. The stepfather was dragging her mother by the hair, shouting that they belong to him and can never leave his household. Her mother was sobbing on the floor, begging him to just let them go, while he mocked her for trying to survive without a single dime to her name. A younger Minha and her brother were crying in the background trying to defend their mother, but the stepfather just sneered at them. He grabbed her mother by the throat, yelling that once he claims ownership over something, it belongs to him forever. This trauma is the exact reason Minha has been tolerating his abuse, knowing they have nowhere else to go. Back in the present, she takes a deep breath and looks up at the CEO. She declares with absolute determination that she is going to sign the contract because this is her own choice, but she looks her stepfather dead in the eye and states her one absolute condition. Every single cent she makes must be put directly in her own name. Her inner monologue reveals her true plan. She is going to make enough money to rescue her mother and her brother from this monster. The stepfather immediately laughs it off, claiming that goes without saying, while the gray-haired CEO watches her with a cold, analytical gaze. The CEO agrees to the condition, asking if they can finally sign the paperwork now. The mother looks at the CEO with tears in her eyes, begging her to look after Minha because she is dearer to her than life itself. The mother turns to her daughter, asking one last time if she is absolutely certain about this. Minha gives her mother a reassuring smile, telling her to trust her just this once. She then turns to Minho, grabbing his arm and thanking him with a bright, cheerful smile for standing up for her. Minho just watches her silently, his face unreadable as he realizes how brave his human sister actually is. Later that night, we see a luxury black Rolls-Royce driving through the neon-lit streets of the city. Inside, the gray-haired CEO is leaning back, calling Minha the absolute perfect vessel for her next reincarnation. She praises her looks, her eyes, and her rare purity, claiming she loves everything about her. But her violet-haired enforcer Han Soo points out that the older brother, young Minho, seemed incredibly off. The CEO turns to the short-haired girl, Han Young, asking what she sensed from him during their visit. Han Young looks out the window, stating coldly that whatever he is definitely not a standard human being. The CEO's eyes narrow as she muses that he could potentially be a tracker sent from the demon realm. Han Soo gets an insanely ecstatic grin, asking his mother if he can go ahead and rip him apart right now. But the CEO, who is actually the ancient demon Mara, tells him to wait because they cannot afford to spark a major conflict yet. Han Soo throws a tantrum in the back seat, screaming about how much he hated Minho's glare and how badly he wants to destroy him. Mara tells him to have patience, noting that the no moon night is almost here, and once they complete the ritual to steal Minha's body, he can do whatever he wants to the boy. Han Soo immediately calms down, asking if she promises, and she smiles warmly like a loving mother. Han Young starts to speak, addressing her as Mara, but the CEO's eyes flash with a terrifying purple light. She grabs Han Young by the throat, warning her never to speak that name out loud again, stating she is now reborn as Han Youngju. She declares that no Demon King and none of the 12 black seats will stop her from achieving her goal this time. The next morning, we see Manhwa standing outside the massive Nox Entertainment building under a clear blue sky. She takes a deep breath, puffing out her cheeks and telling herself she can definitely do this. She steps inside, her sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. Inside the dance studio, a security camera is watching her every move from the ceiling. The gray-haired CEO stands next to her, introducing Manhwa to the other trainees as the brand new center for their upcoming idol group, Zira. The current trainees are completely shocked, and the orange-haired center girl, Hyun, looks absolutely furious. The CEO coldly tells Hyun that her hard work is appreciated, but she will be supporting Manhwa as her sidekick from now on. As soon as the CEO leaves and the heavy studio door slams shut, the atmosphere in the room turns toxic. Hyun stomps over, getting right in Manhwa's face and mocking her for coasting in on her politician father's connections. She screams that Manhwa is stealing the center spot she literally bled 4 years to earn, refusing to let her explain. Hyun swings her arm back and violently strikes Manhwa across the face. She glares at our girl, telling her they will see exactly how far her connections get her in this industry. Manhwa stands there, her head bowed as a thin line of blood starts to run down her scratched cheek. She touches the wound, looking at the blood on her fingers in silent shock. Meanwhile, we cut back to the CEO's luxury office, where the staff is walking out. Han-soo is sitting on the couch, watching the live camera feed from the dance studio on the massive TV screen, laughing hysterically. He starts shouting for his mother, pointing at the monitor with a manic grin. He screams that Hyun just clawed Manhwa's face, and there is actual blood on her cheek. On the screen, we see Manhwa standing in the studio, holding her wounded face. The CEO's face instantly twists into a mask of pure demonic fury as she looks at the monitor. She refers to Hyun as a worm worse than dirt, absolutely enraged that a common human dared to scar her perfect, precious vessel. Later that afternoon, we see a beautiful water fountain in a park under the twilight sky. Street is in her demon girl form, laughing and boasting to Sungmin that she has lived in the human world for 200 years. Minho is leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, muttering that if joining the agency is his sister's choice, it's none of his business. But his eyes turn serious as he notes that the president lady and her 2 kids rubbed him completely the wrong way. Street explains that high-tier demons who have lived on Earth for a long time can hide their aura effortlessly. She warns Minho that they need to be extremely careful and not make any reckless moves while using this weak human body. Sungmin chimes in, sweat dropping and pointing out that absolutely nobody likes that terrifying glare of Minho's anyway. Minho ignores him, stating that even without his aura active, he can spot a demon from a mile away. Sungmin mutters that he couldn't even find his uncle Barkin earlier, which immediately triggers Minho's temper. Minho grabs Sungmin's collar, shouting at Street to drag this insolent human straight to the Deep Realms boot camp. He grumbles about not being able to use his demon bloodstone properly, which is making him lose respect from his own subordinates. He turns to Street, demanding to know if she has finally figured out how to restore his magic power. Street happily reveals that she has indeed found a way to reclaim his power, which makes Minho grin. Minho immediately orders her to begin the process, telling Sungmin that he is going to be his designated assistant for the ritual. Meanwhile, we cut back to the city streets at night, where Hyun is walking down a dark alleyway, crying over losing her center spot. Suddenly, a massive, gleaming silver blade slices through the darkness, planting itself firmly into the asphalt right in front of her. Hyun gasps in terror, stumbling backward as she looks up at the weapon. Stepping out of the shadows is Han Young, wearing a sleek black outfit and holding another massive combat sword, looking like a literal reaper. Hyun starts trembling, crying as she asks what is wrong and if she did something to offend them. She desperately apologizes, sobbing that she just lost her mind for a second when she attacked Manhwa, but Han Young's eyes remain completely cold as she raises her blade under the moonlight. With a swift, violent flash of steel, she swings her sword down. Blood splatters across the brick walls of the empty alleyway as Hyun is brutally silenced. Han Young stands over the body, wiping a drop of blood from her cheek and muttering a single question. She asks the empty air why Hyun had to go and slap Manhwa's face, noting that her mother absolutely hates when her property is damaged. We open with a dark flashback on a city street where a happy young couple is walking home at night. The husband is carrying some takeout for their kids, completely unaware that a slimy, dark blue creature is slithering up behind them. This is actually the disembodied soul of Mara Beliax, hunting for her very first human vessel. The scene shifts to their quiet, high-rise apartment building later that night. The pregnant wife is sleeping peacefully in her bed when she suddenly starts to groan in discomfort. She opens her eyes, sweating and terrified, as she senses an oppressive foreign presence in her room. Mara's slimy demon soul crawls on top of her, laughing maniacally as she looks down at her prey. The wife gasps, demanding to know who she is, but Mara instantly chokes her to keep her quiet. Mara tells her not to worry, claiming she will raise her unborn children with absolute care because she needs them as her servants. The mother desperately cries out for her babies as the parasitic slime begins to slide down her throat. She chokes and coughs as the demonic entity forcefully enters her throat, completely suffocating her human soul. She lets out one final, silent gasp before her eyes lose all warmth. The newly possessed mother sits up, a wide, terrifying grin on her face as demonic saliva runs down her chin. The husband wakes up from the noise in the bedroom, sleepily asking his wife what is going on. He looks over, his eyes widening in complete shock when he sees her terrifying expression. Before he can even process the change, his wife lunges forward with superhuman speed. She grabs him tightly by the throat, laughing as he gasps for air and struggles to break her grip. She looks down at him with utter disgust, calling him vulgar trash and wondering how the original wife ever lived with someone like him. The husband cries in terror, realizing the woman standing in front of him is no longer his wife. She casually asks why he cares, and with a single effortless shove, she hurls him toward the glass window. He crashes through the glass, screaming in absolute horror as he falls from the high-rise tower. He falls directly to his death, leaving a dark stain on the pavement below. The possessed woman touches her pregnant belly, letting out a soft sigh as the demonic energy begins to settle. She laughs to herself, declaring that this human body is officially her property now. The scene cuts to a local hospital's delivery room where the sound of screaming echoes through the halls. She is giving birth, violently kicking the doctors away and screaming at them to get the babies out of her. She is completely out of her mind, threatening to slaughter everyone in the room if they don't hurry up. She rages in agony, screaming that this physical pain is entirely the fault of her ancient rival, Aeneas. The doctors are completely pale, looking at each other in absolute horror as the delivery finishes. They look down at the newborn twins, who immediately open their eyes to reveal glowing crimson-red demon pupils. Sometime later, we see her at home in a fancy dress, looking at her reflection and complaining about her post-pregnancy belly fat. The two demon babies are crawling on the floor, calling out to her. She coldly steps on Hansu's head, demanding that they hurry up and grow strong so they can protect her. She states she needs them to serve as her shield until she can find a flawless human vessel capable of holding her full soul. Years later, we see a crowded, neon-lit nightclub in the city. A group of women are gossiping, noting that she barely ever comes home and completely abandoned her kids after her husband's suspicious suicide. Inside the club, she is seductively dancing with a young man, asking if he works in the entertainment industry. She asks if he has access to plenty of beautiful, talented young kids. The man looks at her, completely hypnotized by her dark aura as she casts her spell over him. She smiles to herself, realizing the human world is the perfect hunting ground. She wraps her arms around him, completely ensnaring his mind with her dark energy. She declares that she is going to collect the finest human vessels and make them all hers. She vows that once she regains her true strength, she will personally destroy Aeneas with her own hands. We return to the present day at Nox Entertainment, where CEO Kang Hyunju is dabbing her eyes with a tissue, pretending to cry. Detective Park Junjun is sitting in her office asking if the murdered trainee Hyun had any grudges or stalkers. The CEO continues her dramatic crocodile tears while Han-soo sits next to her, looking incredibly bored with the human police investigation. Han-soo steps in, telling the detective that Hyun was practically like a daughter to the CEO and suggests they end the questioning for today. Detective Junjun crosses her arms, asking if she can meet with the other trainees who practice with Hyun. Han-soo politely agrees, while the campaign manager stands up to escort the detective out. The detective walks out, but she stops in her tracks to look back at the room. She gets a highly suspicious look on her face, clearly picking up on the extremely unnatural vibe in the office. As soon as the double doors slam shut and the detective is gone, the atmosphere instantly shifts. The CEO's fake, sorrowful expression disappears, replaced by a face contorted in physical agony. She violently leans over, throwing up a disgusting massive puddle of green toxic slime. Dozens of squirming parasitic insect larvae are writhing around in the toxic vomit on the floor. She screams in rage, cursing the detective for snooping around like a rat and wondering what her subordinates are even doing. Hansu looks down at her, sweating as he notes that her current human vessel is already starting to rot away. She clutches her throat, screaming that she is running out of time, and rages at Hyun for daring to scratch Minha's face. Hansu embraces her, telling her not to worry and promising that they will quickly prepare Minha's body for her. The Witch of Greed stares ahead with hollow, terrifying eyes, demanding that they start the preparations immediately. We cut to the trainee's dance studio where a video camera is recording. Hansu enters with a fake, worried expression, talking about how a crazy lunatic stabbed Hyun on the street. He announces that for their safety, all the trainees will be moving into a private company dorm starting tomorrow. The trainees look at each other, completely shocked by the sudden announcement of group lodging. Hansu smiles warmly, telling them that dormitory training is standard practice for upcoming idols. Minha looks deeply worried, starting to object because she needs to be home to protect her mother and brother. Han Young steps forward, her face turning incredibly cold as she threatens to cancel the debut if they can't comply. Hansu quickly steps in, placing his hands on Han Young's shoulders and telling everyone to calm down. His inner demonic aura flares as he privately warns Han Young that if she touches Minha, their mother will personally execute her. He laughs it off to the trainees, claiming Han Young is just highly sensitive over Hyun's death, and tells Minha to cooperate. Minha is completely trapped, and she can only bow her head and agree to the terms. She looks down, feeling a deep sense of unease about leaving her family, especially since Minho has been acting so strange lately. Later that night, we hear loud grunting noises coming from Minho's bedroom. Inside, Sungmin is shaking violently, his face turning red as he struggles to lift a light dumbbell. Meanwhile, Minho is casually doing bicep curls with a massive 30-kilogram weight, noting that his physical mana is steadily returning. But he grinds his teeth, cursing Banbei for not writing the control method for the Bloodstone in his original letter. We flash back to Banbei in the Demon Realm, lying on his bed and writing his secret message to the prince. He writes down the ancient runes, explaining how the unsealed power actually works. He explains that he modified the Wavestone to connect directly with a human vessel's nervous system. He laughs maniacally to himself, writing that the stone's full power can only be unlocked once the user gets their face completely smashed in during combat. He adds that his second gift to help the prince is a custom demon monitor he sent to Earth. He finishes the letter with a cheerful smile, telling Ravis to stay strong in the human world. We return to the bedroom, where we see a small text box reminding us that Minho literally tore up the letter before reading any of this. Minho pauses his workout, sweat dropping as he wonders if that shredded letter actually had the instructions. Suddenly, the door is thrown open as Cat Street bursts into the room, running frantically on her two back legs. Sungmin's jaw drops to the floor as he sees a literal cat running around like a human, while Minho asks what is wrong. Minho keeps lifting his weights, asking if she found anything useful about Han Youngju and her enforcers. Street screams at the top of her lungs, revealing that the elegant CEO is actually the legendary Witch of Greed, Mara. Sungmin looks completely confused, having no idea who they are talking about. A dark, terrifying silhouette of Mara's true form appears, reminding us that she is one of the 12 Dark Thrones who stole a human vessel. Minho's face goes completely still for a second. Then, a massive predatory grin spreads across his face as he realizes his stepsister's new boss is an ancient demon noble. A crowd of noble demonesses is surrounding Lavis's mother, Aeneas, showering her with praise for her unmatched beauty and elegance. They swoon over her words, claiming everything the goddess of swearing says feels like pure, high-class poetry. A giant, portly noblewoman holding her daughter's hand begs Aeneas to teach her daughter the art of verbal humiliation. Aeneas smiles elegantly, raising her hands to grant the young lady her divine blessing. Standing in the corner of the ballroom is Mara Beliax, watching the scene with a face full of absolute jealousy. She scoffs to herself, drinking a glass of green toxic slime filled with squirming insect larvae. Another guest walks up to her, sweat dropping as she tries to politely compliment Mara's appearance as well. Mara glares back with glowing orange eyes, offering her a brutal curse, wishing that her daughter is consumed by dark desires and dies clawing in agony. The guest instantly gasps in horror, covering her mouth and running away in terror. Mara stands in the dark green drool running down her chin as she watches Aeneas receive all the attention. She swears she will never let this go, her eyes filled with a deep, boiling hatred for the royal mother. Back in the present-day bedroom, Street asks if Mara's obsession is just a massive childhood inferiority complex. Minho crosses his arms, noting that Mara has been obsessed with his mother since they were kids, though his mother never gave her a single thought. He explains that as soon as Mara ascended to the Dark Thrones, she got caught stealing from the Well of Demon Souls and had to flee to Earth. Sungmin adjusts his glasses, asking why on earth a legendary witch would target Minha of all people, and wonders if she knows Minho's true identity. Minho sits back, stating she definitely doesn't know he's a royal prince, otherwise she would have run away long ago. But he looks down at his hands, admitting that in his current scrawny human state, he is not strong enough to defeat her and her two enforcers. Street stands tall, shouting that they need to quickly unlock the full potential of his demon bloodstone to prepare. She gets a highly dramatic look, declaring that the very first step of their witch hunt is to stir up the neighborhood. We cut to a giant warehouse grocery store where families are shopping under bright fluorescent lights. Minha and her mother are pushing a shopping cart filled with groceries, and her mother is looking deeply worried. Her mother mentions the recent murder at the agency and begs her to quit, but Minha reassures her that the killer will be caught soon. Her mother looks at her sadly, reminding her that her true dream was always to study hard and become a professional veterinarian. Minha stops walking, her eyes landing on a massive bag of pet food with a cartoon corgi on the front. She stares at the pet food bag, her expression turning somber. She thinks to herself that going to university and becoming a vet would take way too much time. She grips the metal handle of the shopping cart tightly, her knuckles turning white. She turns to her mother with a bright, cheerful smile, claiming dreams can change and she just wants to get famous and make tons of money. She tells her mother not to worry about her stepsister duties, claiming things will quiet down once the stepfather's election is over. Her mother looks down with tears in her eyes, quietly apologizing to her daughter. She bites her lip, crying that if she hadn't remarried that abusive politician, Minha wouldn't have to sacrifice her dreams like this. Minha immediately places a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder, telling her that her father's death was not her fault. She reminds her mother that before they got married, the stepfather deceived all of them by pretending to be an incredibly kind man. Her mother looks up, her face filled with deep sorrow as she looks at her brave daughter. Minha smiles warmly, telling her to just wait a little longer because she is going to work incredibly hard to rescue them. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny amusement park with a massive fairy tale castle and a giant Ferris wheel in the background. A roller coaster zooms down a massive drop as the human riders scream in absolute terror. Minho is sitting nearby, smirk grinning as he mocks the pathetic humans for screaming at a simple mechanical toy. The next panel shows him leaning over a trash can next to a toilet sign, coughing and throwing up his guts. Sungmin stands next to him, teasing him for puking so cleanly despite being an all-powerful demon prince, while Minho angrily vows never to ride it again. Street leads them toward a creepy haunted house attraction designed like a dead tree under a dark purple sky. Minho wipes his mouth, asking Street if this is the exact location she was talking about. Street proudly gestures, explaining that an escaped demon beast has been hiding inside this park, and she tracked its coordinates. Minho stands with his hands in his pockets, asking for the beast's name. An image of a grinning, glowing teal goblin appears as Street explains that the beast is named Scream, and it survives by absorbing human fear. She explains that the beast converts the sound waves of human screams into pure demonic mana. Minho gets a cold smile, looking directly at Sungmin and noting that they have the perfect, easily terrified bait right here. Sungmin panics, screaming that he is a fearless man who has never screamed in his life, but Minho ruthlessly drags him inside by the collar. Inside the haunted house, creepy skeleton decorations and cobwebs hang from the ceiling as they walk down the wooden bridge. Sungmin is clinging to Minho's arm, shaking with fear, while Minho tells him to stop making such a massive fuss. Suddenly, a horrific bloody zombie prop drops directly from the ceiling right in front of their faces. Minho's eyes widen as he lets out a sudden curse, while Sungmin lets out an ear-piercing scream that echoes through the room. Sungmin immediately calls him out, pointing out that the great demon prince just got startled and swore out loud. Minho angrily denies it, claiming he was just pretending to be scared to bait the enemy into attacking. In the darkness above them, a massive glowing green demon eye suddenly snaps open. Street's plan is explained: every time the bloodstone is exposed to negative energy, a portion of its seal is released. If the stone absorbs the raw negative energy of a literal demon beast instead of a human, the unsealing process will be incredibly fast. A massive, grinning face with rows of razor-sharp teeth looms in the darkness, calling Sungmin's scream absolutely delicious. The giant goblin beast Scream drops down, its scaly claws reaching toward the terrified teenager. The beast lunges forward, demanding that the boy scream more for its hunger. Sungmin falls backward, crying out in terror as the massive claw hovers inches from his face. Suddenly, a firm human hand reaches out and grabs the demon's giant wrist. Minho steps directly in front of his friend, his grip tightening on the beast's arm as he coldly tells it not to touch his servant. The beast pauses, its giant teal eye widening in shock as it senses that the boy standing in front of it is definitely not human. Minho's left eye flashes with a brilliant blood-red light as a menacing smile spreads across his face, asking the demon if it wants to hear what kind of scream comes out of its own mouth. Scream just laughs, completely dismissing his threats, and instantly launches a sonic counterattack. The sound waves hit Sungmin, causing him to let out a massive scream of absolute terror which instantly feeds the demon's hunger. Minho is forced back, clicking his tongue as he realizes his mortal body can only channel magic through his left hand right now. He charges forward, trying to strike with his unsealed fist, but the demon easily evades the blow, mocking his pathetic human limits. Scream blasts him with another wave of compressed air, sending our guy crashing hard against the wooden bridge. Sungmin screams in panic, begging Minho to watch out as the beast prepares another strike. Scream hovers over them, absorbing the sweet negative spiritual energy of Sungmin's constant panic. Minho yells at his friend to shut up, pointing out that his screaming is literally acting as a massive power buff for the enemy. The beast cackles, savoring the pure terror in their eyes as it closes the distance. Scream swipes its massive claws, and the force of the blow tears up the wooden floorboards around Minho. Our guy struggles to find an opening, his red left eye locked on the target. He leaps into the air, yelling back at the demon's mockery. He swings a left hook, but the demon simply tilts its head, laughing at his scrawny human reach. It easily counters, calling his struggles simply adorable. Minho is blown back again, realizing his physical jumping power cannot even surpass basic human limits in this fragile vessel. Scream catches him mid-air, slamming him hard against the ground. Sungmin covers his mouth, crying out in terror as he sees his friend taking a massive beating. Minho groans in pain, pinned down as the demon's heavy claws crush his chest. Scream raises its pale hand, solidifying the fear in the room into a sharp, glowing green crystal dagger. The beast smiles psychotically, threatening to gouge out Minho's glowing red eye with the crystal blade. Minho grinds his teeth, cursing this mid-tier garbage and refusing to show any fear. Scream brings the blade down with blinding speed. The sharp green crystal tip stabs directly into Minho's left eye socket. Blood and magical sparks explode outward as the impact shatters the crystal. Sungmin screams in absolute horror, assuming his friend's eye was just completely destroyed. But instead of screaming in pain, Minho stands perfectly still as glowing red shards drop from his eye. The demon looks completely confused, wondering why its strike didn't even scratch his human eye. Minho slowly raises his head, a sinister, dark grin forming on his face. He chuckles to himself, realizing his vision is suddenly cleared up and his mana is overflowing. His mind flashes back to Bombay's letter, revealing the true mechanism behind the unsealed stone. The image of Bombay smiling smugly appears as the letter's text explains that the unsealed power is directly bound to his human nervous system. Minho realizes that the demonic stone's seal was designed to shatter and unlock only after taking a direct, near-death hit to the face. Scream backsteps in terror, screaming about how a simple human survived its ultimate attack. A massive wave of pink, unsealed demonic energy erupts from Minho's body, shattering the floorboards as he declares he is no mere mortal. The force of the unsealed mana blasts the giant goblin beast backward. Minho looks back at Sungmin, commanding him to keep screaming at the top of his lungs. Sungmin is completely baffled, protesting that it will just feed the demon's strength, but Minho yells at him to just shut up and do it. Sungmin has no choice but to place his trust in his friend, preparing himself for the ultimate scream. He clenches his fists, takes a deep breath, and opens his mouth wide. He lets out a deafening, soul-shattering shriek that echoes throughout the entire haunted house. Scream happily opens its jaw, greedily devouring the massive wave of fear energy. But as it eats, Minho feels the seal on his right leg completely dissolve. Sungmin keeps screaming, pushing his vocal cords to the absolute limit. The demon cackles, calling Minho an arrogant fool for actively feeding its strength. But Minho just grins, pointing out a major flaw in the beast's biology. The exact moment Scream is eating a human scream, its physical movements become incredibly sluggish. Our guy drops to a low stance, pink flames wrapping around his unsealed right leg as he prepares to strike. He launches forward with blinding, superhuman speed, catching the demon completely off guard. The impact of his flaming kick connects directly with Scream's jaw. A massive explosion of pink fire and shockwaves tears through the haunted house ceiling. Minho lands gracefully, feeling the shattered shell of his bloodstone releasing its true potential. He spins in the air, his movement now completely surpassing human physical limits. Scream screams in agony as its physical form begins to dissolve into dark, volatile mana. Minho's red eye glows brightly as he sucks the demon's remaining life force directly into his unsealed stone. The beast's massive form is completely vaporized, reduced to a small dark soul orb. Minho stands under the ruined ceiling, absorbing the raw demonic energy through his eye. He smiles maniacally, noting that the power accumulated from devouring a demon beast is incomparable to simple human negative energy. He declares that now that his bloodstone is unlocked, he just needs to keep hunting minor demons until he regains his original royal strength. Sungmin falls to his knees, trembling and asking if his friend is actually okay after absorbing a literal monster. Minho turns around with a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin, asking him if they should go find their next meal. Meanwhile, we cut back to the massive, dark skyscraper of Nox Entertainment at night. Minha is walking down a narrow hallway, carrying her luggage as Han Young escorts her to her new dorm room. Han Young opens the door, telling her coldly to unpack her things and reminding her that she is strictly forbidden from leaving the dorm until official practice starts. Minha looks down sadly, her face filled with anxiety as she agrees to the harsh rules. The heavy metal door is slammed shut behind her, locking her inside. She stands in the quiet, empty room, a soft sigh escaping her lips. She clenches her fist tightly, her body shaking as she thinks about her mother and her brother. She tells herself that she can definitely do this, determined to survive this ordeal for her family's sake. She looks up, her eyes landing on a security camera watching her from the corner of the ceiling. The red recording light on the camera blinks slowly in the dark. We see a grotesque, decaying hand touching a monitor, trembling with insane excitement. The hooded CEO, Mara, is shaking in Hansu's arms, her skin peeling as she drools over the prospect of finally stealing Minha's pure, fresh human vessel. Street instantly stops, sniffing the air and noting a faint scent of demonic blood nearby. She bows deeply, congratulating Minho on partially recovering his divine royal mana. She strikes a dramatic pose, pledging to serve as his shadow and follow him to the end of the darkness. Minho tells her to stop overdoing the theatrical acting, ordering her to track Mara while he goes to devour the other minor demons in the area. Street salutes, happily agreeing to her new mission. We see a spark from a lighter as a human man ignites a cigarette in a dark alley. Floating over his shoulder is a bizarre, slug-like demon with purple eyes named Opep Sheol, which feeds on the negative energy coming from human lungs. Before the parasite can eat any more, a hand suddenly grabs it from behind. Minho grabs the screaming slug, telling it coldly to come with him. He forcefully devours its mana, the dark energy swirling directly into his unsealed red eye. Our guy wipes his mouth, complaining about how incredibly disgusting the demon's residue smells. He looks up at the starry sky, immediately searching for his next target. Down another alley, we see a drunk man passed out next to trash cans, with a blue octopus-like demon named Askra floating over his head. Minho grabs Askra and devours its power too, while Sungmin wonders why on earth so many demons are living in the human world. Minho explains that demons who flee to the mortal realm lose their raw power passing through the barrier, forcing them to parasitize humans to survive. Sungmin shivers, realizing that old human superstitions about demonic possession are actually completely real. Minho raises his left hand, feeling his newly accumulated mana and deciding it's finally time to try a specific spell. Sungmin's jaw drops as a massive wave of pink, flaming energy starts to gather in Minho's hand. The magic solidifies into a massive dark sword wrapped in pink flames, his legendary weapon, Damrakal. Sungmin is amazed, but he quickly asks if it's actually safe to send Street to spy on Nox Entertainment alone. Minho casually tells him not to worry, pointing out that her demonic energy is so minuscule that the other demons won't even notice her. Meanwhile, we cut to Street in her bat form, hanging upside down from a tree branch outside the Nox building. She is shaking, complaining that she is going to starve to death at this rate. Suddenly, her golden eyes lock onto something small on the pavement below. She spreads her wings and flies down toward the ground. She snatches a small, squirming brown worm with her bat claws. She looks at it closely, her eyes widening in complete surprise. She realizes this disgusting insect is one of the parasites containing Mara's raw, decaying demonic energy. She flies away with the bug, knowing she must inform her master immediately. The scene shifts to the Knox parking garage entrance under the dim night sky. The sleek silver Rolls-Royce drives down the concrete ramp into the basement. Inside, Han-soo is holding an unconscious Manhwa on his lap, smiling creepily and bragging to his mother that he knocked her out cleanly. The hooded CEO, Mara, let out a psychotic giggle, drooling as she looks at her new, pure vessel. Han-soo pats her cheek, telling her it's time to go as they pull up to their destination. Manhwa remains completely unresponsive, her eyes closed as she is carried down. Back at the park, Street is back in her demon girl form, trying to talk to Manhwa with her mouth full because she is still holding the writhing worm. Manhwa tells her to spit the disgusting bug out before talking, and she hurls it to the floor. Manhwa picks it up with his sleeve, identifying it as one of Mara's rotting parasites. He explains that Mara's soul is too powerful for a standard human frame, meaning her current vessel is rapidly decaying. Sung-min panics, realizing that the entertainment agency's scouting offer was a trap designed to steal Minha's body. Manhwa scoffs, calling Mara an old hag who should have gone crazy gracefully instead of targeting high schoolers. Sung-min sweat drops, asking how old his mother is, and Manhwa casually answers that in human years, she is about 6,375 years old. Sung-min is completely floored, asking how old Manhwa is if his mother is that old. Manhwa looks away, recalling a memory of his childhood when his uncle Barkin first showed him the human world. The memory shows a young chibi Ravis in Bombay standing with Barkin in the desert. Barkin was pointing at the massive pyramids of Giza being built by ancient humans, claiming they were building a monument to worship him. But the young Bambi adjusted his sunglasses, pointing out that those humans were actually worshipping Ra in the heavenly realm. Barkin instantly snapped, grabbing Bambi's head and shouting about why humans would worship a god he personally defeated in combat. The memory ends with Barkin laughing maniacally, while the young prince just stared in absolute disbelief. Sung-min is completely speechless, realizing he is hanging out with a demon who literally watched the pyramids being built. Street panics, pointing out that Manhwa might be completely devoured by Mara at any moment. Minho's expression turns dead serious, the playfulness completely vanishing from his face. He stares ahead, his eyes dark as he realizes his stepsister's life is in immediate danger. We cut to the creepy, unfinished concrete building hidden deep in the forest. Han-soo and Han-young carry the unconscious Manhwa out of the Rolls-Royce, walking toward the entrance. The decaying CEO, Mara, follows behind them under her dark hood. They look up at the rusted scaffolding of the abandoned facility. They carry her down the dark concrete stairs deep into the subterranean basement. Mara smiles, calling this place the perfect gap between the demon and human realms, hidden from the heavens. But as they open the doors, they find themselves standing in the middle of a massive underground chamber. Standing in the center of the room is Master Bauer, holding a purple festering flower and looking absolutely outraged at the intruders. The decaying CEO pulls back her hood, revealing her monstrous peeling face as she introduces herself as Mara Bellyaxe, setting up an explosive clash between the two villain factions. So, we are right back in the thick of it inside Bauer's hidden concrete greenhouse. Bauer is currently trying to kick Mara and her hybrid kids out of his facility, acting like he actually owns the place. Mara is just standing there, looking like she barely survived a bad hair day, admitting that maintaining a human vessel has completely drained her tank. But she did not come unarmed. She brought her designer demon twins to do the heavy lifting. Bauer looks at them and is instantly disgusted. A hybrid of human and demon is basically a biological insult in his eyes. Mara does not care. She basically tells him that since she gave them life, they exist to be her human shields, so he should just take his weird plants and get lost. And calling his precious soul-grown festering flowers weeds is the absolute quickest way to get on Bauer's bad side. The man loses his mind, launching his vine whip straight at them because nobody disrespects his agricultural achievements. The attack tears through the air, but Han-soo is already moving, intercepting the strike and absolutely slamming Bauer onto the concrete floor with zero effort. Mara stands there smiling like a proud mother whose kid just won the spelling bee, except the spelling bee is domestic violence. And now, we get a little history lesson on why these twins are built so different. Years ago, Mara managed to swipe something highly illegal from the demon realm, the demonic soul spring. This is not some normal holy water. This is the literal source of magic power, supposedly made from the tears of the creator god. The kind of premium mana juice that normal demons would fight wars over. Lavis's dad, the Demon King, had it under lock and key, which only made Mara want to steal it more. She basically force-fed this highly toxic, raw divine energy to her twin babies, telling them to drink up so they could protect her. All of this just to survive on Earth until she can find some hidden entity named Circeal. That is a name we should definitely file away for later. Cut to the present outside. The rain is pouring down, and our main trio is finally arriving at the facility. Street is leading the way, pointing out the creepy, unfinished concrete building like she is showing them a high-end real estate property, but because of the heavy downpour, her highly sensitive demon nose is completely out of commission. She is standing there looking incredibly pathetic with a band-aid on her nose, completely useless as a tracker right now. Sung-min is hyperventilating, begging Minho to save his sister no matter what. Lavis is remarkably casual about this, putting a hand on Sung-min's shoulder and telling him they are going in together. Sung-min is confused until Lavis explains that while he is useless in a fight, he will make a fantastic human shield. Truly peak companion motivation right there. Street tries to play the cheerleader role, telling Lavis to go defeat the bad guys while she stays safely in the back. Lavis does not do free rides. He looks back with those deadpan terrifying eyes and tells her she is coming in too because he needs to pad his numbers. And just like that, Street is questioning every single life decision that led her to defecting from her old boss. Inside, the ritual is already starting. The dark magic circle under Manhwa is beginning to glow with a bright purple light. Mara is laughing like a maniac, ready to claim her fresh, young vessel. Bauer is on his knees, bloodied and pathetic, begging the Witch of Greed for mercy because he knows he is completely outmatched. Hansu is literally using Bauer's head as a footrest, asking his mom if he can keep this pathetic demon as a pet to run his errands. It is a truly embarrassing display of side character behavior. Then, a voice rings out through the dusty room, comparing the whole group to a collection of trash gathering in a single bin. Hansu stops, looking up as he recognizes the scrawny kid who just walked through the door. Sungmin takes one look at the room, and his soul almost leaves his body. Because lined up against the walls are the unconscious human bodies being used as living soil, including Ju Young-moo. Young-moo, with giant purple flowers literally growing out of his eye sockets, looks over and tells Sungmin he should be grateful he was not chosen as fertilizer. For Sungmin, the horror of the demon world is finally hitting him. This is not a game, and these creatures do not play by human rules. Bauer recognizes our guy instantly as the menace who burned down his warehouse and ruined his entire drug empire. Mara's eyes narrow. She can tell immediately that there is something highly abnormal about the soul inside this human teenager, and before anyone can guess, Street decides to do a dramatic introduction, loudly proclaiming that this is Lord Lavis Vindicat, the prince who wiped out Bauer's entire family. The entire room goes dead silent. The name Lavis Vindicat carries a very specific weight, and that weight is terror. Bauer's eyes go wide as he remembers the absolute monster who turned his noble house into a memory. But then, Bauer's brain actually starts working. He realizes this is not the godlike prince from the demon realm. This is a prisoner trapped in a scrawny, weak human body with zero natural mana. Mara is grinning too, realizing this is the son of Aeneas, the woman she has spent her entire life envying. Lavis is doing the math in his head. Fighting the ancient witch, her overpowered twins, and a vengeful Bauer all at once with his current low mana is a complete suicide mission. So, he decides to play the ultimate card, absolute unadulterated disrespect. He looks at Bauer and casually tells him to get out of his sight. Bauer is insulted, screaming that he is going to take this chance to avenge his family and rip our guy apart. Lavis does not even flinch. He lets out a massive, bone-chilling roar, exposing his glowing red demonic eye. The sudden pressure in the room shifts instantly. It is the raw, terrifying aura of a king, and it hits Bauer like a physical wall. Lavis stands there, surrounded by a dark, bloody light, telling them that the Lord of Blood has descended to Earth, and any demon who does not want to be slaughtered needs to start behaving. Bauer is sweating bullets, completely unable to comprehend how a human body can channel this level of intimidating, high-tier magic. He does not wait to find out. The sheer trauma of his family's massacre kicks in, and Bauer literally turns around and leaps out of the window like an Olympic high jumper. The man chose survival over revenge, disappearing into the dark forest at high speed. With the coward handled, Lavis turns his cold gaze back to Mara, calling her a rotting old woman who thinks she can just steal a young girl's body. Mara's face twists in rage. Nobody has called her old in about 300 years, and she is not about to take it from Aeneas's kid. But as she screams, her human body starts failing, coughing up dark blood as the physical strain of her rotting vessel catches up to her. She wipes the blood from her lip, her smile turning incredibly twisted and psychotic. She wonders aloud what kind of face Aeneas will make when she receives her precious son's body in pieces. Lavis matches her psycho energy touch for touch, letting out a dark grin as he wonders what face Mara will make when her precious hybrid kids are turned into dust. Mara has heard enough. She commands her twins to go bring her the tongue of this insolent little prince. Hansu moves first, his massive iron flail swinging through the air with a dark purple glow. He is looking incredibly smug, confident that he is about to secure the easiest victory of his life. Beside him, Han Young draws her twin massive silver blades, her eyes cold, sharp, and completely devoid of mercy. They have absolutely zero teamwork, throwing out high-tier attacks that are actively getting in each other's way. Han Young tells him to shut his mouth and watch her back, her blades slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Hansu is getting highly frustrated, swinging his heavy chain mace while trying not to hit his own sister. It is an absolute mess of an offensive strategy, and Lavis is watching them with an incredibly calm, analytical gaze. He notes that their synergy is completely non-existent, which is the perfect tactical weakness to exploit. He casually dodges between their strikes, mockingly pointing out that they are probably going to kill each other before they even scratch his uniform. Hansu is losing his mind, screaming as a stray slash from his sister almost takes his ear off. Lavis moves like a shadow, recognizing that Hansu is an overconfident hothead while Han Young is a cynical, cold calculator. They are the perfect pair to turn against each other. He uses his sword to parry Han Young's dual blades, deflecting her downward strike directly into the path of Hansu's incoming iron flail. The metal clangs together with a deafening screech, sending vibrations traveling all the way up their arms. Han Young lets out a frustrated click of her tongue, realizing how easily they are being played. But before she can reposition, Lavis delivers a lightning-fast counterslash, his blade cutting dangerously close to her side. He backs off, noting that even with their diluted hybrid blood, the sheer raw power they possess is highly impressive. He wonders what kind of dark experiments Mara performed to make them this strong. Hansu is laughing like a maniac, mockingly telling his sister that she deserved to get hit and that he is going to be the one to end this fight. He launches his heavy flail again, the massive iron ball smashing into the concrete floor, leaving deep craters. Han Young ignores his laughing, her silent form closing the distance in a fraction of a second, aiming straight for Lavis's neck. The wind pressure from her twin blades cuts through the air, but she wide-eyes in shock when she realizes Lavis somehow managed to dodge mid-air, defying normal physical limits. Hansu is still screaming in the background, treating this entire deathmatch like a casual lobby in a video game. Lavis lands gracefully, his boots sliding against the dusty stone floor as he prepares for the next wave. The twins launch a coordinated strike, purple and red mana filling the entire room as they try to corner him. Lavis blocks the dual blades with his sword, the sheer physical force of the impact pushing him down onto one knee. Han Young is staring down at him with those lifeless, dark eyes, repeating the word die like a broken record. But Lavis's focus is not on her. It is on his rapidly depleting mana reserves. He needs to end this immediately before his body completely locks up from the system lag. So, he decides to play a highly childish, yet highly effective trick. He looks over at Hansu and tells him that his big sister is clearly the stronger twin. This is the ultimate mental damage for an insecure teenager. Hansu's face goes completely red, screaming that he was born a whole 18 minutes before her. The bait is taken hook, line, and sinker. Hansu goes into a blind rage, spinning his mace and charging in recklessly, completely abandoning any defensive posture. His massive, uncoordinated swinging forces both Lavis and Han Young to back away to avoid being flattened by his stupidity. Han Young calls him an absolute idiot for rushing into close range and ruining her perfect opening. Hansu does not care, screaming that he is going to take Lavis's head to his mother first to prove his superiority. Lavis lets out a cold, satisfied grin. Hansu's attacks are rougher and completely wild now, which means the loudmouthed idiot has finally entered his absolute strike zone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Street is trying her absolute best to hold off the decaying Mara. She calls the witch grotesque, mocking her fall from the 12 black seats. Mara is triggered beyond belief, screaming at the lowly lesser beast as her black liquid claws lash out like angry serpents. Street gets pushed back, coughing up a bit of blood, but she screams out to Lord Xion to hurry up and do his job. And that is when we see Sungmin, running at full speed toward the dark purple magic barrier holding Manhwa. He reaches out, his hands pressing against the unstable, highly volatile energy shield. The sheer temperature of the barrier is insane. 1 second it feels like liquid fire, and the next it feels like freezing ice. His skin starts burning and blistering instantly, the agonizing pain forcing a loud scream from his throat. But he looks through the glowing purple energy at Minha's pale, unconscious face, begging her to open her eyes. Street is put through a meat grinder in the background, throwing herself at Mara to keep the ancient witch's attention away from the kids. She is bleeding and exhausted, but she yells at Sungmin to keep going and save his sister no matter what. Sungmin is blown back by a sudden discharge of dark magic, slamming hard onto the stone floor. He looks down at his hands, which are severely burned, trembling and covered in black soot. The harsh reality of his human weakness hits him. He is just a normal, scrawny high school kid. In a room full of ancient monsters and demon princes, he is completely powerless. He remembers the peaceful days, walking home from school with Minho and Manhwa, laughing and talking about nothing. That warmth is something he refuses to let these monsters take away from him. He grits his teeth, tears of pain and frustration running down his face, and gathers every single ounce of courage in his scrawny body. With a desperate roar, he leaps forward, slamming his charred, bloody fist straight into the dark magic barrier with everything he has got. At the same time, Street is let out a painful scream as Mara's sharp liquid claws pierce directly through her shoulders. Mara stands over her, mocking her weak, half-baked beast play, telling her that her little resistance ends here. Street is pinned, staring up at the rotting witch, realizing that even in this decaying state, a member of the 12 black seats is a complete natural disaster. Mara raises her dark claw, a sadistic wide grin stretching across her half-peeled face as she prepares to end her. She swings down, the dark energy tearing through the air, and Street is pinned against the concrete wall, crying out in absolute agony as the dark spikes pierce her shoulders, locking her in place. Mara turns her cold, victorious gaze toward the shaking Sungmin, telling him to watch closely as she tears his hope away. Street, barely conscious and bleeding heavily, screams at Sungmin to run away before he gets killed too. But before Mara can take another step, a massive, unexpected change in the room causes Sungmin's eyes to go wide in absolute shock. So Sungmin is currently pinned to the concrete floor by a massive, disgusting glob of black soul slime. Mara is towering over him, wearing a psychotic grin and promising to turn both him and our guy into fertilizer. The poor kid is struggling with everything he has got, but his scrawny human frame is completely locked down. With the distractions handled, Mara raises her glowing hand over Minha's unconscious body to finish what she started. She begins chanting her ancient dark soul transfer spell, her eyes wide with absolute madness. The magic circle flares with a blinding purple light as Minha's eyes suddenly fly open, glowing a deep, unnatural yellow. Lavis sees this from across the room and tries to push past, but the twins are not letting him go easily. He swings his flaming red sword Domrakal with everything he has left in his mana tank, his red left eye focusing on the absolute worst-case scenario unfolding right in front of him. But Han Young and Han Su coordinate just enough to block his strike, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. Lavis is forced to jump backward, his boots sliding against the stone as his system lag starts kicking in hard. Han Su laughs, swinging his heavy chain mace and yelling that he is going to be the one to finish off the prince. But before he can take a step, glowing pink magical threads suddenly wrap around his entire torso. Han Su stops mid-laugh, looking completely bewildered as the magic threads tighten around his arms. With a sudden pull, he is dragged backward behind a concrete wall, a heavy strip of magical tape slapping over his mouth. And standing over him is Beltia, the chaotic demon girl who has been stalking our guy since the demon realm. Meanwhile, the main event is unfortunately finishing up as Mara's old rotting body begins to liquefy. The massive torrent of black soul slime pours out of her old mouth, surging directly into Minha's open mouth in a truly disgusting display of body-snatching physics. The transfer is incredibly violent, the black slime filling her lungs and taking over her nervous system. And then, the room goes completely quiet as the transfer finishes. Minha's body sits up, her face twisting into a psychotic, drooling smirk that definitely does not belong to a high schooler. Behind her, Mara's old, hollowed-out corpse collapses onto the stone floor like an empty sleeping bag. Mara raises her fresh, young hands, looking at her new fingers with absolute manic ecstasy. She poses, completely thrilled with her new aesthetic, promising to enjoy this youthful beauty forever. Sungmin and Street can only watch in absolute horror, screaming Minha's name as the reality sets in. Ravis parries Han Young's dual blades, his teeth grit in frustration. He realized a second too late that they failed to stop the ritual in time. Behind the concrete wall, Beltia is completely ignoring the literal war happening and is instead staring at Ravis's face. Ravis gets a small cut on his shoulder as he barely dodges another slash from Han Young. Beltia starts shaking, slapping her own cheeks and telling herself to get a grip because her beloved prince is in danger. But every time she thinks about stepping in, she blushes like a high school girl in a rom-com, worried that he will look at her. She is literally having a full-blown fantasy sequence about her wedding with a demon prince while people are actively dying around her. On the floor next to her, Han Soo is writhing in his taped-up bonds, completely humiliated by his hostage situation. He is making angry, muffled noises, but Beltia just steps on him to keep him quiet while she continues her fangirl monologue. Out on the battlefield, Han Young finally notices her loudmouth brother is missing and looks around in confusion. Ravis does not waste the opening, his eyes narrowing as he raises his sword for a decisive counterattack. He drives his flaming blade forward, clashing violently with Han Young's guard as she struggles to hold him off alone. Mara, now occupying Minha's body, casually turns her head toward the noise. She looks down at Han Soo, who has finally managed to wiggle his way back into the main room. He is whining about a little rat jumping him from behind while Mara stands there looking incredibly smug. She opens her arms, playfully asking her kids if she looks pretty in her new vessel, which is a highly uncomfortable family dynamic. Sungmin is lying in the goo, crying that everything is over and they failed to save her. But Street, still pinned to the stone pillar by dark spikes, screams out that there is still a chance. Ravis looks back, his crimson eye wide as he listens to his assistant's frantic explanation. She explains that tonight is the moonless night, a highly specific cosmic event where the border between realms blurs. Because of this, all magic contracts and soul transfers are highly unstable, meaning Minha's soul is still fighting inside her. Mara's face suddenly goes completely blank, her yellow eyes widening as she looks over at Ravis. Her expression turns soft and terrified, crying out to her brother to save her from the darkness. Ravis stops, his heart dropping for a fraction of a second as he thinks his stepsister is calling to him. But then, Minha's lips curl back into a sickening wide grin, letting out a mocking laugh. Mara giggles, telling our guy that she sounds exactly like the real thing, completely playing with his emotions, and that is the absolute worst mistake she could have made. Ravis's face contorts into pure, murderous rage. Mara, getting bored of the banter, commands her twins to stop playing around and just slaughter everyone in the room. Han Soo charges forward, swinging his spiked mace with a vicious roar, eager to redeem himself after his embarrassing capture. Ravis parries the blow, his muscles screaming under the strain of his fading mana, feeling deeply humiliated that he is struggling against these hybrids. He decides he has had enough of playing nice, declaring that it is time to eat and power up his reserves. Mara matches his bloodlust, licking her lips as she walks toward the pinned companions. She looks down at Sungmin, trying to decide which of these annoying little pests she should eat first. Suddenly, a sleek purple metallic sphere rolls onto the concrete floor right next to her feet. Mara stops, her brow furrowing as she stares at the strange high-tech device. The sphere pops open, and a miniature, angry chibi demon pops out, surrounded by a thick wave of dark red fumes. The little creature glares up with glowing red eyes, releasing a highly concentrated ancient demonic stench. Mara is caught completely off guard, gagging and clutching her throat as the horrific smell hits her. Ravis looks over, his eyes wide in surprise as he recognizes the distinct visual of this high-tech distraction. Mara is coughing violently, cursing the absolute biological weapon of a stench that just filled her lungs. Through the thick red smoke, a dark, hooded figure leaps across the concrete beams with high-speed agility. The figure lands directly in front of Street, slicing through the dark spikes holding her to the pillar. She tosses a pair of massive, glowing cybernetic claws with orange blades straight at Street's hands. Street catches them, her eyes widening in absolute disbelief as she recognizes the underground boss, Jin Jae-hee. Before she can ask, Jae-hee slides across the floor, her blade slicing through the black goo holding Sung-min down. She grabs the terrified kid by his collar, tossing a sleek, pink-glowing sci-fi pistol directly into his chest. Sung-min fumbles, falling backward onto the concrete as the heavy weapon lands in his lap. Street stands up, her new cybernetic claws humming with massive demon realm power, wondering how a human gang boss got her hands on this. Sung-min picks up the pink gun, his hands shaking as he stares at the glowing, high-tech modifications. The moment his fingers wrap around the grip, the weapon flares with a brilliant, violent pink light. A massive surge of pure, raw energy travels up his arms, forcing an absolute scream of agony from his throat. His head feels like it is about to split open, his heart beating like a hyperactive engine as the magic forces its way into his system. His vision goes dizzy, his eyes glowing a bright digital pink as the weapon overrides his human senses. Mara recovers from the stink bomb, her eyes narrowing as she demands to know what these pests are plotting. But Street is already in the air, her cybernetic claws splitting the darkness as she lunges straight for the witch. Mara blocks with her dark fluid arms, mocking the small toy that her opponent is showing off. She laughs, calling Street a low-class demon beast who belongs on a leash. Street grins through her teeth, biting back that she does not take criticism from an old hag who sold her soul for a pretty face. She slices clean through Mara's fluid defenses, sending chunks of black slime splattering onto the floor. Mara's smirk vanishes, her arm instantly transforming into a massive, thick pillar of dark liquid. She unleashes a massive, sweeping wave of heavy tentacles, pushing Street backward across the room. Street slashes frantically, but her blades are bouncing off the thickening fluid as the slime grows denser. She leaps back, realizing with horror that Mara is adapting to Minha's physical body at an alarming rate. Mara licks her lips, her yellow eyes wide with hunger as she prepares to feast on a high-tier demon snack. But as she advances, Street's eyes lock onto a highly specific detail in the center of the magic circle. A thick, dark fluid cord, like a demonic umbilical cord, is stretching from Minha's back down to Mara's old, discarded corpse. She puts the pieces together. Minha is a completely ordinary, fragile human being. She cannot physically accept the massive, ancient soul of a Dark Throne member all at once without exploding. Mara swings her massive tentacle down, shattering the concrete floor right where Street was standing a second ago. Street dodges, screaming to Sung-min that they must sever the umbilical cord connected to the corpse to stop the transfer. Sung-min's breathing finally stabilizes, the agonizing magical surge settling into a cold digital clarity. He looks down at the glowing pink sci-fi gun, his glasses reflecting the rapid data streams scrolling in his mind. He looks over at the dark purple barrier protecting Mara's old rotting body on the floor. He sees the thick fluid cord connecting the corpse directly to Minha's new body. He realizes that because Minha is human, the transfer is still incomplete and highly fragile. The magic circle is acting as a firewall, protecting the old body until the data transfer is fully finished. If he can destroy that firewall, the entire connection will collapse. His eyes flare with a bright pink digital light, his brain working at absolute hyper-clocked speeds. The world around him slows down to a crawl as his programmer instincts take over. Sung-min stands up, a massive pink mathematical aura surrounding his body like a visual representation of his intellect. To his eyes, the ancient complex magical barrier is no longer a mystical mystery. It is just geometry. And geometry is just shapes, and shapes can be converted into formulas and calculated with numbers. He is literally treating an ancient, high-tier demon curse like a complicated line of legacy code that needs to be debugged. He raises his hand, tracing his finger through the air as pink mathematical equations begin to render in real time. Checking the barrier equation, defining the cubic polynomial, finding the S-curve mana flow, and locating the core hidden in the extremum, I differentiate! Street looks back, her jaw literally dropping as she watches her scrawny human friend perform high-stakes calculus in a war zone. She parries another heavy strike from Mara, wondering if the weapon Jae-hee provided is translating magic into code for him. Mara spots the glowing kid and charges forward with a psychotic roar, her tentacles reaching out to crush him. Street throws herself in front, blocking the heavy blow to buy her programmer friend as much time as possible. Sungmin's fingers are flying, converting the magic structure into a matrix form, identifying the symmetric matrix of the mana vector. He smirks, knowing that if he can calculate the eigenvalue, the firewall's single critical weakness will be exposed. Found it! F prime of x equals 0! Critical point exposed! He raises the sci-fi gun, aiming it directly at the specific mathematical weak point of the purple barrier. He yells that the magic circle's local minimum is its absolute destruction, pulling the trigger. A massive, violent pink laser beam erupts from the barrel of the gun, tearing through the warehouse. The beam hits the barrier's weak point with perfect surgical mathematical precision. The purple shield shatters like glass, a massive explosion of light shaking the entire foundation of the concrete building. The magic circle under Mara's old corpse crumbles into dust, completely collapsing her firewall. Mara's jaw drops, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated terror as she screams in disbelief. Sungmin falls backward onto the floor, his body completely exhausted but his face wearing a triumphant grin. Mara is in a blind panic, screaming at how a pathetic human could have possibly solved her magic circle. Sungmin lies there, laughing like a maniac, his eyes still sparkling with glowing pink data rings. He whispers that the math does not lie and his formula has been officially proven on her face. His eyes close, completely passing out from the massive mental and physical strain of his ultimate math hack. Mara looks down at her hands, realizing that with the barrier gone, her soul transfer is permanently stuck halfway. Street does not wait for an invitation, leaping through the smoke with her cybernetic claws fully charged. She lands right on top of Mara's unprotected, rotting old corpse on the floor. Mara screams for her to stop, but Street has no intentions of playing fair. She drives her cybernetic claws deep into the rotting body, shredding it to absolute ribbons with a victorious roar. Mara throws her head back, letting out an agonizing scream of feedback pain as her original body is torn to pieces. In her panic, she unleashes a massive, desperate blast of dark fluid, slamming Street across the room. Street crashes hard against the concrete wall, her claws sparking as she slides down to the floor. Mara falls to her knees, looking at the shredded, bloody remains of her noble demon corpse. She is sobbing, frantically trying to gather the pieces of her flesh because without them, her soul will eventually rot. Street leans against the cracked wall, spitting a mouthful of blood and letting out a mocking laugh. Mara turns her yellow eyes, screaming that she is going to chew Street's bones to dust for this. But Street just smiles, pointing out that both Mara's old body and her endless greed are about to burn together. Mara freezes, a massive chilling shadow falling over her body. She slowly looks back, her eyes wide with pure terror as she sees Lavis standing right behind her. We open chapter 23 on the absolute most terrifying image the villains have ever seen. Han-soo is hanging upside down in Lavis's grip, crying to his mother about how this scrawny kid suddenly became a raid boss. Mara is staring in pure, unadulterated disbelief, her yellow eyes practically popping out of her head. She realizes that the red smoke from that random metal sphere was actually the ultimate cheat code. And behind the wall, Beltia is putting on a highly proud, love-struck smirk. We flash back to the demon realm, where we see Beltia standing over a chained-up chibi version of Lavis with a giant syringe. She admits that she drew his blood as a personal keepsake because she is a massive stalker, but she realized she had to use her premium collection to save his life on Earth. She remembers the shady administrator Banbei telling her about the secret backup pipeline. He explained that the bloodstone in Lavis's eye would react to his original blood, letting him bypass the exile seals. And back in the present, Lavis is breathing in his own vaporized power, feeling the beautiful rush of his true strength returning. Mara loses her absolute mind, screaming at her twins for being complete trash, who cannot even handle a single high schooler. Lavis drops them like yesterday's garbage, sending them crashing onto the concrete floor, but the twins, desperate to earn their mother's approval, force themselves up with a bloodthirsty roar. Han-soo spins his spiked mace, the metal chain slicing through the air with purple energy. Han-young charges from the other side, her twin silver blades aiming straight for his torso. Han-soo is screaming that he is going to be the one to secure the kill while his sister silence slashes with blind desperation. But Lavis does not even move, standing completely still as their attacks strike his glowing pink aura and bounce off like plastic toys. Mara is getting increasingly panicked, demanding to know why a literal demon prince is risking his life for a useless human sister. She lashes out with her dark fluid tentacles, trying to overwhelm him from a distance. Lavis casually sidesteps, a calm, mocking smile spreading across his face as he mentions that the birthday cake his stepsister made him was incredibly delicious. Mara is completely stunned, her brain failing to process this incredibly bizarre culinary review. Our guy is having a wholesome, soft-focus flashback of Manhwa smiling with the strawberry whipped cream, which completely triggers Han-soo, who screams that a demon prince has no business talking about heavenly cake flavors. Lavis looks at the bickering twins and asks them, with absolute deadpan curiosity, if they have ever fed each other cake. Han Young looks at him like he belongs in an asylum, screaming that she would rather throw a cake in his face. Lavis's hand moves like a flash of lightning, his fingers slicing through the air. The shockwave cuts clean through Han Young's cheek, drawing blood before she can even register the movement. Lavis looks down at his hand, a single drop of her hybrid blood landing on his lips. He licks it off, his expression turning cold and highly analytical. His glowing pink eye focuses on the twins, triggering a deep repressed memory in their minds. And now, we get a highly depressing look into their childhood under the Witch of Greed. We see a young Han Young, proudly holding up a test paper with a perfect score of 100. Beside her, a young Han-soo is holding a broom, happily telling his mother that he cleaned the entire house perfectly. But Mara, in her previous elegant human disguise, just screams at them to shut up and drink tap water, slamming the door in their faces. The two children stand in the empty hallway, their small shoulders slumped in absolute silence. We see the torn pieces of the perfect test paper scattered on the floor, proving that no amount of studying or cleaning could ever earn their mother's affection. A few years later, they are sitting outside a trendy cafe in the city. They see a popular influencer girl laughing and taking photos with her boyfriend. Mara is watching from their table, muttering about how much she hates that girl's fake, pretty face. Han Young looks at her mother's angry expression, her eyes narrowing as a dark thought forms. She stands up, walking over to the happy couple's table with a blank face. She deliberately accelerates her pace, slamming directly into the girl and spilling her hot coffee all over her white shirt. The girl screams in pain, the entire patio erupting into chaos as people panic. Han Young runs back to their table, where Mara suddenly pulls her into a massive, laughing hug. They walk out of the cafe together, leaving the crying girl behind. Mara is beaming, telling Han Young she is the cutest daughter in the world for ruining that girl's day. For the first time in her life, Han Young's face blushes with absolute happiness because she finally got praised by her mother. Han-soo looks on with intense jealousy, begging his mother to let him ruin someone's life next time so he can get a hug too. And that is when the twins learn the twisted rule of their household: if you bully someone mom is jealous of, she will love you. We see Han Young as a middle schooler, standing over a bleeding girl she just beat up in an alleyway, with Mara standing behind her like a proud mentor. And as the years went by, the requests got significantly worse. We see a silver blade dripping with fresh dark blood and Han Young standing over a dead body, her eyes completely vacant. Mara is cradling her face, whispering that she is a lovely daughter and asking her to kill again next time. The girl leans into her touch, her mind completely broken by the need for maternal affection. She tells herself that if she keeps taking lives for her mother, she will be loved forever. We cut back to the present, where Lavis lets out a highly sarcastic smirk, mockingly praising Mara for her stellar parenting skills. Han Young screams in absolute madness, swinging her blades with zero regard for her own safety. Han-soo is right beside her, his face contorted in rage as he tries to flatten our guy. Mara is cheering them on from the back, screaming at them to get this annoying pest out of her sight. Lavis draws his sword, his crimson eyes glowing with absolute cold focus. The blade slices through the air with terrifying speed, delivering a brutal counterattack that completely shatters their offensive momentum. He moves like a shadow, his physical strength reaching levels that normal humans cannot even comprehend. The impact of his strike sends a massive shockwave of blood through the room, shattering the concrete floor. Lavis looks down at them with a terrifying wide grin, his aura flaring with pure malice. Mara gasps, her eyes widening in genuine terror as she realizes his combat style has completely shifted. The sheer brutal violence of his movements is identical to the legendary god of violence back in the demon realm, Varkan. Our guy has officially inherited his uncle's ferocious beast energy, and the villains are about to learn why that is a complete nightmare. Lavis is already pressing his advantage, his sword clashing with Han Young's dual blades. Han Su is rolling on the floor in a pool of blood, furiously blaming his sister for his missing limb. Han Young looks back at him, her eyes wide, with a mixture of fear and pure resentment. He screams at her to kill Lavis or he will kill her himself, completely fracturing whatever fragile bond they had. Lavis stands there laughing like a cartoon villain, telling them to keep fighting amongst themselves because it is highly entertaining. Han Young's expression goes cold, a dark, desperate decision forming in her eyes. Han Su looks up in sudden confusion as a sharp silver blade slices through the air. Han Young drives her sword straight through her own brother's back, betraying him to secure her mother's approval. Han Su falls to his knees, blood splattering across the concrete floor. He is coughing up blood, staring at his sister in absolute heartbroken shock. He reaches out toward Mara, crying out for his mother as his vision starts to fade. But Mara does not even look at him, calling him a useless disappointment and telling Han Young to ignore him and keep fighting. Han Young obeys instantly, her blades clashing with Lavis's sword in a desperate bid to survive. Han Su lies on the cold stone, weeping as he realizes his mother never cared about him at all. His eye slowly closes, his tragic side character arc ending in absolute silence. Mara launches her giant slime tentacles, screaming at our guy to just die and stop resisting. Lavis parries the strikes, but his eyes are fixed on the decaying cord connecting her to her old body. He notes that her soul is adapting rapidly, and if he wastes any more time, Minha's soul will be permanently erased. He gets another brief image of Minha's bright, happy smile, and his eyes flare with a terrifying pink demonic light. He knows his human frame is on the verge of breaking apart from the system lag, but he needs to take a massive gamble. He leaps forward, bypassing Mara's giant tentacles with an acrobatic spin. He drops his sword, letting his guard fall completely open. Before Han Young can react, Lavis grabs her by the face, slamming her head against the stone floor. He pins her down, and with a feral, monstrous grin, he drives his fangs directly into her neck. He is actively drinking her hybrid demon blood, reclaiming her stolen soul spring mana directly from her veins. Mara is completely paralyzed with shock, screaming in absolute horror at this terrifying display of prince-level savagery. Han Young's eyes go vacant as her body goes completely limp, her lifeless form sliding onto the cold concrete. Lavis stands up, wiping the blood from his chin as a massive surge of dark pink mana erupts around him. His veins are bulging, his power reaching its absolute limit as he forces the stolen mana through his scrawny frame. His hand is trembling, cracking and bleeding as the human hardware struggles to contain his god-tier software. Mara is backing away in a panic, screaming at the monster to stay away from her. She lashes out with a frantic wave of massive tentacles, trying to keep him at bay. But Lavis is already moving, a dark, terrifying silhouette charging straight through her defenses. She is screaming in pure terror as he shreds her slime tentacles with his bare hands, slicing them into useless puddles. He is closing the distance in a fraction of a second, even though his own muscles are tearing apart from the sheer intensity of the power. His hand is covered in deep fractures, blood seeping through his skin as the backlash hits him. But he just lets out a manic, ecstatic laugh, loving the absolute thrill of a high-stakes life-or-death battle. He leaps through the remaining defenses, his eyes locked onto his final target. He spins mid-air, bypassing her guard completely. Mara is screaming that he is going to ruin everything at the very last moment, but Lavis slams into her with the force of a high-speed train, sending them both crashing to the floor. He pins her down, the concrete shattering beneath them. Lavis drives his hand straight onto her throat, choking out her remaining defenses with a crushing grip. He looks down at her with a cold, deadpan gaze, telling her that her disgusting lifeline has been officially cut. Mara is thrashing beneath him, screaming that she is a Dark Throne member and cannot die by his hands. Lavis leans in, giving her one final, incredibly generous warning. He tells her that if she leaves Minha's body on her own right now, he will let her survive. He proudly declares his royal name, swearing on his father's honor as the great demon king that he will keep his word. Mara's eyes narrow as she analyzes the situation, realizing he is terrified she will self-destruct and take the girl's soul with her. She lets out a dark, smug grin, thinking she has secured a brilliant bargain. She demands that he drop his sword first to prove his compliance. She boasts that as long as she survives, she can easily find another body to take over. Ravis does not hesitate, opening his hand and letting his bloody blade drop, the metal clattering loudly against the concrete floor. He steps back, raising his hand and telling her to come out of the vessel. Mara is choking and coughing, her expression incredibly smug as she prepares to exit. She lets out a triumphant smirk, confident she has outsmarted the prince. With a sudden violent surge, her true soul form, a giant multi-eyed blue slime serpent, vomits itself out of Manhwa's mouth, screaming insults at him. And right on cue, Ravis's face shifts into a highly sinister, cold grin. His right hand flares with massive purple energy, transforming into a giant scaled demonic claw. Before she can even process what is happening, he reaches out and grabs the slime serpent by its neck in an absolute chokehold. Mara is writhing in his grip, screaming in pure panic as she realizes her soul is trapped in his physical demon hand. Ravis lets out a dry, mocking laugh, asking how a member of the prestigious 12 Black Seats could fall for such an obvious trap. He admits that he had absolutely no idea how to pull her out of Manhwa's body without hurting his stepsister, so he had to get creative. Mara is screeching in a blind rage, calling him a liar and asking how a royal prince could break an oath sworn on his father's honor. Ravis just smiles, his grip tightening as he proudly points out that he only needs to protect his own personal honor, leaving his father's reputation out of it. So Mara is currently throwing a massive temper tantrum, and our guy is just staring at her like she's a mildly annoying pop-up ad. Thankfully, Manhwa's soul is officially back in the driver's seat. She passes out immediately, her body completely exhausted from the spiritual invasion. Ravis holds the screeching slime parasite high in the air, and Mara starts begging for her life, promising to do whatever he wants if he just spares her. She is giving him her absolute best puppy dog eyes, which is highly ineffective when your face is a slimy blue worm. Behind them, a sharp silver blade begins to tremble. Han Young is standing there, bleeding and broken, slowly raising her sword for one final sneak attack. Mara spots this and instantly drops the victim act, screaming at her daughter to slice his throat. Han Young gathers every ounce of her remaining strength, swinging her blade downward, but a sudden splash of dark red paint interrupts the strike. Her own brother, Han Soo, stabs her straight through the chest from behind, the absolute peak of toxic sibling rivalry. He mocks her for trying to take all the credit. Han Young coughs up a handful of blood, her eyes wide in complete betrayal. They both collapse onto the cold concrete, dying together in a pool of their own unearned desperation. Mara goes completely ballistic, screaming at the absolute stupidity of her children. Ravis just looks down at them, completely unimpressed by their tragic side character performance. Mara pivots back to begging, claiming she and his mother used to be best friends back in the day. She claims Aeneas used to call her big sister, which is highly unlikely given his mother's vocabulary. Street steps in, looking at her with absolute disgust, asking if she even deserves to call herself a mother. Mara screams back that she can easily spawn a dozen more children just like them. The absolute worst answer possible when standing in front of a man who values loyalty above all else. Ravis's eyes go ice cold, declaring that her seat on the 12 thrones is officially vacant. He tosses her writhing soul form onto the hard floor. Mara is still screaming insults, vowing to make him suffer for this humiliation. She is having a mental projection of his mother looking down on her, which only fuels her psychotic breakdown. "I will destroy you!" she screeches. Ravis does not even let her finish the sentence, bringing his shoe down and grinding her slimy soul directly into the concrete floor. No dramatic speeches, no final monologues, just a very clean, satisfying deletion. The dark blue residue of her soul begins to dissolve under his sneaker, and her residual high-tier mana begins to float upward. Ravis tilts his head back, his left eye crackling with pink lightning as he inhales the feast. The raw energy surges into his system, partially recharging his depleted mana tank in a single go. "It is finally over," he says. Street runs over, praising his name like she didn't almost get turned into a rug 5 minutes ago. Ravis looks down at his hand, feeling the massive, overflowing power of a former Dark Throne member. But then, his single red forehead horn slowly retracts, and his hand returns to its scrawny human form as the temporary boost settles. He immediately pulls out a plaid handkerchief, wiping his mouth because demon souls apparently smell like garbage. Street looks over at the dead twins, letting out a soft, genuine sigh. She remarks that if Mara had never brought them to Earth, maybe they could have lived happily. Ravis stands there quietly, his face hidden in shadow as he looks at his sleeping stepsister. "We cannot know that," he says softly. He remarks that children often suffer and die because of their parents' greed, thinking of his abusive stepfather. And speaking of weird parental behavior, a pair of glowing pink eyes is currently peeking from behind a pillar. Beltia is blushing like a tomato, telling herself her job is done and she needs to make her exit. "You, over there," Lavis says, turning his head. Beltia squeaks like a squeezed toy, trying to press herself flat against the pillar. It is an incredibly stealthy hiding strategy if you ignore the giant hearts floating around her head. "I already saw you, so just come out," he says. Beltia screams, begging him to pretend he didn't see anything. Street's eyes go wide, recognizing her instantly as the legendary weapon maker of the demon realm. The youngest daughter of the Murtano family, rumored to be a genius born once in 3,000 years. Lavis sighs, asking why on earth she followed him all the way to the human world. Beltia panics, screaming that Vanby told her she was a premium present before diving straight out of the window. She makes a highly dramatic escape, leaping into the dark, rainy forest at high speed. Street stands there blinking, noting that she was indeed his most notorious stalker among the noble ladies. But then, she stops, pointing out that the girl definitely had the face of Jin Jae-hee. Lavis gets a dark, highly annoyed realization. That bastard Banbei, her brain still trying to process the visual. Lavis is gritting his teeth, his expression turning highly sinister as he connects the dots. He realizes that Bombi must have stuffed Beltia's obsessive soul directly into the gang boss's body. He is absolutely furious, promising Street that when they return, he is giving her Banbei as a personal slave. Street gasps, putting a hand over her mouth like she's trying to act polite, before giving him a greedy fang grin and asking exactly how long she gets to keep him. We cut directly back to the demon realm, where the weather is significantly nicer. Varkin is sitting at an elegant tea table, laughing about how his nephew is already drinking blood on Earth. Ineas is sitting across from him, sipping her tea calmly while Varkon gives a highly exaggerated recap of the warehouse fight. He waves his hands around, talking about tentacles and skull crushing, while Ineas secretly smirks. Varkin points at her lips, telling her to stop hiding her proud mother smile and just celebrate properly. She quickly puts on her cold face, claiming she can't have a single day of peace because of her son. Varkin points out that she has been drinking the extremely rare tea sent by House Reutez this entire time without complaining. She takes another slow sip, claiming the tea has absolutely nothing to do with her parenting. Varkin crosses his arms, telling her to relax, because her son is officially capable of using his true power now. Ineas's eyes narrow, her red horns catching the light as her expression turns cold. She asks, very slowly, what exactly Varkin, Banbei, and the Great Demon King are plotting behind her back. Varkin flinches, a cold sweat running down his neck as he tries to play dumb. She points out that there is no way Banbei could have smuggled a bloodstone onto Earth without the king's approval. Her eyes widen in sudden, sharp realization, her pupil turning into a thin slit. "You are using ravis to catch Morgath!" she screams. Varkin throws his hands up, shouting, "Bingo!" Ineas does not even let him finish, leaping over the table and driving her fangs directly into his neck with a furious roar. Varkin is screaming in pain while Bombay is sitting right next to them, calmly sipping his tea like nothing is happening. Bombay puts his cup down, looking out of the window with a highly serious, thoughtful gaze. He reflects on the concept of siblings, noting they often look like they want to kill each other, and then a dark, purple flame silhouette appears in his mind. Morgath, the one who commands death, the demon god of the end who seeks to return all existence to nothing. Bombay's eyes narrow behind his glasses, whispering to the shadows that wherever Morgath is hiding, he should prepare himself. Back on Earth, Lavis gently places the sleeping Manhwa back onto her bed in her room. He stands over her, his expression unusually quiet and calm. He thinks of the original young Minho, telling himself that his debt for borrowing this body has been officially paid. Suddenly, the front door is slammed open with a loud bang, interrupting his quiet main character moment. The abusive stepfather, Jong Tae-shik, bursts in, accompanied by his terrified wife and secretary Kim. He starts screaming at Minho, demanding to know why his precious prospective superstar idol is lying there unconscious. The mother is crying, rushing to Minha's side, while Tae-shik accuses his stepkids of plotting to ruin his mayoral campaign. He gets right in Minho's face, yelling that they are doing this because they hate seeing him get praise online. He turns to his secretary, commanding him to take photos of Minha's pale, bruised face immediately. He lets out a disgusting, wide grin, planning to tell the media she was attacked by a stalker to farm sympathy votes. Lavis's eyes go completely dark, a heavy, murderous pink aura beginning to crackle around his shoulders. "This bastard really does not know his place," he whispers. But before he can move, the mother lets out an absolute shriek of rage, standing up to her husband. Taeshik stops, looking completely bewildered as his usually submissive wife glares at him with bloodshot eyes. She screams that she actually believed he would be a good parent when they married, but the second her first husband died, Taeshik siphoned the fortune and exploited her children for his election. Taeshik's face twists in anger, screaming back that he was the one who took in a runaway woman with 2 useless kids. He yells that they are all ungrateful brats who are trying to destroy his career. Lavis is standing in the corner, his face completely expressionless as he listens to the argument. He notes that every single word coming out of this politician's mouth reeks of trash. He raises his hand, telling himself that while he cannot kill humans on Earth, breaking a bone or two to teach this man a lesson is completely within the legal limits of his exile. But the mother steps in front, screaming, "Shut up, you piece of trash!" directly into Taeshik's face. She laughs in his face, telling him that a hypocrite like him running for mayor is an absolute joke. Taeshik's veins are bulging, his face red with humiliation as he raises his hand to strike her. But the mother does not even flinch, balling her fists and stepping closer. She vows that from this day on, she will be the hand choking his neck, ending his domestic reign of terror. Lavis's eyes widen slightly in genuine surprise. He thought she was just a weak, pathetic human, but in this moment, her fiery gaze reminds him directly of his own mother. Taeshik is left trembling, his mouth open as he realizes he has completely lost his grip on this family. He lets out a helpless, frustrated roar, storming out of the room like a child throwing a tantrum. And then, the scene shifts drastically, moving across the globe to a U.S. military facility in the Middle East. The control room of Fort Vulture is covered in dark blood, dead soldiers scattered across the glowing screens. A mysterious hooded figure is standing at the console, casually asking which button he should press. A dying commander on the floor begs him to stop, warning him that launching the missile will slaughter thousands of civilians. The figure pauses, his long purple finger hovering over the heavy red launch button. "Isn't that what you made it for?" he asks softly, before slamming his finger down, initiating the automated missile launch sequence. The commander screams in horror, asking him what kind of monster he is. The figure slowly pulls back his hood, revealing glowing golden reptile eyes and a chilling grin. "A demon. Go tell them that Morgath did this." We start with a scenic view of a quiet, sun-drenched city. It looks peaceful. It is not going to stay peaceful for very long. Something is currently falling from the sky at terminal velocity. The locals look up, completely unaware that their afternoon is about to be violently rescheduled. The impact is absolute. A massive, fiery explosion tears through the streets, turning concrete into shrapnel in a fraction of a second. Meanwhile, inside a nearby military command center, the local commander is bleeding on the floor, realizing his entire base has just been turned into a burning graveyard. Standing over him is Morgath. He stands in the wreckage, completely unbothered, while his subordinate Shua kneels to present a glowing magical fragment. Morgath looks at the screen, casually wondering why humans spend millions of dollars creating advanced defensive technology just to keep their most valuable treasures hidden in a basement. He takes the fragment, noting that he did not even have to lift a finger to bypass their security. The demon god of the end is officially active, and he is treated to a very easy start. Now let us shift from a military zone to a much more dangerous battleground, a trendy cafe in Seoul. Minho and Sungmin are sitting outside discussing the absolute mess that is their current family dynamic. The mother wants a divorce from the abusive stepfather, but there is a major catch. If she files for divorce right now, the stepfather will find a way to hide his assets, meaning the family gets nothing. Minho is furious. He wants to execute the man on the spot, but those pesky divine exile laws prevent him from committing human murder. So, naturally, he decides to delegate. He points at Sungmin and commands him to find a highly illegal, highly advanced way to steal all the stepfather's money back. Sungmin is sweating bullets. He points out that he is just a high school kid, and the only humans Minho actually knows are him and his sister. Minho tells him to stop being modest, reminding him that he literally coded the location sharing app that a drug syndicate used to run a city-wide cartel. Sungmin immediately slams his hand over Minho's mouth, reminding him that people can actually hear them. Minho bats his hand away like an annoyed cat, asking how long they have to sit here drinking cold coffee. He wants to leave, but there is one minor issue standing behind them. Actually, it is a major giant pink issue. A massive pink mascot suit has been looming over their table for the last 10 minutes. Minho does not even turn around. He just sighs and tells Beltia to stop wearing the giant bear suit and go back to the demon realm. The mascot immediately freezes in terror. Sungmin is confused. He asks if she can even hear him, but Minho explains that she is a terminal stalker who physically cannot function if she looks at his face. Sungmin's eyes go wide. He remembers the lore. This pink mascot is actually Beltia Murtano, the genius alchemist who forged some of the most terrifying weapons in history. As she stands there in her ridiculous pink costume, we are treated to a massive flashback to understand how a legendary demon weaponsmith ended up like this. We go back centuries to the demon realm. Beltia's story starts before she was even born. Her father, Count Valdior, was gifted an eternal flame by the demon lord Gamadair. Beltia was born inside the foundry, literally getting burned by the flame before she could even open her eyes. Her father stood over her, declaring that this flame would guide her path as a master weaponsmith. As a baby, she was surrounded by heat and light. Her childhood was less about playing with toys and more about surviving molten steel. It was, as she notes, very hot. Years later, her father presented her first major creation to the Demon Lord's castle. He kneeled before the king, presenting a terrifying high-tier artifact called the Mouth of Cocytus. It was a demonic Oni mask designed to suck in the false oaths of traitors and spit them back out as razor-sharp shards of ice. Talk about a brutal security system. Count Valdior stood there smiling smugly, showing off his quiet, purple-horned daughter as the ultimate prodigy of the Murtano family. The demon lord Gamudair inspected the mask, admitting that the girl's talent was genuinely terrifying. Beltia stood silently in the background, her large pink eyes completely blank. She was treated more like a valuable machine than a child. Gamudair sighed, looking at her genius and complaining that his own son Lavis only brought him constant headaches. We see a hilarious chibi memory of baby Lavis sticking his tongue out and making a mess. The count bowed, accepting the king's high praise. With that single presentation, the Murtano family secured the monopoly on all weapon development for the royal family. Beltia's fate was officially sealed. But as they walked out of the palace, her life was about to change. Her father praised her, calling her the finest masterpiece their family had ever created. He was happy about the political leverage, not his daughter's well-being. Beltia just stared ahead, completely hollow. She was locked in a forge, destined to burn her life away for her family's ambition. But as they walked down the grand corridor, a sudden chaotic noise echoed through the halls. A wild kid was getting absolutely dragged across the carpet. It was a young Prince Lavis, looking highly displeased. Lavis was screaming at the top of his lungs, declaring that a true demon lord should be merciless and that forgiveness is for the weak. His mother, Ineas, had him in a firm chokehold, completely unbothered by his royal status. She yelled back that she was going to take him to his merciless uncle Varkin to get his attitude adjusted, causing the young prince to immediately scream in absolute terror. Beltia stopped in her tracks. Her large pink eyes went wide. It was the first time she had ever met Prince Lavis. While everyone else saw a chaotic, screaming brat, she saw her absolute savior. Talk about a unique taste in men. Back in her dark, isolated foundry, her obsession began to bloom. She spent the next few decades locked away, studying advanced alchemy and handling the eternal flame to refine her craft. She created legendary weapons of every shape and size, her skills reaching a level that ordinary demons could only dream of. But her life was completely isolated. The forge was her entire world. Her only connection to reality came from her two maids, Khosri and Wang. They would sit in the corner of the foundry, bickering over food and complaining about their chores. Khosri was accusing Wang of eating all the rare fruits their father had provided, while Wang claimed she had to clean the stables and deserved the extra calories. Wang pouted, looking highly offended by the accusation. Beltia casually looked up from her book, offering her own share of the fruit to settle the dispute. She was surprisingly gentle for a legendary weaponsmith. The maids immediately got excited, though Khosri pointed out that Wang already ate yesterday, so she should get the larger share today. The bickering resumed instantly. Beltia just smiled softly, turning back to her research. The maids loved her, often hugging her and complaining that her father was too cruel for keeping such a cute and lovely young lady locked up in a dusty forge all day. Beltia explained that her father promised she could leave the foundry once their family officially ascended to the 12 Black Thrones. She truly believed him. The maids cheered, declaring that when that day came, they would take her straight to the royal castle so she could finally meet Prince Lavis. Hearing his name, Beltia's cheeks immediately flushed bright pink. The prince was her only hope, the light at the end of her very long, very hot tunnel. She looked at her finished weapons, dreaming of the day she could present one to him. The maid's laughter and stories of the outside world were the only things that kept her sane. To a girl trapped in a dark, fiery basement, those simple stories of friendship and romance were the only things that made her feel alive. As time passed, she remained confined within the cold stone walls of her foundry. Her knowledge of alchemy grew, but so did her raw demonic energy. Soon, the power became too massive for her small body to contain. One afternoon, the eternal flame within her soul completely erupted. She fell to her knees, screaming in pure agony as the heat began to consume her from the inside out. Her maids, Kazri and Huang, ran into the room, terrified by the sudden explosion of purple fire. Beltia panicked, screaming for them to stay back as her magic began to spiral completely out of control. It was too late. A massive wave of volatile, white-hot flames exploded from her body, engulfing the entire room in a split second. Through the blinding purple light, we see the tragic silhouette of her two maids getting instantly vaporized by the sheer heat of her out-of-control magic. Their bodies were turned to ash, leaving only scorched skulls flying through the air. The tragedy is absolute. Beltia stared in horror, her pink eye wide with shock. She let out a soul-crushing scream, realizing what her out-of-control power had just done to her only friends. The flames continued to rage, melting the remaining metal and bone into a dark, toxic mist. When the fire finally died down, Beltia stood alone in the smoking ruins, staring at the ashes of the only people who had ever cared about her. The entire palace went silent as her scream echoed through the night. From that tragic day on, any lower-tier demons with weak magical defenses were strictly forbidden from entering her foundry. She was effectively isolated from everyone. Her father, Count Valdior, walked into the forge, but he did not offer comfort. He had a sinister, manipulative smile on his face. He told her she had finally become the flame itself. Beltia looked down, her voice trembling as she told her father she wanted to leave this terrible place now. The Count's expression immediately flipped. He grabbed her shoulder, yelling that she could never leave the foundry under any circumstances. He explained that their family had finally secured a spot in the legendary 12 Black Thrones, and if anyone stole her talent away, they would lose everything. Talk about a peak garbage father. Then, he delivered the ultimate emotional low blow. He asked her if she wanted to leave just so she could lose control and murder more innocent demons like Kozri and Wang. Beltia froze, the spectral memories of her dead friends looming behind her. The guilt was a heavy, inescapable weight. The Count smirked, knowing his psychological trap had worked perfectly. Beltia clutched her apron, her hands shaking as she whispered that she would never leave. She officially accepted her cage, and just like that, she became completely alone. Over the next few decades, she lived like a ghost. The only traces of the outside world were the cold, transactional order sheets her father left at her door. Her memories became no different from the piles of discarded scrap iron surrounding her cauldron. Her very existence was being burned away by her forge. Just as she began to lose her sanity and her reason for living started to fade, a sudden crack in her reality appeared. It was a dark, rainy night. The storm was howling outside her high tower. Suddenly, the window was slammed open, and two wet figures tumbled into her forge. It was a young, highly annoyed Prince Lavis, looking like a drowned rat. Lavis was drying his hair, complaining that his father refused to let him have a proper sword yet, forcing him to take matters into his own hands. His friend explained that there were rumors of a legendary genius alchemist trapped in this tower who could forge a weapon worthy of the future Demon King. Lavis looked around the messy room, declaring he wanted the finest sword in the entire demon realm. The friend shivered, noting that ever since this genius alchemist was born, the Murtano family had risen to power. But rumor had it she only crafted terrifying torture devices. Beltia stood behind a pillar, her brain completely short-circuiting as she listened to their conversation. The friends started laughing while Lavis looked highly skeptical about the whole rumor. That is when they finally noticed her standing in the shadows. Beltia stared at Lavis, immediately recognizing him as the chaotic, screaming prince from her childhood. The two boys stared back, completely surprised by the sudden appearance of a quiet, purple-horned girl. Beltia's face immediately turned a deep shade of crimson. Her stalker instincts were officially activated. They stood there in silence, the awkwardness in the room reaching level 99. Beltia peeked out, her heart hammering against her ribs. The friend panicked, yelling at Lavis to be careful because they had just cornered the legendary dangerous alchemist. Beltia nervously held her cloth, stammering that her name was indeed Beltia, and she was the alchemist they were looking for. The friend was shocked. He pointed at her, saying there was no way a little kid like her was the master. He explained that rumors claimed the alchemist was so hideous that ordinary demons would burn to death just by looking at her. Beltia blinked, looking highly confused by the bizarre rumors circulating about her. Lavis stepped up, getting uncomfortably close to her face. He scoffed, calling her a letdown and noting she was just a little girl. Beltia's brain did some incredible Olympic-level mental gymnastics. He called me a little girl. Little means cute, and cute means adorable. If so, that means he thinks I am adorable. The delusion is absolute. She is officially lost in her own sauce. She instantly slammed her hands over her mouth, blushing furiously and shouting that she could easily make him a sword. Lavis was pleased, asking what materials she needed to begin the forging process. Beltia got serious for a brief second, explaining that to forge a weapon worthy of him, she needed to melt the materials using his soul as a catalyst. Lavis immediately backed away, sweating and saying he did not want a sword that badly. But Beltia corrected herself, explaining she did not need to literally burn his soul, she just needed to observe it. Lavis was confused, asking how she could possibly see his soul and his demonic energy just by looking at him. Beltia stared deep into his eyes, her expression intense and unblinking. She told him she just needed to keep watching him. To her, Lavis was the first person to ever look at her and see something adorable rather than a monster or a tool. She swore a silent oath to use every ounce of her knowledge to forge the perfect blade for him. She clenched her fist, her determination solidifying. She walked to the massive heavy doors of her foundry. Overcoming centuries of isolation and fear, she finally pushed the doors open and walked out into the light, entirely for his sake. And thus, her career as his personal shadow began. We see young Lavis training in the woods, swinging a practice blade, and right behind a nearby tree is Beltia, peeking out with wide, unblinking pink eyes. She focused her demonic gaze, analyzing every single detail of his physical form. She was apparently analyzing his sexy jawline and the captivating dip of his collarbones. The author really decided to turn a tragic backstory into a comedy special, and honestly, I am here for it. Beltia squealed in pure delight, clutching her cheeks as she watched him sweat. Lavis suddenly paused, looking around with a deeply uncomfortable expression, sensing that some highly predatory entity was currently watching his collarbones from the bushes. Armed with her highly specific anatomical research, Beltia returned to her cauldron, working day and night to channel his energy into the steel. And after a long time, she finally held the finished product, a massive blood-red sword capable of becoming one with his soul. She named it Damrakal. She smiled happily, holding the legendary blade. This is the origin of Lavis's favorite sword, forged by a girl who conquered her trauma just to stalk his jawline. We start tonight right where we left off, staring at the dark towers of the Murtano foundry. Inside, Beltia is pacing back and forth with a giant box, completely losing her mind over how she is supposed to deliver her masterpiece to the prince. Before she can find a hiding spot, young Lavis stomps down the stairs, yelling at her to stop hiding and just give him the weapon, because he has been waiting for literally 100 years. Beltia is trembling in the corner, convinced that if the sword is not absolutely perfect, he is going to throw a massive royal tantrum. She is imagining him testing it on a monster and getting furious when it does not even scratch the beast. Lavis lets out a heavy sigh, his expression softening as he looks at her. He explains that he has to leave tomorrow to wipe out some traitors, and he gently asks her to please hand it over today. And there it is. The word please enters her ears, and her brain immediately translates it into a holy confession of love. In her mind, the prince is not just asking for a weapon, he is practically begging for her hand in marriage. She lets out a dramatic squeal, shoves the blood-red sword into his hands, and runs away to hide behind her workbench like a startled rabbit. Lavis is completely caught off guard, staring at the perfectly balanced blade with a massive grin. Beltia is curled up on the floor, praying that she does not get executed for her poor customer service. She is shaking, waiting for the screaming to start, but instead of yelling, Lavis looks at the sword and admits that it is actually incredible. He swings it, and the blade immediately erupts in perfect, stable purple flames that sync with his magic without any rejection. He asks her what the sword's name is, and Beltia peeks over the counter like a nervous turtle. She stammers, combining a bunch of Chunabu words into Lord of Blood Annihilation Damra Sword, which Lavis immediately shortens to just Damra Sword. He laughs, telling her he will never forget this favor for the rest of his life before leaping out the window to go test it. Beltia stays on the floor, her brain repeating the phrase, "for the rest of your life," on a continuous loop. To her, this is a binding contract of eternal companionship. She lets out a psychotic scream of joy, convinced that they are now officially dating. She remembers her childhood, being burned by the eternal flame the second she was born. But looking at the prince, she decides that all that pain was completely worth it if she could forge his path. She vows to watch over him forever, completely cementing her status as the demon realm's most dedicated stalker, though she reminds herself that no touching is allowed, because she does not want her volatile flames to hurt him. We snap back to the present day in Seoul, where Sungmin is sweating, pointing out that her memory has some pretty wild romantic distortions. Sungmin asks why she still refuses to look at Minho's face, and Minho explains that her host body, Jin Jae-hee, was the gang leader who tortured them, which apparently triggers her PTSD. Beltia is sitting in her mascot suit, clutching her cheeks and squealing about how she is too close to her beloved prince. Minho ignores her completely and tells Sungmin to hurry up and ask the question he wanted to ask. Sungmin turns to Beltia and explains that ever since he fired that pink sci-fi gun during the warehouse fight, his body has been acting strange. His heart randomly pounds, his vision blurs, and he gets cold sweats and anxiety out of nowhere. Beltia looks at him with a deadpan expression, declaring that she knows exactly what is wrong with him. Sungmin gets excited, thinking he is about to unlock some ancient latent magical power. Beltia tells him that it just sounds like basic panic disorder. She advises him to go to a hospital and get some medicine, noting that he also has a severe split personality. Sungmin tries to argue that his body is probably just synchronizing with a high-level demon weapon. Minho laughs at him, pointing out that he is really good at underestimating himself while overthinking normal human medical issues. Beltia gets a bit more serious, explaining how souls actually work in this world. Every living being, celestial, human, or demon, possesses a unique, unchangeable spiritual energy. If the physical body holding that energy is destroyed, the soul simply vanishes into nothingness. She explains that her special ability allows her to see the exact frequency of a soul whenever they order a weapon. She only adjusts the steel to fit that specific energy, but she cannot actually alter the soul itself. It is a highly specialized craft that requires absolute precision, which is why she had to watch Lavis's collarbones for so long to get his sword right. Yes, she is still justifying her stalking. Sungmin realizes what this means, asking if the gun only excited him because it was suited to his hidden, aggressive personality. Beltia confirms it, noting that the weapon essentially acted as a key to unlock a side of him he did not even know existed. Sungmin is completely depressed, realizing he has a chaotic, trigger-happy maniac living inside his head. Minho praises Beltia for actually speaking coherently for once, which immediately causes her to panic. The mascot suit head pops off, revealing Jin Jae-hee's blushing face as she screams that she has reached her limit of social interaction and needs to leave. Minho yells at her to go back to the demon realm already, but Beltia, running away in her giant pink bear suit, screams that her prince promised to be with her forever, so she is never leaving his side. She runs down the street, leaving a trail of dust and confusion behind her. Sungmin gives Minho a highly judgmental look, asking if he is actually into that kind of relationship. Minho aggressively denies it. Our guy grinds his teeth, muttering that this entire mess is because of Bombay, the administrator who set up his exile. He slams his fist on the table, yelling at Bombay to show his face right now if he is watching. And because the author loves convenient timing, a massive spark of pink magic erupts right behind him, and Bambi appears with a cheerful greeting. Minho jumps up, asking if he was exiled too, but Bambi explains he is here legally as an official messenger from the castle. Bombay immediately pats Sungmin's head, calling him a fellow glasses wearer and noting that dumb characters like Minho need smart characters like them to survive. Minho is raging in the background, demanding to know why Bombay is acting like they are buddies. Bombay sighs, asking Minho if he has actually thought about why he was sent to the human world in the first place. Minho yells that it is obviously because he is a criminal. Bombay asks why they gave him the illegal bloodstone in his eye, and Minho confidently claims it was to get on his good side because he is the king's son. Bombay stares at him, asking if he ever thinks deeply about anything at all. He tells him to keep being simple-minded and die on Earth then, which finally makes Minho realize there is a massive scheme going on behind his back. Bambi gets serious, asking if he remembers Morgus, the ancient demon who was imprisoned on Earth centuries ago. He reveals that the ancient monster has officially started moving. Minho's eyes widen as the name sinks in. Bambi explains that Morgus is currently trying to execute a forbidden ritual known as the reverse creation of Circes, and if he succeeds, he will permanently wipe out the heavenly realm, the demon realm, and the human world in one clean sweep. A slot machine is spinning wildly, flashing bright lights, and staring at the screen is a crazy green-haired demon named Namuja, holding his head in absolute frustration as he loses another round. He slams his fist against the glass, screaming that he has been dumping money into this machine for 3 days straight and wants his cash back. A hooded man, one of Morgas's direct subordinates, steps up behind him, telling him to calm down. He hands Namuja a handful of gold coins, offering to help him out. Namuja happily takes them, promising to pay him back double if he hits the jackpot. He pulls the lever, and the cymbal starts spinning again. Namuja gets a massive, manic grin on his face as the machines align. The hooded man whispers that he has something important to tell him about Prince Lavis. Namuja is not listening. He is staring at the screen, waiting for the final symbol to drop. But the machine stops on a heart, and the guy sitting right next to him hits the actual jackpot, cheering wildly. Namuja's expression instantly darkens into pure, unhinged rage. The hooded man ignores the tension and whispers that Prince Lavis has appeared in the human world as a weak prisoner. Namuja's eyes go wide, his focus completely shifting. But before he deals with the prince, he points a finger at the lucky winner and casually whispers, "Pop." The entire slot machine and the winner instantly erupt into a massive fireball. The casino descends into absolute chaos, people running and screaming as the floor catches fire. Namuja walks through the smoke, muttering that the jackpot never seems to work out for him. Talk about a sore loser. He grabs the hooded informant, telling him to speak up and reveal exactly where the prince is hiding. The informant is sweating, quickly handing over the details. A flashback shows Morgath telling his underling to spread the word of Lavis's arrival to lure out the most violent demons on Earth. Namuja is the perfect candidate. He stands in the burning casino, looking completely ready to start a manhunt. We snap back to the peaceful cafe, where the sunset is casting a warm glow over our trio. Minho is summarizing the situation, asking if his father, his uncle, and Bambi all teamed up just to send him down here to stop Morgath. He points out that Morgath still has his original body, while he is stuck in a scrawny, pathetic human frame with zero natural magic. Bambi explains that Morgath is not a normal demon anymore. During his hundreds of years on Earth, he managed to remodel his body into a stable human-demon hybrid. That is why he can use both magical and physical forces so freely, and why the royal family is currently trying to remodel Minho's body using the bloodstone. Sungmin nods in agreement, and Bambi immediately pets his head, praising him for being a smart, glasses type. Minho crosses his arms, asking why the hell it had to be him. Bambi casually explains that he is the only one strong enough to handle Morgath. He reveals the political nightmare. If the Demon King sent a proper army to Earth, the celestial realm would treat it as an act of war. So, they had to frame his mission as a royal exile to bypass the angels' detection systems. Minho yells, asking why they did not just tell him the truth from the very beginning. Bombay gives him a smug look, pointing out that if they told him the truth, his arrogant royal pride would have made him throw a fit and refuse to go. Minho is speechless, realizing his entire family manipulated him using his own personality flaws. He clarifies that he is supposed to save the human world and stop a multi-dimensional war with absolutely zero reinforcements. Bombay tells him not to worry, claiming he made his bloodstone modifications much better than the ones Morgath gave himself. Minho gives him a highly skeptical look, asking how he is supposed to trust a guy who literally threw him into a dumpster. Bombay smiles, reminding him that he has already absorbed Mara's power and he has a reliable companion right next to him. Sungmin immediately mutters that he never agreed to help. Minho's expression turns dark. He asks if his father has officially abandoned him and if Bombay is plotting to take the throne in his place. He slams his hands on the table, yelling that none of this makes any sense and that killing Morgath in this scrawny body is physically impossible. Bambi points his finger at him, asking if the great Prince Lavis is actually scared of a little challenge. Minho's brain immediately short-circuits. Scared? Did this green-haired troll just call me scared? Bambi laughs, calling him a scared little brat to twist the knife. Minho falls for the basic reverse psychology hook, line, and sinker. He stands up, screaming that he is going to rip Morgath apart with his own hands. Bambi cheers him on, telling him that is the royal spirit. Sungmin watches this display with absolute disbelief, realizing the legendary demon prince is actually the most easily manipulated person on the planet. Minho calms down slightly, asking how Beltia is supposed to be his backup. He demands Bombay take her back to the demon realm because she is too annoying. Bombay's smile fades. He notes that being by Minho's side is actually the safest place for her right now. He asks Minho if he forgot what kind of family House Murtano actually is. Minho's eyes go wide as he realizes the political purge might be targeting her family next. But before they can discuss it, a dark purple rift opens on the table, dropping a fancy envelope sealed with a magical crest. Sungmin leans in, staring at the strange magic. A holographic purple card rises from the seal, displaying a creepy Joker face. The text reads, "To the one qualified to support the nameless, you are invited as a VIP. The inviter is Mr. Namuja." Minho recognizes the name immediately, noting that Namuja is the violent escapee who broke out of the high-security prison. Bonbi smiles, noting that the target walked right into their hands. Bonbi stands up to leave, telling Sungmin to press the magical seal to activate the invitation. Sungmin, who clearly has zero survival instincts, reaches out his finger to press the glowing purple wax. Minho turns around and screams at him to stop, but it is too late. Sungmin's finger makes solid contact with the seal. The envelope erupts into a massive pillar of purple teleportation magic, engulfing both of them as they scream in panic. The magic column shoots straight into the sky, leaving the cafe table completely empty. Bombay stands there, casually waving and wishing them good luck. We transition through a flash of neon lights and the sound of spinning reels. The next second, our duo lands hard on a plush carpet, surrounded by flashing slot machines and poker chips. Sungmin sits up, asking why they are suddenly inside a casino. Minho stands up, yelling that he told him not to press the seal. He holds his head, muttering that they have just walked into a massive pain. Sungmin looks around at the flashing neon signs, his eyes starting to twitch. His eyes literally turn into dollar signs as he asks if they can take any money they win back to the real world. Minho asks him if his greedy split personality is trying to take over again. Minho tells him to get his head straight, explaining that this is not a normal casino. This is a demonic gambling den where people literally bet their lives. He tells Sungmin to stay glued to his side, because in this room, a single wrong bet or a single lost chip could cost them their lives. And with the violent escaped Namuja currently hunting them in this very building, things are about to get incredibly messy. We start tonight looking at a standard office ventilation shaft. Inside is Street, crawling through the dust and trembling like a leaf. She reminds herself that she is supposed to be a highly respected warden of the human world. But ever since she met Prince Lavis, her career has descended into complete chaos. She has not been able to properly monitor a single prisoner. She peeks through the grate, staring down at the abusive stepfather, Jiang Taishik, who is currently pacing in his office. Lavis's warning from earlier echoes in her head, commanding her to find any bank passwords or vault keys she can get her paws on. She holds her phone over her head, complaining that a legendary demon tracker is currently being reduced to a low-tier keystroke logger. Down below, Taishik is grinding his teeth, absolutely furious that his wife decided to stand up to him and ruin his campaign. He calls her an insolent woman. He is trying to figure out if she has any actual evidence of his corruption. Suddenly, his secretary bursts into the room screaming that the latest mayoral election polls have completely flipped. Taishik grabs the tablet, his face twisting into a manic rage. The screen shows Go Seongjun pulling ahead at 51%, while Taishik has dropped to 48%. The political career is officially on life support. The secretary explains that the recent worker death at his construction site has destroyed their public approval. Taishik yells that the guy tripped on his own, so it is not his fault. He smashes the tablet on the floor, throwing a full-blown political tantrum. The secretary bows, noting that they were only in first place because of the sympathy and good publicity from Manhwa's heroic viral video. He quietly asks if they should just clean everything up at this point. Taishik gets a cold, terrifying look in his eyes. Cut to the city skyline at night. Taishik is standing on his balcony, making a call to a gangster construction president named Hong. He tells him that if he becomes mayor, he can't let his current company win the big station contract. He proposes a dirty trade, offering the site to Hong instead. He laughs, claiming they are old friends who do not need to worry about compensation. He smiles, his glasses reflecting the cold city lights as he gets to the real point of the call. He tells Hong that he is short on votes and needs a massive wave of public sympathy. He asks for a very specific kind of favor. He hangs up, muttering that the gangster president has grown a lot and understands corporate assassination plots instantly. He turns to his secretary, asking where his wife is right now. The secretary explains that she just left for the hospital with Manhwa. Taishik gets a sinister grin, telling him to send their exact location to President Hong so he can arrange a fatal car accident. Yes, this man really decided that the best way to win an election is vehicular manslaughter. Up in the vents, Street is losing her mind. She realizes the mother and stepsister are in immediate danger. She turns around and starts sprinting through the shafts, dropping her stealth entirely. She needs to find Prince Ravis immediately, completely unaware that he has already been kidnapped by a magical portal. Meanwhile, in a quiet soul park, Beltia is sitting on a bench, completely exhausted. She is complaining about the heat, muttering that she would rather be standing in front of a forge. Bombay suddenly materializes behind her, asking what she is doing. Beltia jumps, her eyes going wide with shock. She immediately lunges at him, her cheeks flushed with absolute rage. She grabs him by the collar, shaking him violently. She screams that he sent Prince Ravis to a filthy rich imperial household while she was given the scrawny, broke body of a wanted criminal. She has to work all day just to buy food. We see a hilarious chibi flashback of her running from a mob of angry debt collectors who are screaming for Jin Jae-hee to give them their money back. She holds her head, screaming about the absolute mess her host body's life is. Bombay just smiles, admitting that the original Jae-hee told him to find her crypto wallet before she died, so maybe he should have possessed her instead. Beltia tells him to shut up, claiming a stupid coin wallet would not solve her problems. Bambi tells her to look on the bright side, noting that this new mortal life is a great opportunity to achieve her dream. Beltia stops, looking confused. An image of her original demon form looms behind her as Bambi reminds her of her deepest wish, to work for herself, not just for her demanding family. She stares at her tattooed hands, the realization starting to sink in. Bombay explains that in this world, she only has to work when she wants, and she can finally make weapons entirely on her own terms. For a brief second, Beltia actually looks peaceful. Her large pink eyes soften as she contemplates a life of freedom. But then her gaze lands on the giant pink bear mascot head sitting on the bench. The peaceful expression evaporates instantly. She grabs Bambi's collar again, screaming that she almost got steamed to death inside a giant pink stuffed animal the very second she was reborn. Bombay apologizes, claiming he was in a rush and that the mascot costume was the best camouflage option available at the time. Beltia does not care. She delivers a swift, legendary kick that sends Bombay flying onto the pavement. Bambi groans on the floor, clutching his back and complaining about his ancient spine. Beltia clenches her fists, her expression turning somber. She quietly asks if her original body and her foundry were completely destroyed during the purge. Bambi stops joking, his posture straightening. He confirms it, explaining that the entire foundry was crushed down to the last fingernail. He checked the wreckage with his own eyes. Beltia looks down, whispering that it must have hurt. She admits it would have been better if she was burned to death instead, since she is at least used to fire. She looks incredibly small and lonely in the moonlight, a tragic reminder that behind all her stalker delusions, she is a survivor of a brutal political genocide. Bombay stares at her, his expression filled with genuine, quiet concern. The emotional beat is immediately broken as Street sprints into the park, screaming for Bombay. Bombay looks up, casually waving at the panicking blue pigtails. Street grabs him, shaking him like a maraca while screaming a chaotic string of words about passwords, car crashes, and dying mothers. Bambi tells her to speak clearly. She explains that while she was spying, she heard the stepfather coordinate a hit and run against the mother to secure sympathy votes. Beltia looks completely confused, asking why dying wives equal votes. Bombay's eyes go wide. He yells in disbelief, admitting that even for a demon, Taishik's political strategy is absolutely unhinged. Beltia just blinks, completely out of the loop. Street yells that she can feel the prince's energy nearby, but cannot find him. Bambi looks at his glowing hand, realizing Lavis is currently trapped in the interdimensional casino. He tells Street there is no time to summon him. He asks where the mother is right now, and Street explains she is heading to the hospital. Bombay commands them to move, dragging a very confused Beltia along for the ride. Meanwhile, back inside the flashy, neon-lit casino, a red poker chip spins in the air. Namuja is standing across from them, welcoming Lavis to his parlor with a sinister smile. Sungmin is hiding behind Lavis, trembling as Namuja mocks the noble prince for getting reduced to a weak high schooler. Namuja's eye twitches, his bloodshot gaze locked onto our guy as he declares he is going to enjoy devouring his soul.
Chapter 30.
We open chapter 32 with the slot machines flashing, the golden casino lights casting a bright glow over the standoff. Namuja is flipping a poker chip, laughing at Lavis's scrawny high school blazer. He tells him that since he was imprisoned, he should have repented instead of escaping to cause more trouble on Earth. Suddenly, Bawor sticks his head out from behind a roulette table, screaming for Namuja to be careful because the prince can still use magic in his human body. Lavis glares at Bawor, realizing the coward survived the warehouse fire and immediately ran to find a new boss. Bawor laughs hysterically, boasting that this time, they have the ultimate advantage. Namuja gets a massive manic grin, declaring that if the prince can use magic, it only makes the stakes of his game much higher. He flicks the poker chip, his dark aura starting to leak into the air. His eyes turn a blinding hollow white as he asks if they are ready to start betting their lives. Lavis's dark eyes narrow, the reflection of the manic gambler burning in his pupils. To understand who they are dealing with, we dive into a flashback of Namuja's past in the demon realm. He was once the legendary executioner, a silent monster who erased criminals without leaving a trace. He wielded a massive scythe, his face covered by a cold gold mask as he stared down at his prisoners with zero emotion. We see a chained, purple-haired demon kneeling in the dust as Namuja lists his crimes of forbidden bloodline rituals and absorption. He smiles, reading the execution order with absolute indifference. The criminal screams, claiming this is not right and that a simple executioner has no right to take his life. He shatters his chains, his dark magic erupting as he tries to fight back. He charges forward, throwing a massive fist of purple energy at Namuja's head. Namuja does not even blink. He moves with blinding speed. The scythe flashes through the air, splitting the dark sky. In a single seamless motion, the criminal's head is cleanly severed, purple flames devouring his remaining spirit. Namuja was the perfect executioner because he possessed absolutely no feelings. He stood in the ashes, his cold voice declaring that he is a noble deliverer of death. But at some point, the perfect executioner was introduced to the concept of gambling. A pair of glowing purple dice began to haunt his thoughts. He became completely obsessed with probability, luck, and wagers, starting to treat the power of life and death like a slot machine. He stopped executing criminals normally. Instead, he would line up the judged prisoners and roll his dice. He proposed a simple game. If he won, they died. If they won, they walked free. It was the ultimate arrogant display of a man who believed he held fate in his hands. We see him rolling the dice in front of a terrified demon lady. The girl is trembling in her chains, crying and begging for mercy. The dice rattle against the stone table. Namuja looks at his low roll, telling her she actually has a decent chance of surviving. He shoves the heavy stone dice directly into her mouth, commanding her to roll. Yes, this man's gaming mechanics are highly unhygienic. She is sobbing, the magical dice glowing behind her teeth. She spits them onto the table. The dice roll, stopping on a number exactly 1 point higher than Namuja's score. The girl gasps, her eyes wide with sudden, breathless hope. Namuja looks at the score, casually sighing and commanding his guards to release her because she won the bet. She falls to her knees crying and thanking him for her life. Namuja tells her she was simply lucky, completely ignoring the fact that he is playing with the laws of the realm. If he lost, he let them walk. But if he won, he would smile as he cut off their heads, dismissing the slaughter as bad luck. But his madness did not stop there. To make the game more exciting, he started targeting weak, powerless beings who did not even know the rules of the world. We see a young chibi blue-haired demon kid kneeling before him. Namuja reads his minor charge of unauthorized dimensional gate travel, which carries a simple sentence of confinement. Namuja complains that kids these days are too boring, so he proposes a game with a single card. He holds up a card explaining that if the kid draws a higher number, his punishment is cancelled, but if the kid loses, he gets executed. The kid is sobbing, screaming that he is fine and will gladly accept his original prison sentence. Namuja grabs him by his blue hair, pulling his head back. He tells him he should have thought of that before he broke the law, smiling as he flips the cards. The kid draws a 4. Namuja draws a 7. Namuja lets out a manic laugh, celebrating his victory like he just won a tournament match. The kid screams, begging for his life and promising to devote his magic to the realm. The scythe flashes. A clean, silent slash ends the kid's life. Namuja stands over the body, telling him to blame his own bad luck, and the moment his targets lost, Namuja did something forbidden. He devoured them. He consumed their flesh, their bones, their fear, and even their raw souls to bolster his own magical reserves. Soul devouring is the ultimate, strictly enforced taboo in the demon realm, but the executioner had fallen completely into the pleasure of breaking the law. He was no longer a servant of justice, but a monster addicted to human and demon flesh. And back in the royal castle, a young Prince Ravis heard the reports of Namuja's crimes. He stared out the window, his crimson eyes filled with absolute disgust as he muttered that the legendary executioner is a complete bastard. We open with young Prince Ravis staring down at the beaten executioner. Ravis was absolutely disgusted by the man's unhinged gambling habits. He was ready to crush Namuja's wrist and smash his glowing purple dice into dust. He wanted to return the exact same violent death that Namuja had dealt to so many innocent children. Ravis stood over him with his sword drawn, ready to end the executioner's reign of terror right then and there. But the laws of the demon realm were incredibly annoying. Because Namuja was an official government executioner, the recorders of judgment stepped in to protect him. Under demonic law, an individual is strictly forbidden from executing a government employee, even if that individual happens to be the crown prince. Ravis was absolutely furious, realizing the corrupt system was protecting a monster. Namuja sneered from the dirt, mockingly celebrating his survival. And so, the fallen executioner survived. He went from a respected servant of the law to a complete predator. He became a useless card discarded at a dirty table, obsessed with finding his next fix. We snap back to the present casino floor, where Namuja lunges forward with a crazed scream. His rings glow with dark energy as he throws a flurry of high-speed punches. Ravis dodges the strike, the air splitting as the fist passes inches from his face. Ravis gets a sinister grin, realizing that while he cannot kill humans on Earth, there are absolutely no rules stopping him from executing an escaped demon. Meanwhile, we cut back to Earth, outside a dark hospital building. Ravis's mother is driving her sedan, heading towards her lawyer's office. She explains over the phone that she is going to file for divorce and expose Taishik's abuse on social media so the public pressure will keep them safe. But suddenly, a massive white construction truck appears in her rearview mirror. Bambi and Street are sprinting down the sidewalk, desperately trying to catch up. The truck accelerates, completely ignoring the traffic lanes as it rams her sedan at full speed. Juhi braces herself, praying that her children will stay safe. The impact is absolute. The truck crushes the sedan, flipping the car upside down in a shower of shattered glass and sparks. Street lets out a horrified scream as she realizes they arrived a second too late. The sedan lies smoking on the pavement, completely totaled. But as the smoke clears, a massive muscular figure stands in the wreckage. It is Uncle Barkin, holding the mother safely in his arms. He saved her just in the nick of time. He floats in the air, looking completely relaxed. Bambi and Street are frozen in shock, screaming his name. Barkin gets a massive grin, explaining he just came down to Earth to visit his favorite nephew. Honestly, having a god of violence as an uncle is the ultimate cheat code. We cut back to the casino, where Namuja rolls his dice. He yells for the dice to fall, launching a barrage of dark purple spheres. Ravis parries the attacks with Damrakal, blood spraying as the impact shakes the floor. Ravis mockingly asks if he really spent 300 years just to end up with the exact same slow attack speed. Namuja claims he was foolish back then, but things are different now. The dice stop on Snake Eyes again, glowing with intense magical energy. A massive, grotesque serpent made of black slime erupts from the portal. Lavis is pushed back, the slime wrapping around his arms and slowing his movements. Namuja screams, declaring that luck is just an error of an imperfect god, so he decided to master the science of statistical probability instead. He channels his magic, the purple aura growing larger. A massive explosion tears through the casino floor. Sung Min watches from behind his table, screaming Minho's name in pure panic. Namuja laughs hysterically, boasting that he has calculated every single combo probability of his skills. He screams that he spent 3 centuries in solitary confinement just to prepare for this rematch. This guy really spent 300 years doing high school math homework just to get revenge on a teenager. Lavis stands in the smoke, taunting him for taking 300 years just to start using his brain. Sungmin chimes in, pointing out that there are only 11 possible outcomes from the sum of 2 dice, so calculating the combinations is actually incredibly basic. Namuja is offended, pointing his finger at him, but Sungmin quickly claims he is just impressed by his dedication. Namuja goes wild, channeling a massive magic circle. His giant stone dice spin in the air. He screams, claiming that his control over probability guarantees him a perfect victory. He charges forward at terminal velocity. Lavis braces, holding his red blade defensively. The impact shakes the entire pocket dimension, a massive flash of purple and red light blinding the room. Namuja grinds his teeth, screaming that he could not wait to show his honed skills to the prince who humiliated him. He unleashes a massive shockwave, pushing Lavis back. Lavis slides across the floor, his feet tearing up the carpet. Our guy admits to himself that if he had not absorbed Mara's raw power earlier, his human frame would have been crushed by that attack. Namuja laughs, asking how much longer his fragile human vessel can survive. Lavis looks up, his eyes cold as he declares that no matter what the dice say, he is the one who decides the outcome of this game. Namuja charges his next spell, his purple magic flaring. Lavis notices the glowing purple light. Namuja prepares his ultimate move, a massive sphere of energy gathering in his hands as he screams for him to die, swallowing Lavis in a column of light. Lavis is thrown backward, his clothes torn and covered in blood. Sungmin screams in terror, covering his ears as the explosion shakes the walls. Namuja slowly walks through the dust, mockingly quoting Julius Caesar and claiming he loves it when the die is cast. Lavis slowly stands up, wiping the blood from his forehead. He asks how Namuja got so strong compared to his previous demon form. Namuja boasts that he devoured the souls and magic of everyone who lost bets against him. Lavis realizes what is going on, wondering what the hell the demon realm monitors were doing to let an escaped mass murderer roam free on Earth. And then, a sudden realization hits him. He asks Namuja if he met Morgath during his escape. Namuja confidently confirms it, claiming Morgath approached him right after he broke out. But then Namuja freezes, realizing he just leaked classified information. Lavis mockingly thanks him for the confirmation. Namuja goes absolutely wild with embarrassment, doubling his bet and flaring his magic circle. He rolls his dice again, summoning another wave of dark energy. He unleashes a massive bullet barrage of purple orbs. Lavis stands his ground. He guards with his blade, but the sheer force of the barrage leaves grazing cuts across his cheeks and shoulders. Namuja laughs, asking how long his pathetic human body can withstand the constant damage. Lavis looks at him through the blood dripping down his face, pointing out that even if he studied statistics, his probability hacks cannot guarantee a win in every single round. Namuja scoffs, claiming the minor losses do not matter when he can simply devour his targets anyway. He rolls the dice again, and suddenly his expression freezes. The dice landed on Snake Eyes. Again. The slime serpent wraps around Lavis once more, but this time, the prince does not even try to dodge. Lavis stands quietly inside the pool of his own blood, asking if he really killed everyone who played with him regardless of whether they won or lost. Namuja boasts that he devoured them all. He charges up his next strike, but he suddenly notices something strange about his magic circle. He lunges forward, screaming his high-five probability strike. He lands the hit, a massive explosion of purple fire engulfing Lavis. But when the smoke clears, Lavis is still standing, completely unfazed. Lavis looks at him with a creepy, blood-drenched grin, asking if he has noticed that something is seriously wrong with his probability calculations. Namuja panics, realizing his dice rolled the exact same sequence twice in a row. He stammers, wondering how such a statistical anomaly is even possible. Lavis tells him that they have a math genius on their team, calling out to Sungmin. Sungmin pops up behind the counter, explaining that the probability of rolling the exact same sequence of 2 dice twice in a row is 8 over 46,000, which translates to exactly 0.017%. He tells Namuja that his trick is statistically impossible without interference. Lavis gets a dark, terrifying look in his eyes, confirming that it is indeed impossible. Namuja is sweating, screaming that he mastered all probabilities, so there is no way he made a mistake. Lavis asks him if he has ever heard of a basic human science concept during his 3 centuries on Earth. Namuja is confused, muttering about blood. Lavis explains the concept of DNA replication, inheritance, and transmission of information in the cell nucleus. He reveals that his blood has a special high-tier demonic property. It can memorize and replicate the energy of any attack it has received. Namuja freezes, realizing why the prince stood there and took all those hits. Lavis did not dodge because he wanted his blood to coat the entire casino floor. Namuja panics, screaming that his DNA logic is absolute nonsense. Lavis smiles warmly, suggesting it is time for Namuja to experience his own jackpot explosion. The stone dice fall to the floor, but they are immediately locked in place by the red pool of blood. Namuja screams as his magic circle is completely hijacked. Lavis steps forward, explaining that he did not spill his royal blood for nothing. He explains that his blood has developed a perfect immunity to Namuja's probability magic, and because of that immunity, Namuja's spells can no longer harm him and are instead getting sucked back into the red pool. Namuja watches in horror as his dark purple mana is actively drained from his body. Lavis holds out his hand, promising to return all that stolen magic exactly as it was. He clenches his fist, the red and purple energy swirling together. He refines the energy into a massive, concentrated ball of crimson flame. Lavis performs a spectacular, gravity-defying flip. He drives his fist forward, firing a concentrated laser beam of fire straight through Namuja's throat. Namuja lets out a choke scream as the fire engulfs his entire body. He burns in the massive column of crimson flame, screaming the prince's name in agony. The explosion of fire is absolute. The sheer heat turns the slot machines and the carpet to ash in a fraction of a second. The final embers of the magic fade away. Lavis stands in the quiet, ruined casino, his sword resting at his side as Namuja's cracked, smoking dice roll across the floor. Our guide tells the ashes to keep living miserably in the underworld. He smirks, asking who told him to invite a demon prince to a pocket dimension death trap in the first place. The dice lie shattered on the carpet, their magic completely gone. Namuja is dealt with, mainly because we have a collection of literal demon gods, an obsessive weaponsmith, and a tech coder all sharing the same 50 square feet. Lavis looks at Uncle Barkin and asks the hard question, why is the god of violence suddenly wearing a human button-down like he is about to attend a parent-teacher conference? Barkin is immediately triggered. He survived 100 wars just to get questioned about his fashion choices by his own nephew. Beltia chimed in, calling him the strongest pervert in the demon realm, which is a wild accusation coming from a girl who spends her weekends in a pink bear suit stalking minors. Barkin's blood pressure is reaching astronomical levels. You can see the literal veins popping on his forehead. And naturally, because they are mature, thousands of years old entities, they start wrestling in a public high schooler's kitchen. Bambi adjusts his glasses and points out that sending Lavis to Earth was actually a massive success, considering he just absorbed 2 high-tier demonic powers. Our guy is not impressed. He notes that Namuja was just a trial run, a modified test subject who did not actually know Morgath's true grand plan, which makes sense. Why would a world-ending demon god share his master key with a literal gambling addict? But here is the problem. Morgath's raw power is being completely shielded by the dimensional wall, making him invisible even to the top gods in this room. Lavis remembers that they let Master Bauer slip away. He is thinking, putting the pieces together. And Bambi suggests that if they just wait, Morgath might actually come searching for his lost pawn on his own. Before they can formulate a proper tactical plan, Sungmin has a complete standard human panic attack over his stolen app database. Bombay has zero sympathy, calmly explaining that it was never actually his money to begin with, truly a Tier 1 motivational speaker. But our guy has already prepared a countermeasure. While everyone else was bickering, Street sneaked into the mother's hospital room, and she dropped off a very specific little gift right into Seo Ju-hee's sleeping hand, a USB drive with absolute undeniable proof of Taesik's crimes. Street is feeling herself, giving a proud thumbs up like she just completed a high-difficulty stealth mission in a stealth game. Lavis looks at Bambay, asking when he is finally planning on packing his bags and heading back to the demon realm, because he is officially done hosting. He demands that Bambay takes his uncle and Beltia back with him immediately. The two guests start screaming. They are not ready to leave the earthly paradise of convenience stores and fast internet. But Lavis has the ultimate leverage. If Barkin does not cooperate, he will tell the entire demon realm that the god of violence wore human clothes. The ultimate career-killing scandal. Sungmin is just standing there, sweating, wondering how his life devolved into being a hostage to demonic domestic disputes. Meanwhile, over at the high-end municipal hospital, the atmosphere is significantly more depressing. The doctor is explaining that Juhi's physical wounds are minor, but her psychological shock has put her into a deep coma. Tae-sik plays the role of the grieving, perfect candidate flawlessly, bowing and thanking the medical staff with a heavy sigh. The doctors buy it completely, closing the door and leaving the loving husband alone with his patient. But the second the door clicks shut, the fake tears dry up instantly. Tae-sik sneers, looking down at his wife. He points out that both mother and son have ridiculously long lifelines, just like their deceased father. He leans in, whispering into her ear, "Do you remember when we first met?" And we drop straight into a dark flashback. High school. Tae-sik was the class narc, filing detailed violence reports against every bully in his year, but the homeroom teacher was completely useless, telling him to stop reporting his classmates because it looked bad for the school's statistics. Tae-sik is told to just go back to class and pretend everything is fine. This is where the psychological rot started. Tae-sik looks at his teacher with absolute, chilling contempt. He slams the office door, his mind already beginning to fracture. The second he steps into the hallway, the local bullies corner him, laughing about his latest trip to the office. They mock him, calling him a psycho who will probably stab them in the back when they least expect it. Tae-sik just stares back, his teeth grinding, his eyes dark. They grab his hair, forcing his head down, asserting their dominance in front of the lockers. They tell him to lighten up his face, laughing at how easily he flinches under pressure. They walk away, promising to give him a proper beating after school is over. But Tae-sik does not feel fear. He feels a cold, absolute disgust. He labels them as inferior life forms who will not even be allowed to speak to him in the future. He turns his head, his gaze scanning the crowded hallway, and his eyes lock onto a group of girls laughing near the corner. He sees her. His expression twists into a terrifying, obsessive grin that belongs in a true crime documentary. She is bright, happy, and completely untouched by the dirt of the school. To Tae-sik, she is not just a classmate. She is the only person in this entire building who is actually on his level. Seo Ju-hee, the wealthy, untouched daughter of the city's top construction tycoon. Tae-sik blushes, thinking to himself that her looks are decent enough. The absolute astronomical levels of incel cope are off the charts here. We snap back to the present hospital room. Tae-sik is whispering that she should have just quietly waited for him back then, instead of going off to date some useless, broke loser. Flashback again, college years. The corporate offices are buzzing with rumors that the boss's daughter is marrying manager Park. Her father was furious because Park was a broke orphan, and the two of them ended up running away together, cutting ties with the family. Tae-sik was absolutely ruined. He gave up med school and entered the corporate grind solely to secure her hand. And in his twisted, broken mind, her marrying someone else was a personal betrayal against him. While she was living a happy, modest life, raising her new baby, Tae-sik was watching her from the shadows, biting his nails like a parasitic stalker. He swore he would never forgive her for being happy without him, so he decided to play dirty. He took on every single corrupt, bloody job in the company to secure his rapid promotion, and eventually, he sat down at a sketchy bar with President Hong, a notorious street thug. Hong was desperate to clean up his image and walk with his shoulders straight as a legitimate contractor, so Tae-sik offered him the deal of a lifetime, asking him to take care of one specific person. He explained that if Ju-hee's husband dies, he can swallow the entire construction company whole. Hong smiled, noting that manager Young plays incredibly hard, and the deal was officially signed in blood. Tae-sik looked at the photo of Ju-hee's happy family, his smile wide and hollow, and he whispered that their little fairy tale was officially ending today. A tragic, gray day. Ju-hee is weeping, holding her young children close, while Tae-sik stands in the back with a perfectly tailored black suit and a smug, victorious grin. He approaches her, whispering that a delicate flower like her could never survive in this harsh world with 2 kids. He tells her it is time to return to where she belongs. A few days later, a high-end traditional restaurant. Juhi's father is sitting across from her, completely cold, telling her she is incompetent to raise the children on her own. He demands that she comes back home and stops embarrassing the family name. He cannot stand seeing his noble bloodline living like beggars on the street. And then, he calls out to the hallway, telling his guest to come in. Tae-sik walks in, looking like the ultimate clean-cut corporate savior. The father introduces him as a kind-hearted man who feels deeply sorry for her tragic situation. Juhi's eyes widen in absolute, paralyzing despair as she realizes the trap has completely shut around her. We shift back to the present. Tae-sik is squeezing her limp, unconscious hand in the hospital bed with aggressive force. He boasts that even though the kids weren't his blood, he still did his absolute best to play the good father. But he claims the universe was constantly trying to screw him over. Flashback to a few years ago. Tae-sik comes home carrying a massive, expensive game console for young Minho's birthday. He is feeling incredibly proud of himself, expecting them to look at him like a savior. But as he approaches the bedroom door, he hears the sound of muffled crying. He peeks through the crack, seeing Juhi stroke her son's hair. Little Minho is sobbing, asking if his mother has already forgotten his real father because of this new husband. And Juhi looks down, tears streaming, admitting that she still loves her first husband more than anything, even now. Tae-sik's face contorts into a mask of pure demonic fury outside the door. He is thinking that even from the grave, that broke orphan is still ruining his perfect life. He feels entirely betrayed, screaming internally that these filthy, ungrateful children are stabbing him in the back. Present day. Tae-sik is leaning over her sleeping face, his voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. He admits, right to her face, that he was the one who orchestrated the deaths of both her husband and her father. And he notes that the brat Minho was getting too smart, which is why he tried to have him killed by President Hong too. He smiles, saying they were incredibly lucky to survive his traps, but he warns that their luck is officially running out. He stands up, straightening his collar. He tells her that if she knows what is good for her, she should just stay in this coma and never wake up. He slides the door open and exits into the bright hospital corridor. The room goes completely silent, and then Juhi's eyelashes begin to twitch. Her eyes stay closed, but a single hot tear rolls down her cheek. She was awake the entire time. She heard every single word. And we see her memories flash, of her crying, telling her young son to pretend to love their new dad so they could survive. She remembers Tae-sik's looming, violent shadow, his furious, snarling face when things did not go his way. She remembers how he stormed off, leaving them in terror. She spent years lying to her own children, forcing them to call their father's murderer dad just to keep them from being poisoned. She had to smile through her tears, playing the submissive, broken wife, all while watching her children grow up under the roof of a literal monster. Her fake, painful smile from the past flashes in her mind. Back in the present, Juhi squeezes her eyes shut, the agony radiating through her entire body. She whispers his name, Jong. Tae-sik, her expression transforms. The submissive, broken victim is gone. Her eyes are filled with a cold, absolute, murderous hatred that would make a demon prince proud. The scene cuts to a clear, bright morning sky. At the high school, the sun is shining, but the tension is thick. Sungmin and Minho are standing by the lockers, discussing their next move. Juhi has finally been discharged from the hospital, though she remains locked in her room. Sungmin points out that today is officially election day, the climax of Tae-sik's entire life's work. Lavis's eyes flash with a dark light. He states that if that bastard actually gets elected, he is going to personally end him, regardless of the exile laws. Sungmin flashes a wildly confident, highly uncharacteristic grin, telling him not to worry about that. Night falls over the city. The campaign headquarters are glowing with neon lights. The television screens flash the final results. Unshin mayor vote, 56.7%. Elected. The campaign staff erupts into chaotic cheering. The underlings are screaming, celebrating their massive victory. Tae-sik sits in the back looking like a king on his throne, thanking Secretary Kim and Chief Ha with a calm, practiced wave. The news anchor explains that the newly elected mayor is currently celebrating quietly at home with his recovering wife. The perfect, tragic family man image has worked flawlessly. Broadcasters are practically begging for an exclusive interview. Tae-sik smiles, stating that he should go change into his formal attire before the cameras arrive. He walks down the quiet hallway of his luxury penthouse. and he opens his bedroom door with a relaxed, victorious sigh. Juhi is sitting on the edge of the bed in a dark skirt. Tae-sik gloats, telling her she is officially the mayor's wife now, so she needs to behave. She remains completely silent, her hair covering her face. He snaps at her, demanding that she hurry up and bring him his tie for the broadcast. Her chin rises slowly. Her eyes are dead, vacant, and terrifyingly focused. She stands up, holding a dark purple tie in her hands. Tae-sik is rehearsing his fake, humble acceptance speech in the mirror, completely ignoring her approach. She steps behind him, wrapping the fabric around his neck. She begins to adjust it, her hands moving with mechanical precision. Tae-sik smirked, asking if she finally feels like being obedient now that he is the most powerful man in the city. Juhi leans in, her breath cold against his ear. She whispers, "You won't be doing that interview." His smug smile instantly vanishes, and with a sudden, violent burst of physical strength, Juhi yanks the tie backward. Tae-sik is instantly choked, his hands clawing desperately at his own neck as he is dragged backward onto the bed. She whispers that she already warned him, and as she pins him down, her eyes wide and glowing with pure, unadulterated vengeance, she tells him exactly what she is going to do to his neck. We pick up right where we left off, with Juhi locking hands around her husband's neck, dropping the ultimate mic drop line. Tae-sik struggles, his hands clawing at her arms as he panics and shoves her away. But Juhi doesn't look broken anymore. She stands tall, staring down at him with zero fear. She pulls out her phone, and on the screen is the exact recording of his confession from the hospital room. He thought she was asleep, but she was listening, recording, and now she has uploaded everything to the internet. Look at his face in the footage, completely relaxed, admitting to multiple counts of murder while his career burns in real time. And she didn't just post it for clout, she handed a copy of his entire corruption file directly to the police. Tae-sik's face goes pale, his glasses sliding down his nose as his brain completely freezes. She tells him the authorities are already opening an investigation and his old partner President Hong is currently turning himself in. She reminds him that he spent his entire life destroying her happiness, so now she is returning the favor. The tears are streaming down her face, but her eyes are cold, sharp, and absolute. Suddenly, the television behind him blares with a breaking news report. The news anchor reports that the newly elected mayor is under active criminal investigation. The broadcast shows President Hong confessing to the contract killings of both her father and her first husband. Tae-sik completely loses his mind, letting out a guttural scream as he grabs a tablet from his assistant. He smashes the screen onto the floor, glass exploding everywhere, but it doesn't change the reality that he is finished. Juhi casually drops a car key right onto the floor at his feet. She tells him that if he stays, he will get at least 20 years, but she doesn't want him sitting in a warm prison cell eating 3 meals a day. She wants him to run, to live the rest of his life like a cockroach hiding in the shadows. Tae-sik shakes with pure rage, his teeth grinding as he promises to kill her for this. He reaches down, his fingers trembling as he snatches the keys from the floor. He runs out of the room like a coward, leaving his entire political career behind. Juhi stands there, her voice echoing down the hallway, promising him that he will never enjoy a single second of his life again. She tells him she will spend every waking hour tracking his movements, making sure he never sleeps in peace. The visual here is incredible. She stands like a literal executioner holding his leash for eternity. Tae-sik bursts into the dimly lit underground parking lot, panting, desperate to reach his car. He is talking to himself, wondering how a simple housewife managed to play him this hard. But before he can even reach his door, a massive, muscular shadow looms over him. Tae-sik flinches, thinking it is the police, and begs the shadow for help, promising to give them anything. The shadow steps into the light, and it is Uncle Barkin, looking down at him with a giant, terrifying smirk. Barkin doesn't even waste words. He throws a massive punch that lands directly on Tae-sik's cheek. Tae-sik is launched across the concrete floor, his glasses shattering as his face hits the asphalt. Barkin adjusts his shirt, noting that his nephew's mortal mother is surprisingly wise and has excellent taste. Tae-sik groans, holding his bleeding nose, cursing the giant pink-haired man. He screams, accusing them of setting up a trap to ruin his life. Barkin tells him to shut his mouth, delivering a brutal kick straight into his ribs. He complains that human laws are far too soft for trash like this, looking completely bored. Then, a dark purple rift opens in the middle of the parking lot, and Bonbi casually steps out. Banbi is holding a creepy gray metal mask, telling Taesik that since he was technically his brother's stepfather, he brought a special parting gift. Taesik is weeping, completely helpless as Bombay pins his head down and slides the mask over his face. Bombay explains that this specific item was custom crafted by their resident alchemist Beltia. It is called the breeding mask, and the second it locks on, gross little parasitic worms start wriggling out of the nose and eyes. Taesik screams in absolute horror, feeling the worms boring into his skin. Bombay doesn't care. He summons a purple flame whip, wrapping it tightly around the politician's neck. He begins dragging him towards the portal, the heat distorting the air around them. The flames flare up, casting a hellish light across the parking basement. Bombay smiles, telling him to enjoy his new home in the customized hell he prepared. Taesik begs for mercy, but his voice is cut off as he is pulled headfirst into the rift. The portal snaps shut, leaving Bombay standing there in his casual clothes, looking completely refreshed. He explains that this specific destination is managed by their eccentric uncle Carnifica, and apparently Carnifica has a very personal history with that exact mask. We get a quick flashback to the demon realm, where Carnifica was sleeping peacefully under a tree. A tiny demon girl sneaks up on him, holding the mask, furious that he keeps using training as an excuse to bother her brother. She slaps the mask on his face, waking him up instantly as the worms start hatching. These parasites thrive on decay, immediately burrowing into his ears and mouth. She laughs, telling him they won't stop hatching until the mask is removed. But Carnifica is a high-ranking demon. He simply grunts, grips the metal with his bare hands, and tears it off through sheer muscle. The girl is absolutely shocked that he bypassed the magic through brute force alone. Carnifica chases her, screaming that he will throw her into the fire for this prank. Back in the present, Bambi notes that while a demon noble could rip it off, a weak human like Taesik will never escape it. Suddenly, Bambi checks his watch and realizes he is late to meet up with Ravis. He pulls out a weird little balloon tracker shaped like a demon face and sprints away. Meanwhile, back at the penthouse apartment, the lights are low. Juhi is sitting on her bed, clutching a framed photograph of her first husband. She looks exhausted, but her expression is soft as she promises him that she will protect their children. Tears fall onto the glass, and she asks him to watch over them from wherever he is. We see a memory of her husband smiling, a clean, bright moment before the corruption took everything. We open directly inside Carnifica's domain, where Taesik is getting absolutely pulverized by demon enforcers with spiked clubs. Barkin and Bambi are standing on a cliffside watching the show, Barkin grinning like a proud parent. He is literally cheering on the torturers, telling them to hit his ribs harder. Bambi is staring at Barkin sideways, his orange glasses catching the light with a highly suspicious glare. Barkin gets defensive, shouting at him to stop staring, but Bambi asks why the god of violence personally went to save Juhi. Barkin blushes, sweating as he claims he was just bored and wanted to test how durable a human truck is. Bambi calls him out immediately, asking him straight up if he has fallen for a mortal woman. Barkin crosses his arms, yelling that her defiant scream against her abusive husband echoed in his ears. He remembers her standing in front of her children, her eyes filled with a raw, demonic intensity. He calls it willpower, the most violent, beautiful power created by the weak. Bambi just sighs, pointing out that this is the worst attempt at lying he has ever witnessed. He asks if Barkin is serious, reminding him that demons who fall for humans are permanently banned from the demon realm. The tone shifts here. The air goes cold as Bambi delivers the serious reality of their laws. But Barkin just smirks, claiming he will gladly be the first to break that rule. He tells Bombay to just watch him prove that love can transcend their ancient laws. We cut back to Earth, where Ravis, Sungmin, and Street are walking down a quiet street during sunset. Ravis asks Sungmin how he managed to hack Taesik's private database so cleanly. Sungmin explains that during the fight at his house, Bombay handed him a weird pig mask. The mask allowed him to bypass secure firewalls by treating them like visual puzzles, but the side effect was that it unlocked a psychotic hacker personality that he never wants to experience again. Sungmin quickly hides the mask, sweating, while Ravis looks highly amused. Ravis smugly claims that his master plan worked perfectly, though Street reminds him that his actual plan was just to ask for a password. They arrive in front of a rundown brick building with a sign that literally reads Demon Association. Ravis is stunned, asking if they are seriously allowed to advertise their organization so openly. Street shrugs, explaining that human beings are far too lazy to investigate anything that doesn't directly affect them. They step inside the dusty hallway, the wooden floorboards creaking under their shoes. Lavis asks which noble demon family runs this branch, expecting a high-tier warrior. But Street opened the door, telling him the chairman is actually just a normal human. Inside is a tiny, smiling grandmother sitting on a cushion holding a hot cup of tea. Lavis narrows his eyes, asking how many hundreds of years she has actually lived, but she laughs, claiming she is barely 70. She tells him she will share her history later, but right now, they have a massive global crisis. She points to a monitor showing a news report about a rogue US missile strike in the Middle East. Sungmin remembers seeing it, noting that the military never gave an official reason for targeting a civilian zone. The grandmother explains that she received a highly suspicious photograph from the blast site. She decided to travel to the area personally to investigate what actually happened. We drop into her flashback, the Middle East. The blast site is covered in thick gray smoke, buildings reduced to dust. A rescue worker runs through the ruins searching for survivors in the wreckage. He spots a man trapped under a massive slab of concrete, bleeding from his head. The man screams at the rescuer to stop, explaining that his child is trapped directly underneath him. He is holding his son's hand, and if the rescuer pulls him out, the entire structure will collapse. The rescue worker tries to calm him down, asking for the child's name. The father weeps, whispering that his son's name is Kareem. The rescuer asks if he knows the Alama school in the neighboring town. The father nods, and the rescuer explains that his own son is currently at that school. He admits that he wants to run there right now to save his own blood, but he cannot abandon his post. He must trust the other rescue teams to handle his son while he focuses on the lives in front of him. He screams, throwing his weight against the massive concrete slab. He declares that if he runs away now, he would betray the trust of his comrades and every citizen. He groans, his muscles tearing as he pours every ounce of his strength into lifting the stone. He promises to save the man and Kareem because they are the ones within his reach right now. He begs the father to hold on, tears mixing with the dust on his face. He screams at him to never let go of his child's hand, because if they don't let go, the child will survive. He lifts the massive concrete block, throwing it aside as the father pulls his son free. The slab shatters against the ground, releasing a cloud of white dust. The rescuer falls to his knees, panting, his hands bleeding from the effort. He immediately asks if the little boy is safe. The father hugs Kareem, weeping, holding him close to his chest. He looks up at the rescuer, thanking him for saving his family. The rescuer smiles, crying in pure relief, satisfied that his sacrifice was worth it. But suddenly, his eyes go wide, the smile freezing on his face. A pale hand thrusts straight through his back, bursting out of his chest, clutching his beating heart. The rescuer looks down in shock, blood dripping onto his uniform. The hand retracts, pulling the heart cleanly out of his body. The rescuer collapses into the dust, motionless. Behind him stands a tall, cloaked figure. The figure holds the heart in their hand, the blood staining their gray robes. The figure pulls back their hood, revealing a single, massive blue eye in the center of their head. Sungmin is completely taking this to heart, shaking with absolute anger over how these demons operate. Our guy just watches him, completely quiet. Lavis is wondering if he has ever seen his tech companion this genuinely furious before. Think about all the absolute menaces they have run into so far. But none of those high-tier threats made Sungmin display this kind of deep, personal outrage. Lavis finds this level of empathy for complete strangers to be an incredibly exhausting way to live. The conversation turns back to the mirror, and Lavis asks if this fragment was actually hidden inside a human heart. The grandmother smiles, confirming that his source Banbei was completely correct. She settles in, ready to deliver a massive historical lore drop. Here's how the cosmology actually works. The creator divided the universe into 3 distinct realms, giving light to one and tears of comfort to the other. And for the human world, the creator prepared a mirror. Since humans could not shine on their own, the mirror was designed to let them reflect one another. But that original artifact split into 7 pieces, scattering directly into the souls of humanity. These invisible fragments became abstract concepts like responsibility, sacrifice, and dignity. The grandmother explains that these pieces are passed down through actions. For example, imagine a father defending his family from ancient raiders. He ignores his survival instinct, choosing to stand his ground out of sheer duty. The fight is completely one-sided, but the result is not what actually matters. What matters is that his young child is watching him. And through that observation, the fragment of responsibility takes root in the child's soul. It is an invisible legacy, passed down like a flame. And when that child grows up and defends others, the peace shines at its absolute brightest. Humans call this a miracle, repeating the cycle across thousands of generations. But now, Morgus is systematically hunting down these pieces to twist their very nature, and the first piece he managed to corrupt was the fragment of dignity during the dark era of the Second Global War. That was a time when human lives were turned into mere numbers and efficiency codes, when the question of whether it was acceptable to eliminate a person became a mathematical certainty. The moment that cruelty became normal, dignity shattered and detached from the mortal soul, and Morgus was waiting in the shadows to scoop up that exact piece. Using that corrupted fragment, he turned ordinary men into absolute monsters. He did not just steal a piece of glass, he stole a portion of human potential, the ability to pass down their humanity, leaving future generations completely hollow. Now that twisted piece of dignity belongs to his collection, its original essence completely reversed. And that was the exact moment the association realized the end of the world was actually starting. Sungmin is panicking, realizing Morgus already holds multiple pieces. Street chimes in, confirming the count is currently at 3. Lavis looks unimpressed, asking why the high-tier gods are just sitting on their hands. The grandmother explains that humanity has survived between the divine realms solely because of their neutrality. Neither side actually cares what happens to mortals on a personal level, but if the human world completely collapses, both realms will go to war to claim the leftovers, which practically means a cosmic conflict that will end in mutual destruction. Lavis is quiet, realizing the stakes are much larger than a standard demonic exile. He grumbles about Morgus being a massive pain, asking why his parents sent him here as bait. But then he stops, his eyes dropping to the grandmother's traditional robes. He points out that her legs look incredibly high-tech for an ordinary senior citizen. She smiles proudly, lifting her skirt to reveal sleek, customized prosthetic limbs. She happily explains that these were custom built for her by Lady Beltia. Lavis is immediately triggered, screaming internally about why the alchemist is handing out god-tier gear to strangers while he has to curl rusty weights. The grandmother chuckles, asking him to focus on the runaway demon problem while they track Morgus. Our guy stands up, stating he would have crushed them anyway since he needs the mana. He signals his crew, and they head towards the exit. The grandmother watches them go, a small, knowing smile on her face. She softly asks the exiled prince to think kindly of the human world during his stay. Before they leave, the grandmother stops Street, handing her a small clay pot. It contains a tiny, fragile green sprout. Street is immediately excited, holding it close like she just unlocked a rare pet. She looks down, wondering what kind of cute name she should give her new plant. She decides on a ridiculous name, and the grandmother politely pretends it is adorable. She hands Street a simple instruction sheet detailing sunlight and regular watering. But then she adds a serious note, explaining that giving something a name means taking responsibility for its life. Street freezes, a sudden memory of Lavis renaming her flashing through her mind. She blushes, realizing her demonic master's cold actions might carry a completely different meaning. She nods, promising to do her absolute best to raise the little sprout. The scene transitions to a bright sunny morning. Sungmin is walking to school, complaining that the world is on the verge of destruction, yet he still has to study for finals. Lavis tells him he doesn't care about mortal grades since he is speedrunning a world-saving quest, but Sungmin just rolls his eyes. Suddenly, a high-pitched shout echoes across the courtyard. A girl in a neat school uniform comes sprinting towards them with a massive grin. It is Beltia, occupying Jin Jae-hee's body, looking absolutely thrilled to finally attend a real high school. Lavis is stunned, realizing this must be the welcoming ceremony the grandmother mentioned. But before he can process her arrival, a massive hand slams onto his shoulder. He turns around and his eyes practically pop out of his head. It is Uncle Barkin, wearing an oversized tracksuit, proudly announcing he is the new physical education teacher. Lavis screams at him, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Barkin delivers a light chop to his head, telling him to show some respect to his educators. He claims he was sent by the king as a protective detail because Bombay is currently swamped with paperwork. Lavis is just rubbing his head, wondering how his daily life became a family reunion. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Beltia is sitting at her desk, feeling like a main character. We get a quick flashback showing how she obtained the uniform. The grandmother gifted it to her as a thank you for the custom legs, along with a small flash drive. It turns out the drive was a digital wallet loaded with an absolute fortune. So Beltia is currently a certified wealthy high schooler. She wanted to use her new wealth to buy local street food and live a normal teenage life. She is daydreaming about eating tteokbokki with actual friends. But there is a minor problem with her plan. She is currently occupying the body of Jin Jae-hee, a notorious local gang leader. She taps a classmate on the shoulder to ask a simple question. The poor girl looks like she just saw a horror villain screaming and running for her life. Beltia is left sitting there, completely confused. The other students are practically trembling in the corners, leaving her in a spotlight of total isolation. Later that afternoon, PE class. Sungmin and Lavis are sitting on the gym bleachers discussing her social failure. Sungmin points out that no high schooler is brave enough to sit next to a known criminal, but before they can finish, Barkin points a ping pong paddle directly at Lavis, calling him up. Lavis sighs, stepping up to the table tennis board. Barkin serves, and the ball travels at a speed that violates multiple physical laws. Lavis counters, his eyes flashing as he demands his uncle stop embarrassing him in public. The two start playing table tennis at a level that looks like a high-end action sequence. Lavis asks why he is pathetically pretending to be a human teacher. Barkin blushes, shouting that there is a woman in this city who requires his protection. Lavis is absolutely disgusted, asking if his pink-haired uncle actually has a crush on his mortal mother. Barkin loses his temper, delivering a massive smash that shatters the ball into plastic dust. The other students are watching, completely silent, wondering what kind of sports anime they just walked into. After school, the sunset is casting a warm orange glow over the streets. Lavis is walking with his crew, still complaining about his muscle-headed uncle's love life. Sungmin asks if a demon loving a human is really that terrible of a concept. Street explains that the demon realm is incredibly classist, viewing humans as lower-tier life forms. Any high-ranking noble who falls for a mortal is immediately targeted and run out of society. So Barkin's crush is practically a declaration of war against his own realm. Sungmin is touched, finding the sacrifice to be incredibly romantic. Suddenly, they spot a depressing figure walking ahead of them. It is Beltia, her shoulders slumped, dragging her feet like a tired worker. Street runs up, asking her if her first day of school went well. Beltia immediately flinches, looking incredibly defensive. Lavis just stares at her, noticing her eyes are red. We get a quick, hilarious montage of her school week. Monday morning, walking in with absolute confidence. Monday afternoon, leaving like a defeated soul. Tuesday morning, trying to stay positive. Tuesday afternoon, completely drained of life. Wednesday morning, one final attempt at happiness. Wednesday afternoon, full depression unlocked. Lavis grabs her head, asking why she is staring at the asphalt every single evening. Beltia completely breaks down, screaming that absolutely nobody talked to her during lunch or music class. She is weeping, declaring that school is a scam and she is going back to her pink bear suit. Sungmin tries to comfort her, explaining it is just the intimidating nature of her host body, but Beltia is inconsolable, crying over her ruined teenage dreams. Lavis looks down at his sobbing weaponsmith, his expression shifting to a slightly gentler look. He steps forward, asking her if she has tried a completely different approach to making friends. So our guy is trying to give Beltia some real talk, looking down at her like a disappointed life coach. And Beltia is just crying, admitting that her daily attempts at making friends end in total failure. Lavis tells her that even if she is occupying a scary gang leader's body, she needs to show people who she actually is. But she is just looking at the floor, totally stuck in her own head. Lavis reminds her of her past alchemical accidents, pointing out that she is no longer that clumsy kid who couldn't control her own flames. He tells her that she is only obsessed with him because he is the only demon around her age on Earth. He claims that once she actually makes human friends, she will stop stalking his every move. And how does she respond to this sweet, logical advice? By absolutely launching her skull directly into his face with a cartoon-style headbutt. She screams at him to shut up, claiming she doesn't feel guilty about her past and already paid her dues. She storms down the school steps, looking like a tiny, angry storm cloud. Sungmin is just standing there, handing him a tissue and telling him to speak more nicely next time. We cut to a local restaurant where a massive bowl of mild tteokbokki is steaming on the table. Beltia is sitting across from Street, looking completely miserable and wishing Lavis would just fall into a ditch. Street tries to cheer her up, pulling out a weird, incredibly ugly pink plush doll with a cross over its mouth. Beltia looks at it, asking what kind of trash-tier toy she is holding. Street grins, explaining that this is the most popular trend in the human world right now, and she lets slip a tiny detail that changes everything. She mentions that Lavis actually stood in a massive line for over 2 hours early this morning just to buy it for her. We see a quick flashback of our proud demon prince standing in a crowd of teenagers at dawn, looking completely dead inside. Beltia stares at the doll, her eyes starting to well up with tears as her brain processes this information. She realizes that beneath all his cold insults, her beloved prince actually went out of his way to help her make friends. She immediately hides her face, crying while still claiming he is a terrible brother. Street is panicking, asking her if the teokbokki is too spicy for her, but she just hugs the ugly plushie tight, crying through a mouth full of rice cakes. Later that afternoon, Beltia is walking home down a quiet alleyway. The little pink doll is hanging off her backpack, swinging back and forth. But she stops when she hears some highly familiar, incredibly annoying high school voices. She peeks around the corner, her expression going flat. In the alleyway, a group of classic school bullies are cornering her quiet seatmate, Lee Soo-jong. Beltia's eyes narrow as she recognizes the girl from her class. The bully leader pulls out a massive wooden stick, raising it over her head with a smug grin. Soo-jong is cowering against the brick wall, begging them to stop, but before the stick can land, a shadow falls over the alleyway. The bullies turn around, their smiles instantly evaporating when they see the local gang boss standing there. Beltia glares at them, asking what they are doing to her seatmate. The bullies try to talk tough, bringing up Ju Young-moo and mocking her mascot job. They call her broke, claiming her gang is completely finished. Beltia just cracks her knuckles, telling them that their research is outdated. The screen flashes as she completely deletes them off-panel, the sounds of broken bones echoing through the neighborhood. The sun sets over the city, leaving the alley quiet again. Beltia wipes her hands, muttering that she should have hit them a few more times. She turns to Soo-jong, trying to look friendly while covered in dirt, but the poor girl is absolutely terrified, looking at her like she is the next boss monster. She screams, grabbing her bag and running away at terminal velocity. Beltia is left standing completely alone in the alleyway. She drops her arm, her face falling as the disappointment hits her. She is thinking that she really was just trying to ask if she was okay, and on the concrete floor, Soo-jong's broken glasses are lying in the dirt. The next morning, another bright sunny day at school. Beltia is resting her head on her desk, the little pink doll clutched in her hand. A hand reaches onto her desk, gently picking up a pair of glasses. Soo-jong is standing there looking incredibly nervous as she holds her newly repaired glasses. Beltia tells her that she fixed them herself, pointing out that those frames actually suit her perfectly. Soo-jong is quiet, sliding the glasses on as her cheeks go slightly pink. Beltia drops her head back onto her arms, prepared to be ignored for the rest of the semester. But Soo-jong doesn't run away. Instead, she looks at the backpack. She asks Beltia where she managed to get that incredibly rare plush doll. She admits that she has been trying to buy one for weeks, but they are always sold out. Beltia's eyes light up, and she proudly announces that her nice brother stood in line to get it for her. Soo-jong blushes, asking if they can go to the store together next time. Beltia's eyes go wide, her brain temporarily short-circuiting. She leaps out of her chair, screaming that she would love to go together. Soo-jong smiles, offering to buy her some hell-flavored teokbokki afterward. Beltia is practically glowing with pure, unadulterated main character joy. She is shaking her hands, completely over the moon about her first actual friend. The camera pans up to the school building as she begs Soo-jong not to leave without her after class. We open on a massive shift in tone as Morgus walks through a quiet, desolate desert. Over at the Demon Association, the grandmother is on the phone with a military official. She warns him that the demon god is heading towards the pilgrimage path to corrupt the next piece. On the other end, Commander Danecore of the Avila Special Forces confirms they are ready. A scout lying in the sand reports that the target has been successfully spotted. He signals the team, stating they must eliminate the threat right here. Morgus continues walking, his steps slow and rhythmic against the sand. Suddenly, a massive military aircraft splits the clouds overhead. Dozens of Avila tactical soldiers jump from the hangar, skydiving down like a highly coordinated modern raid boss team. They aim their rifles, firing a massive barrage of blue magical ammunition. The rounds hit Morgus, sparks and mana exploding across his dark cloak. But he doesn't even slow down, casually calling for Uldrak to clear the path. A massive, red-skinned demon god leaps from the dunes with a bloodthirsty roar. He throws a fist that is practically the size of a minivan. The impact splits the air, and the lead skydiver is instantly torn to pieces in mid-air. The remaining troops panic, wondering how a physical strike reached them from that distance. Uldrock doesn't stop, his muscles bulging as he swings his arms like giant scythes. Another soldier is smashed, his helmet cracking as he is launched into the sand. The demon lets out a terrifying roar, his purple mana flaring like a localized storm. He tears through the descending squad, turning the sky into a rain of blood and gear. The entire airborne division is completely wiped out in less than 30 seconds. The shattered remains of the vanguard fall quietly into the desert. Uldrock stands next to Morgus, looking completely bored after the brief warm-up. Over the radio, the ground commander screams that the aerial unit has been entirely annihilated. He calls for the backup forces, and a massive line of armored soldiers rises from the dunes. They surround the two demons, pointing their rifles at Morgas's face. The squad leader tells him to drop the fragment and return to the demon realm immediately. Morgus looks at them, his voice dropping to a low sneer as he mockingly notes humans and demons are working together. The soldier fires back, shouting that race doesn't matter when they are protecting the balance. Morgus simply closes his eyes, calling their alliance a pathetic, temporary illusion. He softly calls for Chao Kui and Shua to clean up the garbage. A hooded assassin and a purple-haired demon girl in a Cheongsam dress appear from the rifts. The squad leader panics, realizing they are dealing with multiple high-tier targets. Shua moves like a shadow, his blade splitting the sand. The soldiers are sliced cleanly in half before they can even pull their triggers. Uldrock leaps back into the fray, crushing skulls with his bare hands. The ground force is turned into a meat grinder, blood spraying across the dunes. Shua lands a spinning kick, decapitating another operative with mechanical precision. Meanwhile, Chao Kui stands in the back, her purple eyes glowing as she manipulates razor-sharp threads. She weaves her strings through the air, hoisting the dead soldiers up like marionettes. She giggles, whispering that their bodies look much better as decorations. The remaining squad members scream as they are torn apart by the invisible wires. The entire military operation is completely erased, leaving a graveyard in the sand. Morgus walks through the aftermath, his cloak dragging over the red sand. The dying squad leader is crawling, coughing up blood as he looks up at the shadow. He is weeping, unable to believe their strongest unit was defeated this easily. Uldrock stands over him, ready to deliver the final blow. Morgus tells the soldier that this is the price of their foolish choices. The soldier spits blood, warning him that Prince Ravis is on Earth and will personally cut his head off. Morgus stops, his eyes narrowing slightly when he hears his old rival's name. He dismisses Lavis as a spoiled brat who only relies on his family's bloodline. He smirks, stating that the prince will make an excellent source of power once he captures him. The soldier screams his final curse as Uldrock brings his foot down, ending the conversation. The head is launched into the desert, leaving the path completely clear. The dark mist rises from the body, dissolving into the air. Morgus continues walking, his boots crunching against the sand. He mutters that his actions are not born from mere arrogance. He claims he is simply pursuing the ultimate state of emptiness. He reaches the end of the pilgrimage path. A massive, towering monument made of black stone and thorns rises from the ground. He pulls out the glowing fragment of responsibility. He notes that humans once treated this piece as a noble virtue, but now they simply use it as a tool to shift blame onto others. He claims that is why they were abandoned by their creator as an incomplete project. The black monument begins to shake, transforming into a massive, multi-eyed shadow monster. Morgus slams the fragment directly into the beast's chest. He suddenly coughs up a massive amount of dark, corrupted blood, falling to one knee. The monster roars, its purple eyes glowing with a terrifying ancient light as the mana stabilizes. Morgus wipes his mouth, a chilling smile spreading across his face. He promises to watch the mortals destroy themselves once the alignment is complete. He explains that once the final piece is turned upside down, the gate for the Great One's return will open. The giant shadow monster towers over the desert, casting a dark purple aura across the sky. The landscape is completely warped by the demonic pressure. Morgus turns his head back towards his elite subordinates. He gives them a single, chilling order: bring Prince Ravis before him. So naturally, our genius crew has gathered in an empty classroom to make a highly official, totally not sketchy club. Sungmin is immediately questioning his life choices, mostly because our guy Lavis is actively talking about using humans as meat shields. Enter Uncle Barkin, flexing his biceps like he is auditioning for a gym sponsor, reminding everyone he is the god of violence. He decides he is going to run a boot camp for Street and Sungmin. Sungmin's response is the only logical reaction of a normal human dragged into a shonen anime. He begs our guy to stop his uncle, but Lavis has zero sympathy. If you die during training, that is just a skill issue. Beltia immediately shuts the muscle brain down, holding a bag like she is about to carry this entire group's utility, and she dumps a whole arsenal of custom-built, high-tier demon gear right onto the desk. Turns out, she has been analyzing everyone's soul frequencies like some kind of cosmic IT department. Street gets a literal mechanical tail upgrade and instantly goes feral with excitement. It is basically a cheat code, but Beltia warns her she still needs to level up her actual magic. Then she hands Sungmin a set of black tactical underwear, because apparently, if a demon so much as sneezes on a normal human, they evaporate. Standard safety warning, really. Lavis is actually impressed, wondering how she managed to forge all this without a literal volcano nearby. Which brings us to a quick flashback, because Beltia does not do anything halfway. Back in the demon realm, she was busy reading romance fantasy books and drawing fan art of her and her beloved prince. Standard stalker behavior, daydreaming about him saving her from a high-security vault. But then she realized a very practical problem. Other demons can just pocket dimension their weapons away. But running back to a literal forge every single time you need to make a sword is just terrible for your aesthetic. So she decided she needed a permanent, portable solution. She kicked down the library doors, found our favorite green-haired troll Banby, and demanded some light reading. By light reading, she meant she wanted him to read it and summarize it for her. Truly, a queen of efficiency. She needed to know how to store a literal alchemical furnace inside her own stomach. Bambi tried to explain that bodies are made of flesh, not charcoal, and that this was a terrible idea. But she did it anyway, because safety regulations are merely suggestions when you are deeply in love. Cut back to the present, and our guy is just staring at her like, "You actually swallowed a furnace?" And to prove it, she pulls a glowing, purple-flamed alchemical card straight out of her personal internal inventory. With a single flex of her magic, she prints a high-tech obsidian mirror tool right on the spot. She hands this dimensional phone to Sungmin, who is now crying because he just got handed a god-tier alchemical smartphone. Barkin is losing his mind because even the Demon King didn't try stupid stunts like swallowing forge fire. They immediately devolve into a chaotic sibling fight, biting and scratching like cats in a cardboard box. Lavis completely ignores them and asks Street for the actual news. And the news is bad. Morgath's disciples just wiped out the entire front line. Barkin, while currently getting his face pinched, insists Morgath only beat him once back in the day by a tiny margin. Our guy dryly points out that Morgath is younger than him, meaning his uncle got absolutely ratioed by a kid. Barkin tries to save face by explaining the Fangs, Morgath's hand-picked elite murder squad. Lavis asks the real question, what is the actual plan here? Barkin's grand tactical plan is a club training camp, and he already cleared it with Lavis's mortal mother. Lavis realizes his uncle literally used student safety as a cheap excuse to slide into his mom's direct messages. The level of deadpan judgment radiating from our guy right now is palpable, so let's review the team. We have a gold-digging cat, a high school coder with massive anxiety, a delusional alchemist who eats fire, and a pink-haired musclehead who is down astronomically. Lavis actually sighs and admits he misses Bambi because at least Bambi had some brain cells. He literally yells for Bambi to descend from the heavens to save him from this circus. The classroom door starts to slide open. Our guy looks up, expecting his green-haired assistant. But his eyes go wide as saucers, because standing behind a smugly waving Bambi is a tall, stunning, white-haired woman with glowing red eyes. Barkin immediately starts shaking in absolute primal terror as his sister enters the room. Yep, Queen Aeneas, the goddess of swearing herself, has just arrived on Earth for a surprise parent-teacher conference. Lavis immediately tries to play it cool, reminding his mom that his name is technically Jung Min-ho right now. Aeneas asks if he is still mad about the whole exile thing. Our guy is mostly just mad that he was the only person kept in the dark. And then her eyes go dead. She casually mentions she still wants to dissect Barkin and Bambi for hiding this from her. She starts fake crying, saying she just wanted to see her son one last time before he dies on Earth. Our guy is not amused by her pessimism. But then she switches right back to doting mother mode. Street immediately does a full flat kowtow, securing her spot as a loyal servant. Aeneas turns to Beltia, calling her eternal girl and praising her alchemical gifts. Beltia is blushing so hard her face is practically radiating heat, promising to make even better weapons next time. She gets a gentle head pat, and Aeneas reassures her that her family's safety back home is being handled. Then Aeneas spots Sungmin. Sungmin, being a teenage boy, immediately blurs out that she is incredibly gorgeous. She takes the compliment like a queen, but when she invites him to the demon realm, Sungmin's survival instincts kick in and he politely declines. Our guy asks Bombay how he even managed to ditch his duties back home to act as her chauffeur. Bombay smugly adjusts his shades, explaining that a true tactical messenger knows how to put out fires before they spread. They have another meeting scheduled on Earth, so Aeneas bids her beloved son a brief farewell. But before she leaves, her eyes lock onto Barkin, who is currently shivering in the corner like a wet dog. She unleashes a wave of pure demonic threat, promising to make him beg for death if he doesn't disappear before Morgath is dealt with. And with a final, elegant look, she dissolves into a flurry of purple sparks, leaving the room. Lavis asks Bombay what that was all about, but Bombay just plays dumb, leaving Barkin physically stuck to the wall in fear. Now, let's take a massive tonal shift to a local Malatang joint down the street. A high school girl is absolutely screaming at a server for getting soup on her clothes. The server is stuttering, but internally, his blood is boiling. How dare a mere human talk to me like this? Yep, it's Bawar of House Hilt, the guy who used to run a massive parasitic drug syndicate. He is having a silent, tragic midlife crisis right there in the restaurant. Ever since Lavis and Mara ruined his greenhouse plantation, he has been completely ruined. He tried to buy abandoned human land, failed, and ended up having to work a literal shift job to survive. He is blaming this entire tragic minimum wage existence entirely on our guy Lavis. So he snaps. He leans in close, his face going dark as he threatens to end her right there over a couple drops of soup. He is fully ready to violate the human murder law because his pride cannot take serving spicy noodles anymore. But before he can do anything, a hand slaps him so hard across the face his beanie almost flies off. It's Cheokui, posing like she just walked off a high-fashion runway, telling him to learn some manners. Bawar's entire soul leaves his body the second he recognizes her face. She mocks him for trying to murder a high schooler over a minor stain, and Bawar immediately starts backpedaling. She leans into the terrified student, whispering that she should just run, because dying over soup would be a deeply embarrassing way to go. The student bolts out of the restaurant crying, and Cheokui wave smiles like a friendly neighborhood helper. She looks back at Bawar, dropping her friendly act instantly. She knew exactly who he was. Bawar is sweating bullets. The fangs are actively hunting the area, and he just got caught red-handed. A quick recap on Cheokui: she is a self-made monster who climbed from the literal dirt to become one of Morgath's top disciples. She is a literal puppet master who turns anyone who crosses her into a fleshy marionette. Zero mercy, zero blood. Bawar is panicking, but she simply tells her partner Shua to take this trash bag outside for an interrogation, because she has more important things to do, namely ordering 5 massive bowls of spicy malatang. Outside, Shua pins Bawar against the wall. She asks him how a proud noble of House Hilt ended up doing manual labor in a human kitchen. Bawar starts crying, thinking he finally found a sympathetic ear. He genuinely thinks she is going to help him. Oh, sweet summer child. Meanwhile, back inside, Cheokui has finished eating. She literally ate 12 bowls of malatang, 4 plates of sweet and sour pork, and fried rice. The cashier drops a massive bill of 390,000 won. Cheokui confidently reaches for her wallet and realizes she doesn't have it. She thinks Shua must have taken it earlier during the interrogation. The cashier's eyes go sharp. Cheokui is sweating, realizing her terrifying reputation as a bloodthirsty fang is currently being threatened by a restaurant bill. She tries to laugh it off, saying her friend outside has the money and she will go grab it real quick. The cashier immediately grabs her shoulder. Din and Dashers always use that exact excuse, and he is not letting a teenager who just ate half the menu walk out. She insists she is not a cheap thief, but the cashier is already rubbing his temples in pure frustration. He tells her he is going to call the cops. The literal harbinger of death is about to get arrested by local police over some noodles. But then, a hand slips a black credit card right past her face. It's Beltia and her classmate Sujeong. Beltia, looking like a literal angel of capitalism, offers to pay the entire bill. Sujeong is panicking over the massive price, but Beltia casually waves it off. She has got Granny's digital wallet after all. Cheokui stares at her, completely stunned. And just like that, Morgath's deadliest assassin might have just been bought out by our group's alchemist stalker for the price of some sweet and sour pork. Let's see how this plays out. Cheokui, who literally manipulates corpses for a living, is so touched by this random high schooler's charity that she starts crying. She is so deeply moved that she halts her search for our guy just to secure Beltia's phone number. She scribbles her digits down like a middle schooler, making a new best friend, completely unaware she is talking to her target's legendary alchemist. With the bill paid, Cheokui runs off to find her lost wallet, leaving the restaurant behind. Sujeong is understandably stressed out, wondering why Beltia is suddenly acting like a rich benefactor for random sketchy strangers. Beltia's reasoning is that anyone who can casually demolish 9 bowls of spicy noodles in one sitting deserves respect. Sujeong dryly points out that Beltia is always the one paying for everything lately. And Beltia's financial explanation is that her bank account fluctuates harder than a volatile crypto chart on a Tuesday. Instead of worrying about it, she decides to order even more food. This girl's appetite is genuinely terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, the search for our guy is going terribly. Bawar and Shua are combing the streets, but they are completely blind. Ever since Lavis absorbed Namuja's soul, his demonic energy has been completely masked, leaving no trace behind. Bawar suggests they just flip the entire city upside down using their raw strength to drag him out. Cheokui immediately returns and slaps him back into reality, telling him to stop making things complicated. Morgath is currently on his sacred pilgrimage, and drawing unnecessary attention from other factions is a terrible idea. She shuts down Bawar's questions immediately. Petty underlings do not need to know the grand strategy. Bawar immediately pivots to sucking up to the fangs, swearing on his life that he will locate the prince, and he gets smacked again for excluding Cheokui from his pledge. This man is just a professional punching bag at this point. She demands a real plan, and Bawar actually has a solid lead. He remembers that the half-breed siblings who helped our guy are directly connected to Nox Entertainment, so targeting the agency is their best bet to find a connection to Lavis. But then Bawar drops the classic excuse, he has zero cash to actually pull off an investigation because our guy took everything. Cheokui rolls her eyes and turns to Shua for her wallet, only to get handed a passport. That is when the realization hits her. She handed Shua her wallet before they boarded the plane, went duty-free shopping, and completely left it behind. So the most feared, merciless puppet mistress in the demon realm is officially broke, and she is blaming all of this financial ruin directly on our guy, swearing to slit his throat the moment they meet. Now, let's take a shift to a much darker scene. Deep in a gray, rainy forest, a massive cathedral stands in silence. The giant red muscle General Uldrock stands sentry, holding an umbrella over a dark, cloaked figure. It is Morgath. He is watering flowers in the rain, completely calm despite the trail of corpses behind him. Uldrock reports that the nun, Nyorin, is arriving with their next target. The heavy wooden doors of the cathedral slide open. Inside, a massive black shadowy monument with glowing eyes stands attached to a stone pillar. Morgath steps inside, standing before the shadow like a priest tending to a dark altar. A purple, fiery portal flares and Nyorin steps through with a wide, fanatical smile. She reveals that their ally Tatarase fell in battle, but she successfully retrieved his final prize, the Fragment of Embrace. Morgath takes the glowing cosmic crystal from her hands, showing zero emotion over his ally's death. He stares at the fragment, repeating his favorite ideology, that humans are too weak and unworthy to hold such sacred divinity. And he drives the crystal straight into his own chest, channeling a massive surge of dark purple magic. The Shadow Monument's face twists into a giant, jagged purple grin as it feeds on the energy. The entire room is swallowed by a blinding flash of dark, volatile power. The second fragment is officially corrupted. Meanwhile, in a highly luxurious hotel lobby elsewhere in the city, people are whispering about a gorgeous woman sitting in the lounge. It is Queen Ineus, sipping her coffee with absolute elegance, completely unfazed by the human gaze. Sitting across from her is Hera, an archangel celestial who is currently slamming the table and yelling about demonic loudmouths. Aeneas calmly tells her to keep her voice down, pointing out that an angel should probably possess some basic manners. Her assistant desperately tries to hold Hera back before she starts a literal holy war in the middle of a 5-star hotel. Aeneas dryly notes that Hera is late to the party and already causing a scene before asking her to check on Lavis. Hera smiles, saying she already heard that her son is stubbornly struggling down on Earth. Aeneas ignores the sass and asks if Hera's faction accepted the memory fragment Bombay delivered. Hera admits that while some hardliners wanted to use Morgoth as an excuse to start a full-scale divine demon war, she is personally holding the line to preserve the peace. Aeneas is impressed she can keep those extremists in check, noting that a war of that scale would lead to absolute ruin. But Hera drops a massive revelation. Celestials are supposed to stay completely out of human affairs, but because Morgoth is attempting to collapse the balance of all 3 realms, she plans to break the rules. She is sending down heavy reinforcements to Earth to handle the situation. To ensure the human world doesn't get completely vaporized in the crossfire, she handpicks someone incredibly powerful, and when Hera describes this person as strong, Aeneas's eyes go sharp. Hera warns her that this celestial reinforcement has a temper that makes Prince Lavis look like a gentle saint. And we cut to a playground, where a group of trash-tier human bullies are torturing a helpless stray cat. Holding the shivering kitten by the neck, they laugh, completely unaware they are being watched. Standing nearby is a silver-haired boy eating a bag of chips. He stares at them with dead, pale green eyes. This is Azarin, Morgoth's younger sibling and the temperamental force Hera just unleashed on Earth. The bullies notice the cat has stopped moving and immediately lose interest, tossing its body aside like garbage. They hop onto their scooters, planning to go cause more trouble in the neighborhood. They rev their engines, driving recklessly down the sidewalk and splashing water on pedestrians like typical trash-tier delinquents. Azarin quietly steps forward, calmly extending his right hand toward the street. A glowing golden wing mark flares on his hand, summoning a storm of sharp, glowing feathers. He launches the feathers at hyperspeed, completely shredding the motorcycle's front wheel in a shower of sparks. The bike flips violently, sending the screaming delinquents crashing hard onto the concrete. Done. Next problem. People start screaming to call an ambulance as the bullies lie writhing in pain on the asphalt. Azarin ignores the chaos and walks over to the limp, dirty kitten lying on the ground. He kneels down, placing his bag of potato chips right next to its nose as a makeshift pillow. The kitten slowly opens its eyes, sniffing the bag. It is actually still alive. Azarin turns and walks away, noting that he simply couldn't stand looking at the ugly malice of such incomplete beings. Meanwhile, back at the school, the evening sky is beginning to settle. Uncle Barkin stands in front of our high school squad, crackles his knuckles, and tells everyone to open their eyes. The classroom is gone. In an instant, they have been transported into a massive, barren alternate canyon dimension. Sungmin is marveling at the magic, but Barkin yells at him to get ready. The hell training is officially starting. Lavis looks completely bored, telling Barkin to focus on training Street while he handles his own business. Street salutes with absolute enthusiasm, fully ready to impress the god of violence. Barkin tells her the rules are simple. Her training ends if she can block his attack with her new mechanical tail just once. She thinks that sounds way too easy, but Barkin gets a terrifying purple-eyed grin. And before she can even blink, he blitzes forward, delivering a heavy blow that sends her flying. She lands hard, her eyes wide in absolute shock. She didn't even see him move. She tries to swing her tail to defend, but Barkin sweeps under her guard, launching another brutal strike. He mocks her, saying she is way too flimsy and asking if he should treat her like a fragile baby. But Street has some real pride. She grits her teeth, bares her fangs, and demands that he continue with full force. Barkin loves that response. He pins her with a high-speed foot stomp, forcing her to adapt or get crushed. She gets thrown into the dirt over and over again, realizing she doesn't even have the reaction time to swing her tail before the next impact hits her. And then Barkin's muscles expand as he asks if they should finally speed things up. Her eyes go completely white in horror. That was just the warm-up. This guy is an absolute menace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, Sungmin is struggling to even lift his custom sniper rifle, complaining that it is way too heavy. Beltia tells him that weapon weight is secondary. His mindset is what actually matters. She asks how he felt the first time he held a gun. He admits he felt excited, which Beltia points out was the exact moment his offensive personality took over. But right now, Holding a weapon while terrified makes him weak and defensive. To properly use the sniper, he has to manually drag that aggressive maniacal coder persona back to the surface. She sets up a wooden target shaped like Uncle Barkin's face and tells him to aim. Sungmin trembles, pointing out the target is miles away, but Beltia asks him who his real target is. She whispers in his ear, telling him to stop worrying about Varkin and focus on the enemies threatening his daily life. She tells him to imagine a scenario where his friends are in danger and he is the only one standing with a weapon. The thought clicks. Sungmin's eyes glow a bright manic pink. He pulls the trigger, and a massive pink laser beam tears across the canyon, obliterating the target in a flash of light. He cheers, celebrating his direct hit, but Beltia immediately shuts him down. Real enemies do not stand still like wooden targets. She launches the broken target pieces into the air at high speed, telling him to hit them on the move. Sungmin locks in, reminding himself that he has only ever been the one receiving help from others. But he wants to protect his friends now. His pink eyes flare with absolute focus, and he fires a precise follow-up shot, vaporizing the flying debris mid-air. He smiles, completely ecstatic that he pulled off a moving target hit. Beltia gets a wide, sinister grin, admitting that he is a natural-born killer. She asks him if he knows what his face looks like right now. He has fully shifted into his maniacal offensive mode, laughing like a psycho as he notes the gun doesn't feel heavy anymore. He screams for her to throw more targets faster, and Beltia is more than happy to oblige. She spawns a massive cloud of flying target discs across the sky. Sungmin goes full trigger-happy gamer mode, laughing like an absolute madman as he starts blasting them all down. And while his team is busy losing their minds in training, we find Ravis sitting quietly on a high rock. He holds his crimson sword, watching the dark flames dance around the blade. He has absorbed the massive demonic reserves of both Mara and Namuja, and the foreign magic is currently settling inside his mortal vessel. To properly control this power, he has to force it to refine within his fragile human hardware, even if the feedback causes absolute agony. He grits his teeth as a massive pillar of purple fire erupts around him, initiating a painful, high-stakes evolution that will determine if his body can even survive the night. So, training camp is in full swing, and Street is currently receiving a physical evaluation via her uncle's fists. She is completely wiped out, demanding to know how her uncle is this ridiculously strong when he literally sleeps all day. Barkin laughs, explaining that while his eyes are closed, his brain is actively running high-tier mental simulation lobbies. He asks how many demons she thinks can actually survive a match with him back home. She guesses maybe 20. He yells that there are only 5, and even that is a generous estimate. All 5 of those top-tier demons eventually climbed the social ladder and got too busy with politics to hang out. So, because they started ignoring his messages to spar, he had to find a different way to play. He created a custom mental simulation technique that perfectly replicates a real-life deathmatch. This is Abyssal Training, a mental simulator where you fight against a projected copy of your deadliest enemy inside your own mind. Street thinks he is just making up a fancy excuse for a nap, but Barkin tells her to shut up and listen. He challenges her to train every single day until she can actually stand before him as a true equal. And while Barkin is giving his speech, we find Ravis sitting in deep meditation on a nearby rock. He couldn't access this training before because of his weak human vessel, but Barkin's pocket dimension makes it possible. He draws out all his newly absorbed demonic energy and summons his absolute worst nightmare, a perfect, independent mental copy of the demon god Morgus. Once separated from his conscious mind, the shadow copy gains its own free will and immediately attacks. Ravis points his sword, telling the clone to serve as the foundation for his evolution. The clash begins with a heavy strike, but the speed difference is absolute. In an instant, the clone slices straight through our guy's defense. Ravis realizes his current reaction speed cannot keep up with the sheer pace of the copy. The clone moves like a gray blur, delivering a brutal, bloody laceration across his chest. Ravis gets slammed into the dirt, feeling every bit of the simulated pain. The Shadow Morgus looks down at him, noting that his mind is filled with intense fear. He mocks the prince, reminding him that he is the one who defeated Barkin and demands that Ravis submit. He tells him that if he accepts his terror and bows down, he will show him mercy. Ravis yells for him to shut up, swinging his blade in a desperate counter, but the clone effortlessly evades. Our guy gets sliced up again, realizing the staggering difference in power between them. In the physical world, Lavis's eyes snap open as he violently coughs up blood, cutting the simulation short. He wipes his mouth, gritting his teeth in absolute frustration. Barkin watches from a distance, noting that his nephew has officially begun his abyssal training. But he warns himself that the real Morgas will be far deadlier than any mental projection our guy can simulate. Switching back to the physical training, Barkin charges Street at hyperspeed, testing her limits. She barely manages to intercept his fist with her mechanical tail and cheers that she finally blocked it. Barkin smiles, telling her she didn't actually block anything, she just took the hit. He explains the difference. Blocking means completely stopping the impact, while enduring means letting her body absorb the damage, and he launches another barrage of high-speed strikes as he asks her if she knows why Beltia made her tail that way. She thinks it is just for maintaining physical balance, but Barkin tells her she is missing the main point. A demon's spine is the direct pipeline for their magic, and since the tail is connected to it, she can control it freely by drawing power from her center. He delivers a heavy fist that shatters her defense, sending her crashing back. She barely manages to keep her footing, her boots scraping against the dirt. She reminds herself of his advice. The tail is not just an accessory, it is an extension of her own body. She concentrates her magical energy, and the metal joints of her tail begin to glow with a bright blue light. Barkin is genuinely surprised by how quickly she reacted to his instruction, but he warns her that defense alone will not save her. She needs to become aggressive. He notes that her movements look like an untamed wild beast, asking if she has been holding back her instincts this entire time. Street freezes, staring at him in confusion. Her instincts? Barkin doesn't give her time to think, summoning a volatile purple sphere of dark magic in his hand. He gets a terrifying dark-eyed expression, telling her to fight like her actual life is on the line. She shivers, feeling a massive wave of genuine killing intent radiating from the god of violence. As a giant purple hand of magic looms over her, she genuinely believes she is about to die. This is not a drill, he is actually going to kill her if she doesn't move. But instead of panicking, she forces herself to focus, recalling her ancient past. Back in the demon realm, she was just a helpless, tiny, white mouse rabbit creature surrounded by giant, bloodthirsty predators. Every single day was a desperate struggle to run away from monsters that could devour her in a single bite. She lived in constant fear, hiding in the shadows so nobody would notice her. A peaceful life was a luxury she couldn't afford as she watched predators fight over territory. She had to sleep curled up in the bushes, shivering in the cold, always waiting for the next attack. She reminds herself that she refuses to live as a weakling hiding on the streets anymore. She wants to become strong. Her eyes glow white with pure determination as her tail erupts with a massive, brilliant blue magical flame. Using the explosive blue energy, she leaps forward, completely dodging Barkin's strike. She drives her blue-hot tail straight at his face, grazing his cheek at hyperspeed. She lands behind him, panting heavily as the dust settles around them. Barkin looks down at his slightly singed hand, completely impressed. He smiles, admitting that her movements have improved, even if she is still a rookie. Street immediately tears up, thinking she failed the test because he called her a rookie. But Barkin tells her to stop crying. She actually broke his flow and counterattacked. She successfully created her own opening against a god of violence. She looks up, her eyes wide with hope as she realizes what this means. He tells her she has decent talent compared to her tiny mana reserves and officially grants her a passing grade, telling her to keep training harder. She starts crying tears of joy. For the first time in her life, she is not just a weak demon running away, she has found a path to actual strength. Barkin smiles warmly, noting that those who start from the very bottom always grow the strongest roots, before asking if she is ready to go further. But while they are having a wholesome master and disciple moment, we cut to a terrifying close-up of Sungmin. His eyes are glowing hot pink, and his face is twisted into a psychotic yandere-like grin as he screams for more prey to shoot. Beltia watches him with deep, cold concern, realizing his maniacal, offensive personality is rapidly spiraling out of control. This gamer has officially lost his mind.